Chapter 51, Taming the Gathering Skills. First, the basics. Rin whispered as they approached a cluster of trees. See how the threads shine differently depending on the angle? Taro and Min nodded beneath their camouflage blankets, moving with the deliberate slowness Run had emphasized. Each movement was carefully calculated to avoid alerting the creatures above. The brightest ones are older, but they're not the most valuable, Rin continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Look for threads with a faint, transparent gleam. Those are new ones that haven't absorbed much mana yet. Their sensitivity is still perfect. How do we reach them? Min whispered, observing the threads stretching several meters above their heads, creating an ethereal web in the filtered sunlight. Watch the weavers first. Rin discreetly pointed toward the high branches. Several white figures moved among the foliage, their moth wings shimmering under the sun like living silk. They have routines. Approximately every 2 hours, they come down to check the lower networks. As if to confirm his words, a weaver descended gracefully down a nearby trunk. Its white fur gleamed as it inspected the threads, completely ignoring the camouflaged students below. Now, Rin whispered when the weaver returned upward, we have a 2-hour window in this section. You need to look for vertical threads that start attached to the trees. And watch this. He pulled out a long and thin branch he'd carefully selected earlier. With precise movements, he began winding one of the lower mature threads, which caught one of the new threads from above in a controlled spiral. The older silk is stronger than it looks, but also less sticky. The new silk is more elastic. He let Min try with another thread. The silk tensed, but didn't break. It stretches, Taro completed, watching fascinated. Exactly. But if you twist it on its own axis several turns and then wind it at the correct angle, Rin demonstrated the movement. It detaches cleanly from the bark without damaging its properties. His friends began imitating the technique, growing more confident with each attempt. And something interesting, Rin indicated marks on the tree trunk that most would mistake for random scratches. See these scrapes? They're weaver territorial marks. They tell us exactly when they last renewed the networks in this area. Like a calendar? Min whispered. Better. The deeper marks indicate primary weaving zones. If we follow the pattern, Run guided them around the tree, revealing a complex system of markings. We'll find the newest networks, and therefore, the most valuable ones. One last thing, he murmured while crawling carefully across the ground. Weavers leave more than just silk. Look at the base of the trees there. He pointed to what appeared to be old bark. But when he carefully moved it aside, it revealed a complete weaver molt, its delicate structure perfectly preserved. The molts contained traces of their fur and wing scales. Some cultivators use them to enhance beasts with light affinity. Valuable materials, too? Min whispered excitedly, his eyes widening at the discovery. Exactly. And look at this. Rin pointed to peculiar marks in the ground near the molt. These are bark stalker tracks, but they're old. Not deep, at least a week old. If we find fresh tracks, we move away, Taro completed, his beetle's markings shifting protectively. Precisely. Rin smiled beneath his blanket. Jean could mock his absences from class, but Rin didn't need those classes just like Wei's case. The silk needs special containers, Rin explained while extracting a large bag from his equipment. Cost 500 crystals, but worth the investment for its preservation properties. Why invest so much in a large bag? Min asked while examining the container curiously, his water snake mirroring his interest. Silk contaminates easily, like crystals, Rin explained, demonstrating the proper storage technique. Without the right container, it would lose its properties before reaching market. You must be very careful storing it. Keep the old separate from the new, or both will be ruined. You must. Min paused, catching the detail in his words. Won't you be with us? Rin smiled while adjusting his own equipment, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with increased intensity. I'm entrusting you with the silk collection. It's the simplest and safest task. I'm going after something a bit more complicated. More complicated? Taro frowned, his beetle's markings darkening. What are you planning? Nothing dangerous, Rin assured, though the mushroom's increasing pulse suggested otherwise. Just following some interesting leads. What leads? Min pressed, his snake coiling anxiously. Ren discreetly pointed to patterns in the ground that others might miss. See those patterns? They're bark stalker escape routes. But I'm not interested in them. Then what? I'm looking for shadow stalkers' daytime hideouts, Ren revealed in a low voice. Yes, they're deadly at night, but during the day. You're crazy, Taro whispered in alarm. The professor said. The professor warned about facing them at night, Ren corrected calmly. During the day, they're not so bad. I just need to find where they hide. He calmed them while studying more ground marks. The bark stalker's escape patterns told a clear story to those who could read them, and thanks to his special knowledge, Ren could interpret them perfectly. I'll be fine, he assured his worried friends. Focus on the silk. You know how to collect it now, and it's valuable material. But, Min began. I have the flare, Ren reminded them, patting his pocket. And I won't go too far. I just need to confirm some theories. His friends exchanged worried looks, but after a month of following Ren in the mines, they'd learned to trust his judgment, to a certain extent. Be careful, Taro finally conceded. And don't take too long. Ren nodded and began moving away, his eyes fixed on the ground markings that would guide him to his true goal. The shadow stalkers had to be somewhere, and with them, materials worth far more than the common silk other students would collect. Ren had lied a little to calm his friends. The knowledge flowing through him was clear. Shadow stalker colonies were mortally dangerous even during daylight hours. Thousands of them, packed into deep caves, each capable of draining a student's vitality in seconds. But they're creatures of habit, he thought while studying the terrain. And every colony has its solitary sentinels. First, he needed a large bark stalker, one of those the professor mentioned they'd remove from the marked area, which meant leaving the safe territory. But for that, I needed distraction. About 100 meters away, Jin's group worked near a particularly silk-rich area. The mushrooms pulsed while Run analyzed the situation. Just above them, an especially large colony of weavers was constructing new networks. Chapter 52, Taming the Hunt. I needed distraction. About 100 meters away, Jin's group worked near a particularly silk-rich area. Just above them, an especially large colony of weavers constructed new networks, their white forms moving with deliberate purpose. The annoying bullies hadn't earned Ren's true hatred, at least not enough to wish them death. Weavers first trapped their prey in enormous amounts of silk before filling the cocoons with digestive fluid. It wasn't a pretty death, but it was very slow, and a disturbed weaver colony was an easy target for Professor Zhao's eyes and intervention. Jin's group wouldn't be in real danger. With careful movements, Ren approached a nearby tree. A tap here, a vibration there. The threads began trembling in a way any weaver would interpret as trapped prey struggling in their nets in Jin group's general direction. Look out! Cass's cry came just as the weavers, alarmed by the perceived meal, began descending en masse. Their white forms seemed to multiply as they dropped from above, wings spreading like living silk. There are too many. Kai's voice held genuine fear, all his previous bravado vanishing in the face of real danger. Use the flares, idiots, Jin ordered, his usual confidence replaced by barely controlled panic. His tiger markings flickered erratically, betraying his fear. I can't find it, Kai sounded on the edge of complete panic. They're everywhere. Professor! Cass's scream was followed by a flare's brilliant flash and loud noise. Perfect! While chaos erupted and Professor Zhao flew toward the commotion, his owl's wings spread wide, Ren slipped away in the opposite direction. Before crossing the marked territory's boundary, he strategically placed his camouflage blanket near a silk-rich area, creating a perfect alibi. When he checks, he'll think I'm quietly collecting. As he moved away, the screams and sound of multiple flares provided perfect cover for his escape. The professor would be occupied for quite some time controlling the situation with Jin and his group. Now he just needed to find a bark stalker large enough for his plan. The mushrooms pulsed with anticipation at the hunt ahead. One step at a time, he thought while entering unsecured territory. First the decoy, then the real prey. Jin's group's screams still echoed in the distance. Ren smiled, remembering how easy it had been to provoke the chaos. The panic in Jin's voice was music to his ears, another small revenge for their harassment. The terrain changed dramatically just meters outside the secured territory. Plants showed signs of massive predation, shadow stalkers draining the vitality from everything they found during their nocturnal hunts. A crunch made him freeze in place. The mushrooms pulsed in warning. Something large moved nearby, something that had survived in this dangerous territory long enough to grow far beyond normal size. Easy, he reminded himself while slowly crouching. Large bark stalkers are territorial. If there's one here, the pile of rocks 20 meters away was chewing on a weaver, its massive form shifting color with unnatural precision. Rin held his breath while observing the mass subtly change hue, adapting perfectly to the terrain once again. This one's the right size, he evaluated. 3 times larger than the juveniles in the safe area. The knowledge flowed freely. These mature specimens were large enough to resist a sentinel male's absorption for several crucial minutes. Their enhanced vitality and thick armor made them perfect for what he had planned. Rin began moving with extreme caution. One mistake, and those claws could tear him in half. The bark stalker might appear slow, but if he got too close, a new sound made cold sweat break out on his forehead. A weak buzzing, almost imperceptible to normal ears. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically, confirming what his instincts already suspected. The route he was following was correct. The bark stalker also tensed, its camouflage becoming nearly perfect. These beasts had survived this long for a reason. Their instincts were honed by constant danger. The shadow stalker males are the real problem, Rin thought while studying the distance to the cave entrance. The sentinels weren't the small black creatures he sought, but the species males. Larger, faster, and completely awake during daylight hours. The knowledge showed him the hierarchy with perfect clarity. The black females slept deep in the cave, their special skin perfect for storing mana. The males, with their more robust and aggressive bodies, guarded the entrance to their harems, defending them from other males and daytime dangers. They were practically bronze-rank beasts, but could live in this ring thanks to the mana contribution from the numerous females. I need the male to come out and attack the bark stalker, Rin calculated, his mind racing through possibilities. Only then can I get to the females. But the first problem was moving the camouflage giant. The mushrooms pulsed while Rin observed its behavior. The bark stalker barely breathed, perfectly merged with its surroundings. As an ambush predator, it would only attack if something passed close enough. And if it misses, the knowledge was crystal clear. These monsters didn't chase prey. One attack, one attempt. If they failed, they returned to position to wait for the next opportunity. These beasts were the very definition of predatory patience. Being bait is useless, Rin bit his lip while thinking. But if I can't make it hunt, the mushrooms pulsed stronger when the idea formed. The answer was obvious. If he couldn't make the bark stalker hunt, he'd have to make it flee. I know exactly what it fears. The knowledge flowed while Rin began formulating his plan. And with so much accumulated vitality, almost ready to reach bronze rank, this giant has everything to lose if shadow stalkers detect it. From the cave entrance, almost invisible in the gloom, a male mounted guard. Its body, more robust and aggressive than the black females, was a promise of immediate violence for any intruder. Rin couldn't afford mistakes. The males could drain vitality as efficiently as females, but unlike them, had greater range and additional abilities that made them truly deadly. One step at a time, he thought while beginning to move. First, make our camouflage friend decide this isn't a good place to rest. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he observed the enormous bark stalker. The creature was a masterpiece of camouflage, its body the size of a large table blending perfectly with the surroundings. So much accumulated vitality, I almost feel sorry, Rin thought while the knowledge flowed, and he extracted some tools from his bag. Each movement was carefully measured to avoid detection. Rin began preparing his decoy. He needed the bark stalker to flee in exactly the right direction, close enough to the cave to attract the male, but not so close that the camouflage giant would detect the danger too soon. One mistake, and everything's ruined, he thought while working. If the bark stalker fled in the wrong direction, he would lose his opportunity. Rin took a deep breath, and began implementing his plan. It was time to make a perfect predator remember what it felt like to experience fear. Chapter 53. Taming the Fleshy Bait. Shadow stalkers use extremely thin mana tentacles to drain energy with absorption waves. Knowledge flowed while Run prepared his trap. And those waves follow a very specific pattern. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while he extracted the silver-rank protocore crystal he'd obtained from the worm. Unlike a normal crystal, this one still maintained part of the incomplete core's mana storage structure, making it perfect for his needs. Its imperfect core nature actually made it more suitable for what he planned. If I overcharge it with the correct pattern, with precise movements, Rin began introducing mana into the crystal, carefully mimicking Shadow Stalker's drainage waves. Each pulse had to be exact. Too strong would alert the male immediately. Too weak wouldn't affect the bark stalker from a safe distance. It was risky work. Every energy pulse was like a beacon for the male at the cave entrance, who would interpret it as a rival male's presence. This was why the crystal needed to be perfectly calibrated for a range that was neither too long nor too short. The male shifted position, its head turning slightly toward Ren's location. Though still too far to detect him completely, its mere movement sent chills down Ren's spine. Just a little more. The crystal began emitting a barely perceptible hum. To the bark stalker, it would feel like an approaching shadow stalker male. The wave pattern was unmistakable to a creature that had survived this long in such dangerous territory. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The camouflaged giant tensed, its perfect environmental fusion faltering for a moment. The mushrooms pulsed in response. The primitive fear of losing years of accumulated energy, so close to evolution, was overcoming its instinct to maintain position. Ren moved the crystal with surgical precision, directing the waves. Finally, the bark stalker began retreating, abandoning its position with clear reluctance. Each step, taken as quickly as its massive form allowed, brought it closer to the cave while trying to escape what it perceived as an approaching predator. The male at the entrance rose to its full height, its body revealing itself in all its terrible glory. It had detected the bark stalker, a prey too tempting to ignore, especially one so rich in accumulated vitality. Now comes the dangerous part, Ren thought while preparing to move. He needed the male to chase the bark stalker far enough from the entrance, but not in his direction nor toward the school's safe zone where teachers and assistants might detect the commotion. The mushrooms pulsed frantically when the male launched its attack. The bark stalker, caught between the false shadow stalker and the real predator, chose what it perceived as the lesser evil. But Ren didn't falter. Instead, he redirected the waves to quickly give the monster an escape route, where it wouldn't have to face either of the two males it sensed pursuing it. Its retreat turned into a full sprint as the real male gave chase, heading exactly in the direction Ren needed them to go. The entrance is clear. The knowledge showed him he had about 20 or 30 minutes at most before the male returned. The black females are at the cave, and if he could find them, it was time to discover if his entire plan was worth the risk. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he slipped toward the cave entrance. The knowledge flowed freely now. Shadow stalker females slept in groups, their 50-centimeter bodies piled in the darkest zones where mana naturally concentrated. The skin is the only valuable part in the market, he thought while preparing his equipment with practiced efficiency. And only the outer layer, but I have an idea for the tentacles, if only the male. The tunnel descended in a gentle slope, its walls gleaming faintly in certain places where years of mana absorption by the creatures had saturated the very rock. The air grew thicker with each step downward. In some of these places, crystals had formed naturally, their structure altered by the constant exposure to the creature's unique mana manipulation. These were the crystals that females accumulated as supplements to feed the male before going deeper to sleep. It seemed Run had gotten lucky, arriving just before the absorption date when the collections would be at their peak. Rin collected a bag of those rocky crystals, as many as would fit. He had to be careful not to get too close to the swarm's sleeping zones and not descend too deep into the cave, or he'd risk mana poisoning so severe he wouldn't even last the 2.5 days at camp. Though if his plan worked, the mushrooms pulsed more strongly, warning about the increasing energy density as he descended deeper into the cave system. The tunnel widened into a first chamber. Ren's faint glow revealed groups of sleeping shadow stalkers in the wall's natural cavities. Their black, 50-centimeter bodies piled on top of each other, their skins absorbing mana even during rest. The sight was both fascinating and terrifying. Ren paused to study their breathing pattern. The knowledge flowed. During daylight hours, their metabolism slowed to an absolute minimum, making them vulnerable but still lethal to touch. But I need a way to separate the skin without touching or damaging it, he thought while observing more closely. The creatures, though asleep, remained mortally dangerous. A single touch, and they would begin draining his vital energy. The knowledge helped him find the most efficient path through what would be a labyrinth to untrained eyes as he ventured deeper. The chamber connected to others, each housing more sleeping groups. Finally, Ren reached a deeper chamber, its walls marked with distinctive patterns. This is the molting chamber. The knowledge flowed while he observed the walls. Distinctive marks covered the rock, scratch patterns where creatures rubbed to shed their old skins during the process. A movement caught his attention. In one of the higher cavities, a shadow stalker writhed in its sleep, its outer skin naturally detaching. With morbid fascination, he watched as the external skin came off cleanly, like a perfect sheath, maintaining all its mana isolation properties while leaving the sleeping creature with its new, gleaming skin. The new body emerged larger and more fragile, but within days it would absorb enough mana to regain its hardness and elasticity in the outer layer. This was the chamber he'd been searching for. Dozens of skins rested on the ground. Some had been ruined by moisture, insects, and decomposing remains on the floor, but many new molts rested atop the damaged ones, in perfect condition. Chapter 54, Taming the Escape Block. Ren began moving among the sleeping groups with growing confidence. His eyes had adapted to the gloom, allowing him to distinguish subtle variations in the darkness that others might miss. Time was of the essence. He risked having the male block the exit sooner than expected if he dawdled. Each second had to be used efficiently. He worked methodically, moving from group to group. Every skin was carefully rolled, light but voluminous, requiring careful optimization of his bag space. 50-75. The skins piled up in his bag, occupying considerable space despite their negligible weight. 10 kilos of material didn't sound like much, but the volume was becoming a challenge. Each new addition required careful repositioning of the others. 91, 92. The mushrooms pulsed with renewed urgency. The male would return soon, and if it found him here, surrounded by its sleeping females, the thought alone made his hands move faster. 100. Rin contemplated his collection of skins. 100 perfect sheaths, each obtained with ridiculous ease. But his gaze lingered on one of the newly molted creatures, its fresh skin still gleaming and vulnerable in the dim light. One more thing, he thought while extracting the first weaver's silk thread he'd saved. The knowledge flowed freely. These weren't simple fibers. Generations of predation by shadow stalkers and vice versa had led weavers to develop special silk specifically designed to counter shadow stalkers. With deliberately slow movements, Rin prepared a slipknot. The silk gleamed faintly in the darkness as he positioned it near the sleeping creature, each motion calculated to avoid any disturbance. Rin fought against the nervous tension in his fingers. One mistake, one sharp squeal at the wrong frequency, and the entire colony would awaken. But the knowledge showed him exactly how to proceed, guiding every movement with precise certainty. The loop fell silently around the shadow stalker's neck. The creature didn't even twitch, its metabolism still slowed by sleep and recent molting. Now, a quick, precise pull. The thread tensed perfectly, and in an instant, it was over. The creature had no time to register what was happening. No sound, no struggle, just a moment of pressure and then stillness. Rin worked quickly, selecting one of the largest skins he'd collected. The knowledge showed him how the external skin perfectly blocked absorption, isolating anything wrapped within it completely. With precise movements and using the thread to avoid directly touching the dead creature's tentacles, he wrapped it in the skin, using more weaver's silk to seal the package. The isolating skin would contain any energy absorption from the tentacles inside, keeping Rin safe from its lingering abilities. A perfect specimen, he thought while securing his prize. The mushrooms pulsed urgently. It was time to leave. The male wouldn't be long in returning, and he'd already pushed his luck far enough. But while packing his bounty, Rin couldn't suppress a smile. It was time to exit. Somewhere above him, the male would be finishing its chase of the bark stalker. He still had enough time. Only about 20 minutes had passed, and 5 to 10 minutes would be more than sufficient to return before the male. Or so he thought. A vibration in the cave's mana made him instinctively duck. The mushrooms pulsed in warning. Something large was approaching through the main tunnel. Too soon, he thought while silently backing away. The male shouldn't. The knowledge flowed when a new figure emerged in the gloom. This wasn't the cave's guardian, a rival male. Impossible. Rin held his breath while continuing to retreat. It's not mating season. Territorial fights are rare outside of. The mushrooms dimmed completely while Rin backed away quickly and silently. The invading male advanced with purpose. Its objective was clear, the power crystals that females had accumulated for the dominant male. Rin pressed himself against the wall, moving as silently as possible. The tunnel was wide, but not wide enough to avoid the monster if it decided to. The male paused, its attention completely focused on a lateral cavity. The glow of accumulated crystals emanated weakly, drawing its interest. The leader's crystals are its priority for now. The knowledge flowed while Rin evaluated his options. But after, a satisfied growl resonated as the invader began absorbing the crystallized energy. But Rin knew it wouldn't end there. The knowledge was clear. After stealing the crystals, the male would seek to mark some sleeping females. It was part of the domination ritual. And when it does, it'll reach me. Rin looked back. The 100 skins and specimen in his bag slowed him down, and the main tunnel was the only exit. In moments, the invading male would advance toward the deeper chambers, completely blocking the path. He was trapped. The mushrooms in Ren's hair transmitted information while he evaluated his situation. The invading male continued absorbing the leader's crystals, each second bringing it closer to its next objective. Think, Rin urged himself while the knowledge flowed. The male shadow stalkers were different from females. A single touch. I can't go back. Rin studied the main tunnel. And if I stay here? The male began to move. Its vibrations resonated ever closer as it advanced, searching for females to mark. The tunnel seemed to narrow with each passing second. The knowledge flowed. He needed to hide, and he had exactly what he needed. With hurried movements, he began extracting some of the black skins. The mana-blocking capability that made them so valuable could also serve as perfect camouflage. Like a second skin, he thought while methodically covering himself. Each piece had to overlap with the next, creating a seal that would block his energy presence. The knowledge flowed frantically. Males were territorial, aggressive, but also ritual-bound. Each step of their behavior followed a specific pattern. First the crystals, then the females nearest the entrance, then those at the bottom. The male moved among the sleeping females, marking its new territory. The invader growled in satisfaction. Its body gleamed with stolen energy as it turned toward the deeper chambers. Rin held his breath as the beast passed nearby, its senses completely focused on its domination ritual. The mushrooms sent him a warning sensation. Something wasn't right. The male stopped, its head turning slightly. A scent had penetrated the skin barrier. The captured female, the knowledge flowed urgently. The knot wasn't perfect, allowing a small leak of the dead creature's essence. Chapter 55, Taming the Escape. Rin held his breath as the beast passed nearby, its senses completely focused on its domination ritual. The mushrooms sent him a warning sensation. Something wasn't right. The male stopped, its head turning slightly. A scent had penetrated the skin barrier. The captured female, the knowledge flowed urgently. The knot wasn't perfect, a tiny opening, barely visible to the naked eye, allowing the dead creature's essence to escape. The male turned completely, all its senses now focused on the anomaly. It began moving toward Rin, each centimeter of its advance increasing the tension with growing menace. The broken flare. Ren remembered his last possibility, fingers brushing against the device in his pocket. It wasn't just a signal. The crystal inside was designed to emit a pulse that the professor could detect from a significant distance. If he could alter the pulse's specific frequency and release it instantly through the opening, his mind raced through the calculations, each second precious as the male drew closer. Ren moved his hands and mana flow frantically, trying to modify the crystal's resonance before it was too late. The male approached with inexorable purpose. He wouldn't make it in time. The beast was so close that Ren could see energy patterns swirling in its eyes, the hungry glow of a predator that had detected something amiss in its new territory. When the male was almost upon him, Ren broke the flare. The crystal shattered, releasing a concentrated energy explosion. The male recoiled, momentarily blinded, and more importantly, the crystal's resonance traveled through the tunnels with a piercing sound that carried far beyond the cave's confines. Ren didn't wait to see the beast's complete reaction. He launched himself toward the exit, every muscle straining with desperate energy. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically as he ran, warning that the male would recover in seconds. Their glow dimmed to almost nothing, trying to minimize his presence. Ren ran, still covered by the skins. The male roared and moments later began the pursuit, its fury overwhelming its interest in the females. The sound of its rage echoed through the tunnel system, promising terrible retribution. The roars made the cave walls vibrate with their intensity. The Shadow Stalker's fury was palpable, its new territory violated, its ritual interrupted. The sound of its pursuit resonated ever closer, each echo a reminder of approaching doom. Too fast, Ren thought while zigzagging between rock formations. The knowledge showed him the terrible truth. Males could move at incredible speeds when provoked. Another roar, closer still. Ren could feel the air pressure changing as the male drained mana around it, creating vacuum zones meant to slow its prey. Fortunately, his skin covering provided some protection, and slightly confused the male's precise detection abilities. The cave exit appeared ahead, daylight beckoning like a beacon of hope. The male's claws scratched against rock, each impact closer than the last, the sound a countdown to capture. Just a little more. The mushrooms pulsed with renewed urgency. The flare's resonance was still traveling, and somewhere out there, but time had run out. When he was about to be caught, a new roar answered the first, making it pause for a crucial instant that saved Ren. Discover hidden tales at Empire. This one came from outside the cave, carrying a different fury, the territorial rage of the original male detecting an invader. Ren's plan with the flare had worked just in time. He threw himself to the ground as he reached the entrance, rolling into the black skins like a cocoon. Time seemed to slow as the two males met in what promised to be an epic confrontation. The invader emerged from the cave like a nightmare of power, its body glowing with stolen crystal energy. The original guardian landed before it, its own power obtained from the enormous bark stalker manifesting invisible waves of mana that distorted the air between them. For a moment, both beasts evaluated each other. The tension in the air was so dense that Ren could feel it even through the skins covering him, each pulse of energy making the very ground tremble. And then, all hell broke loose. Ren crawled away from the male's confrontation. Their roars and energy waves transformed the air itself into a battlefield, each clash sending ripples of power through the surrounding area. When he considered himself far enough away, he stood and began running. But not toward the camp. Despite everything, Ren hadn't had enough for today, especially because the bark stalker he'd used as bait had to be somewhere along the route he'd directed it. The male chased it east. The knowledge flowed while Ren studied the terrain, looking for signs of the massive creature's passage. After several moments of methodical searching, he found it. The bark stalker's body lay like an artificial hill, its camouflage failing in death. Its body was completely dry. The male had drained much of its vital essence after death, but Ren's interruption had prevented it from finishing the process. Otherwise, instead of the thin, desiccated creature he now saw, only a shell and dust would have remained. The mushrooms pulsed while Run examined the corpse. This was perfect, with the draining interrupted. The core should be intact. With precise movements, he extracted his knife and grabbed a stone to use as a hammer. The exact point, the knowledge showed him where to strike. The bark stalker's dry skin, though hard, had become brittle after losing its mana. A well-placed blow. The crack of the rupture resonated like a gunshot in the silence. Rin worked quickly, widening the gap until he could extract the crystallized core. He stored it in one of the skins with some powder from the desiccated monster, which should still contain considerable vitality. And this, he thought while studying the carapace, is an unexpected bonus. The finest mosses and herbs still clung to the beast's shell. Carefully, he began removing them and storing them between the shadow stalker skins. While working, his mind was already crafting possible explanations for his triumphant return. A story about a hollow tree full of skins discarded by weavers would be hard to believe. The skins were too well preserved, too perfect. And when I add the core of an almost mature bark stalker, plus these exceptional quality herbs, the mushrooms pulsed, revealing his concern. Professor Zhao wouldn't be easy to fool. I need a better story, he thought while storing the last specimens. Something that explains all this without revealing. I ventured beyond the limits. Chapter 56. Taming the Interrogatory. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed, revealing his concern. Professor Zhao wouldn't be easy to fool. I need a better story, he thought while storing the last specimens. Something that explains all this without revealing. I ventured beyond the limits. In the distance, the shadow stalker male's roars began to diminish, their battle reaching its inevitable conclusion. Soon, one would establish dominance and claim the territory. Ren had no more tricks ready to escape the losing male if it found him. His earlier gambit had used up all his prepared contingencies. It was time to return, but as he headed toward the camp, Ren couldn't suppress a smile. Explaining his bounty would be complicated, but the value of what he carried in his bag would make any interrogation worthwhile. After all, he thought while the mushrooms pulsed softly, the best stories are always the hardest to believe. Ren approached the marked territory cautiously. The battle between the shadow stalker males had ended, leaving a heavy silence in the air that spoke of recent violence. First, I need something more believable, he thought while organizing his story. Something that explains not just the skins, but also the core and the herbs. The knowledge flowed while he evaluated his options. The black skins were the biggest problem. Too perfect, too well preserved. Even if he had found a weaver's tree, discarded skins would normally show signs of deterioration. Not to mention that finding 100 was like winning the lottery. And then there's the core. The mushrooms pulsed while Run touched the crystal in his bag. An almost mature bark stalker, conveniently found along with everything else. A sound made him freeze mid-step. Voices in the distance, other students gathering. He recognized the arrogant tone that had caused him so much dumb trouble. It's your fault. Jin's voice resonated with frustration, carrying clearly through the trees. If you hadn't lost the flare so quickly, my fault. Kai sounded equally annoyed, his scales visible even from a distance. You were the one who provoked the weavers. Rin slipped silently between the trees, avoiding detection as he made his way back to his camouflage blanket. Jin's group appeared to have had a difficult morning after their encounter with the enraged colony. At least that distraction worked perfectly, he thought while circling their position with practiced stealth. Another group appeared ahead, Luna and her reluctant followers. Her shadow wolf manifested briefly while she studied something on the ground, its ethereal form making the shadows dance. Their eyes met for a moment. Luna's expression was unreadable, but Run could swear he saw a flash of curiosity in her gaze before she returned to her task. She knows something doesn't add up. The knowledge warned him that Luna was more perceptive than the rest. Her shadow wolf could probably detect traces of the residual energy from the shadow stalkers. Finally, he spotted Taro and Min working in the same silk-rich area where he'd left them. His friends looked up when he approached, their expressions showing relief and concern. "Where were you?" Min whispered urgently. "The professor has been making rounds, and all the guards are talking about a beast fight beyond the perimeter, so everyone's been warned not to be reckless," Taro added, his beetle's markings shifting nervously. The mushrooms pulsed while Run considered his response carefully. Partial truth, he decided while preparing to share his edited version of events, mixed with enough believable details to make it digestible. And then I found this hollow tree where the weavers had. Rin stopped mid-sentence. The mushrooms in his hair ceased pulsing abruptly. A fascinating story, no doubt. Professor Zhao's voice resonated behind him, laden with authority. Perhaps you could share it in my office. Ren felt his throat constrict as he swallowed hard. Min and Taro exchanged worried looks, but there was nothing they could do to help their friend now. Night had fallen over the camp. An enormous insulating tent protected the students from shadow stalkers, while professors and assistants mounted guard at the entrances. Inside, the murmur of conversations and occasional flash of manifested beasts created an almost homely atmosphere. But Rin wasn't with his companions. Stay updated with Empire. Instead, he found himself seated in Professor Zhao's improvised office, feeling increasingly small under the penetrating gaze of the half-manifested owl. Do you really expect me to believe that story, Mr. Patender? Zhao leaned over his portable desk. There was no anger in his voice, but something worse, disappointment. A tree where you conveniently found all of this? The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly while the professor spread his bounty across the table. The perfectly preserved skins, the barkstalker core, the exceptional quality herbs, and even a freshly molted shadow stalker. It was clever using the incident with Jin's group to escape my monitoring. Zhao continued, his tone carrying a bit of irritation. A perfect execution, I must admit. But he stood up, his owl manifesting completely. The wings spread while his eyes, sharpened by decades of experience, fixed on Run with unerring focus. Did you think I wouldn't notice your motionless camouflage blanket for hours? That my eyes wouldn't detect the complete absence of movement in that spot? Rin sank deeper into his seat, shame and worry warring for dominance in his expression. I don't like being underestimated, Mr. Patender. Zhao crossed his arms. I am the exterior gathering professor for a reason. These eyes have seen more tricks than you can imagine. I'm sorry, Professor, Rin mumbled, his voice barely audible in the tense atmosphere. The real question is, Zhao sat back down, his expression unreadable. What am I going to do with you? The mushrooms pulsed with renewed concern. Had all the planning, all the risks, been for nothing? The professor extracted something from his desk, a small flask containing clear greenish liquid. You know, I prepared this before departing. Zhao continued, turning the flask between his fingers thoughtfully. When the other students complained about the 2.5 days, I thought it would be interesting to see their reactions if they discovered you lasted the full 3 days. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with surprise while he processed this unexpected information. The mana poisoning medicine, Zhao smiled slightly, his severity beginning to crack, was going to be our little secret. A lesson about prejudice for your classmates and my help for the unfortunate student. He reclined in his chair, his owl manifesting more relaxed now. But it seems I underestimated your initiative. Instead of needing help to last 3 days, you decided to venture alone into dangerous territory. Chapter 57, Taming Behavior. The mana poisoning medicine, Zhao smiled slightly, his severity beginning to crack, was going to be our little secret. A lesson about prejudice for your classmates and my help for the unfortunate student. He reclined in his chair, his owl manifesting more relaxed now. But it seems I underestimated your initiative. Instead of needing help to last 3 days, you decided to venture alone into dangerous territory. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. The laugh that followed was genuine, the change in his attitude flowing naturally. He hadn't stopped being the strict professor, but now Rin could see the admiration mixed with the reprimand, like a master craftsman acknowledging a particularly clever apprentice. The medicine is still yours if you want it, he offered, sliding the flask across the desk with deliberate care. Though I suspect you might have your own method for handling the poisoning. Rin took the flask with gratitude. Thank you, Professor. And yes, I had a plan involving that shadow stalker body, but I'll keep this as backup. I see you're relaxing. Now, Zhao leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with genuine interest, his owl's gaze equally intent. How about you tell me the true story of how you acquired all this? The mushrooms pulsed while analyzing the professor's new attitude. After considering for a moment, Rin decided to be more sincere. The medicine in his pocket was a reminder that sometimes people could surprise you in the best ways. Luckily, not everyone was like Wei or Jean. Professor Zhao's laughter broke the tension like sunlight piercing storm clouds, transforming the atmosphere in the small office. Well, he reclined in his chair with more curiosity than threat of reprimand now. How did you manage to enter that cave then? Rin carefully considered how much to reveal so his story wouldn't seem false again. Sometimes truth was indeed stranger than fiction. He decided to begin with the basics and build from there. The larger barkstalkers are slightly dangerous, he explained, gaining confidence as he saw the genuine interest in the professor's eyes. But they have so much accumulated vitality that they're perfect targets for Shadow Stalker Sentinels. I just needed to make one move to the right place. And how did you manage that without it returning to its spot? Zhao leaned forward, fascinated by the technical details of Ren's plan. Ren described his use of the worm crystal to imitate drainage waves. The professor's eyes widened with professional appreciation. Ingenious. I believe the story of that worm crystal must also be interesting, but tell me first, how did you obtain so many Shadow Stalker skins in such a short time? Eliminating them, even while sleeping, isn't so simple. The females molt regularly in the deep caves, Ren continued, carefully omitting exactly how he knew to find the molting chamber in the labyrinth of the enormous cave system. The high concentration of individuals makes obtaining numerous skins easier. I just had to take the ones that had naturally molted. Fascinating, Zhao murmured while examining one of the skins with expert attention. In all my years exploring, I've only seen such perfect specimens twice. We had destroyed nests in an expedition, finding skins after days of exploring the caves, but most always show damage. It's difficult to obtain them without marks of violence. I didn't need force, Ren smiled slightly. Just understanding of their natural cycles. The professor nodded thoughtfully. You know, the king's policy is clear. We must reward those who show true talent for exploration and gathering. He stood and began pacing. It was incredibly risky, of course. With your limitation, he gestured toward the mushrooms. Venturing so far could have ended very badly. But, he continued, a smile forming, you've demonstrated something many forget. Knowledge and cunning can sometimes overcome brute force. Zhao studied him for a long moment, his owl's gaze equally penetrating. The miserable one everyone says will belong to the Grey Wing all his life. Seems there's much more to you than appears, isn't there? Rin maintained a modest expression, though the mushrooms pulsed with quiet satisfaction. You know, the professor smiled, I think I'm going to be very interested in seeing how you develop. With proper support, I almost regret having to stay watching other students collect basic silk. I'd like to see firsthand how you work. Gathering with you in one of those caves, seeing how. An assistant professor entered hurriedly, his face showing concern that quickly turned to disdain upon seeing Ren. Professor Zhao, the Shadow Stalkers, they're acting strangely. I've never seen so many hitting against the protective tent. Zhao raised a hand to silence him. It's not so unusual. When there are territorial changes, sometimes the colonies... But Ren had gone rigid in his seat while listening to the impacts above the tent. They were quick, erratic, different from the usual cave migration pattern. Silence, he requested, raising a hand. Listen to the rhythm. The assistant looked at him with contempt. What could this troublesome student mean by that? How arrogant, he thought, but Zhao turned with interest. What did you notice, Ren? This isn't a normal territorial change. Excuse me, Professor, Ren murmured, his mushrooms pulsing faster. They're flying too low, too fast. Almost as if... As if what? Zhao prompted. As if they were fleeing, Ren completed, standing up. And Shadow Stalkers don't flee from other beasts? The bronze ring beasts in this section, the wood colossi, the metal serpents, even the rock scorpions, never venture here. Ren chose his words carefully. Even when displaced by territorial fights or hunger. Why are you so sure? The assistant crossed his arms skeptically. Because Shadow Stalkers kill them, Ren responded with quiet certainty. A bronze beast might be stronger individually, But at night, a shadow stalker colony can drain all its mana in seconds. It's suicide for them to enter this territory. Zhao nodded slowly, his owl's feathers ruffling with growing concern. They would stay in the mana-richer zones. Even if displaced, they'd seek other hunting grounds. Zhao completed, his expression turning thoughtful. You're right. This is unusual. And a silver-rank beast. Rin continued his analysis. If it was displaced from its territory, why come here? It would be more logical to stay in the second ring, hunting bronze beasts. The mana concentration there is much higher, and hunting would be easier. I suppose that's why this zone is safe for students, Rin added. The Iron Ring has nothing to attract more powerful beasts. This is too artificial, Rin frowned, as if something had altered the natural cave structure. Or perhaps, Chapter 58, Taming Behavior, 2. I suppose that's why this zone is safe for students, Rin added. The Iron Ring has nothing to attract more powerful beasts. The impacts continued overhead, growing more erratic with each passing moment. The Shadow Stalkers, creatures that normally dominated the night in this zone with absolute authority, were acting as if something had fundamentally altered the natural order of the first ring. Their behavior spoke of primal fear, an emotion these predators rarely experienced. The assistant seemed eager to protest that they were taking a student seriously, but another pattern of impacts interrupted him, this one more urgent than the last. The rhythmic pounding against the tent's protective fabric carried an unmistakable message of panic. The impacts persisted above the tent, the Shadow Stalker's erratic behavior becoming increasingly evident. Each new pattern of strikes revealed more about their unnatural state of agitation. This is too artificial, Rin frowned, as if something had altered the natural cave structure. Or perhaps, Zhao pressed, his owl's eyes focusing intently on Rin. Perhaps it isn't natural at all. Rin looked at the professor meaningfully. What if someone is deliberately controlling the stalkers? The assistant snorted with derision, but Zhao's expression had turned serious. Someone, the assistant insisted. A cave could have collapsed. What kind of nonsense? Silence, Zhao ordered, his expression grave while studying Rin with newfound intensity. Continue. Geological changes aren't unusual for them. This isn't a volcanic zone, Rin explained, knowledge flowing naturally through his mushrooms. The beasts would behave differently, and a large collapse would have caused vibrations we would have felt. The impacts on the tent increased in frequency and force. Rin could picture the Shadow Stalkers, creatures that normally dominated the night without rival, fleeing in blind panic from something that terrified even them. Zhao grasped something, his expression growing more serious with each passing second. Someone is deliberately driving the stalkers toward this area. But why? Rin frowned, mind racing through possibilities. Unless... He stopped, an idea forming. The Shadow Stalkers were the reason why no one could move freely at night in this zone of the Iron Ring. If someone wanted to ensure that no one could escape... Professor, the assistant finally seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Should we evacuate the camp? No. Zhao shook his head decisively. Such a move would only alert whoever is behind this. For now. Something changed in Zhao's expression, a shift from concerned teacher to battle-ready warrior. His owl manifested completely, wings extending to their full impressive span, each feather gleaming with contained power. Run, his voice was low but firm. Stay here. Hide yourself. Professor, I can help. If someone is... No. Zhao cut him off with gentle but unyielding firmness. This is different from collecting materials or studying beasts. There's a reason why I'm the professor of this class. He turned to the assistant. Alert the other guards. Have them keep their beasts manifested. The assistant nodded, his own beast, a wind lynx, manifesting fully as he departed. But Professor, Rin insisted, his mushrooms pulsing with urgency, if I know how the stalkers behave, I could counter. First, I need you to stay safe. Zhao looked at him directly, his gaze burning with intensity. Your knowledge might be vital to our city later. But now, a new pattern of impacts resonated above the tent. The Shadow Stalkers were no longer just fleeing, they were being herded with purpose. Now I need you to trust me, Zhao moved toward the exit. There are things more dangerous than wild beasts, Ren. His gaze briefly shifted toward where the students slept, some of them heirs to powerful families with beasts of extraordinary potential. Find adventures at Empire. Stay here, he repeated before leaving. And whatever happens, don't expose yourself. Ren watched Zhao depart, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with growing concern. Something or someone had orchestrated this situation with careful precision. And while the impacts continued above the tent, Ren couldn't help but wonder what other plans were unfolding in the darkness. The darkness inside the tent grew thicker, while Zhao and the auxiliaries formed a protective circle around the sleeping students. Some students started to wake up from all the movement. Their manifested beasts created patterns of faint light, Zhao's owl shining more brilliantly than the others, its power barely contained. The auxiliaries didn't fully understand what the commotion was about until a movement at the tent's eastern entrance drew all eyes. A figure wrapped in black fabric stood motionless, its silhouette barely visible against the night. The fabric absorbed all light, all traces of mana. Only the finest shadow stalker materials could achieve such an effect. "Professor," one of the auxiliaries whispered, fear creeping into his voice. Before he could complete his warning, another figure appeared at the western entrance. Then a third in the north, a fourth in the south, each identical to the last, their forms completely hidden by the black fabric that seemed to devour light itself. A student let out a choked cry when the figures began to move. Their bodies seemed to flow beneath the fabric, as if their forms weren't entirely human. With synchronized movements, they drew what appeared to be curved blades that gleamed dully in the dim light. Zhao stepped forward, his owl spreading its wings in warning, but stopped when the figures pressed their blades against the tent's fabric. Small cuts appeared where the edges touched the material, the protective enchantment struggling against the weapons. "Don't try it, Zhao," a voice resonated from outside, authoritative, cold, with a metallic echo suggesting some kind of mask. "You know what will happen if the tent breaks." The Shadow Stalker's impacts on the roof intensified, as if emphasizing the threat, their frenzied movements promising swift death to anyone exposed to the night. "There are more than 50 students here," Zhao responded, his voice tense but controlled. "Most are barely 10 years old. Then it would be a shame if something happened to them," the voice seemed to smile. "Surrender. No one has to die tonight." The blades pressed deeper, the cuts extending like dark veins across the protective fabric. In the darkness, the figures seemed to grow more menacing, their silhouettes distorting with increasing mana tension. "Last warning." The voice acquired a more threatening tone. "Lower your wings, Zhao, or we'll see how long these children can survive when the tent falls and the stalkers enter their feeding frenzy." The sound above their heads was deafening now, dozens, perhaps hundreds of shadow stalkers hammering against the protection, hungry, maddened, waiting. Chapter 59, Tamer's Battle. Last warning. The voice acquired a more threatening tone. "Lower your wings, Zhao, or we'll see how long these children can survive when the tent falls and the stalkers enter their feeding frenzy." The sound above their heads was deafening now, dozens, perhaps hundreds of shadow stalkers hammering against the protection, hungry, maddened, waiting. Their collective frenzy created a symphony of impending doom that made even the bravest students tremble. The figures covered in black fabric remained at the tent's entrances, creating a sense of silent siege. Their presence alone seemed to make the air heavier, more oppressive, as if the very darkness had taken physical form. The auxiliaries formed a protective circle, their beasts manifesting as patterns of power across their bodies, scales, fur, and feathers gleaming faintly in the dim light. Each of them knew that against a horde of frenzied shadow stalkers, their chances were slim at best. Zhao stepped forward. The hooded figures tensed but didn't retreat. Their stillness was more threatening than any movement could have been. "I wonder if Yino has truly fallen so low as to threaten children." His owl merged with him without fanfare, a subtle change in the air, a presence that spread like ink in water. "The famous hunter of Yano," the voice from outside sounded amused, but there was an edge of caution in it. "Your reputation precedes you, Zhao. How many of ours have you tracked, and eliminated flying over the abyssal border. 20, 30, 42. Zhao responded with the same calm. He might discuss the weather. Zhao stood tall, his owl manifesting across his skin. It wasn't the ostentatious beast many would expect from someone with his reputation, but those who knew the hunter's history understood that his power lay in the lethal precision of the user, not just his silver 3-beast raw strength. All of them better than you. None stupid enough to attack in my territory. You've made a mistake coming here. He wasn't just a professor. The Hunter of Yano, as he was known at the border, was famous for his ability to track and eliminate threats from the rival kingdom. His very name was spoken with fear and respect in certain circles. The blades pressed deeper into the tense fabric. The Shadow Stalker's impacts created a frenzied rhythm overhead, their collective hunger growing with each passing moment. A dry laugh resonated from outside. Mistake? No. Old friend. This place, these training grounds you've used for generations. We know them better than you think. Zhao showed no reaction, but his mind worked rapidly. That information shouldn't be available to Yino. Unless, we have a simple proposal, the voice continued. Luna, Klein, Foam, and Aster. Hand them over, and the other 46 students will live. It's a generous deal. The named students tensed. Luna, her shadow wolf manifesting briefly before melting back into the shadows. Klein, his golden lion gleaming with contained fury. Foam, whose red cobra created scarlet patterns across his skin. Aster, the blue rhinoceros pulsing with power beneath his surface. And if I refuse? Zhao maintained his casual tone, as if discussing the day's weather rather than the lives of his students. Then, the figures pressed their blades deeper into the tense fabric, creating ominous patterns of stress in the protective material. We'll have to settle for ensuring Yano loses an entire generation of promising talents. Not our preferred goal, but the auxiliaries were ready to fight, but Zhao could see the worry in their eyes. Even with all their combined skills, protecting 50 students from a horde of enraged shadow stalkers, plus some extra attackers of unknown rank, would be impossible. The math was simple and brutal. You have to make a decision, Hunter. The voice sounded almost compassionate now. For lives, or 50, the heirs of some noble families, or an entire generation of students. For lives or 50, that's the choice you're giving me. Right, Zhao repeated slowly. Curious. Find more chapters on Empire. The black figures shifted uneasily. Something in Zhao's calm disturbed them more than any display of power could have. Do you know why they call me the Hunter of Yano? He stepped forward, and though the blades pressed deeper into the tense fabric, no figure dared to cut it. It's not for the number of enemies I've eliminated. It's because never, not once, have I let a single target escape. Something changed in Zhao's posture. A shift so subtle that only the most observant noticed it. The auxiliaries formed a tighter circle around the students. But everyone knew that against a horde of maddened shadow stalkers. My choice. His voice became dangerously soft. The black figures tensed when they felt the change in the air. Silver feathers flashed in the darkness, moving with lethal velocity. 10 feathers, 10 targets. The heads of the black figures in his sights. The attack was so sudden that 2 of the hooded figures didn't even have time to react. The feathers pierced their masks with deadly precision, their bodies collapsing before they could scream. The others were faster. Some ducked, others covered with their arms, and some retreated behind the tense folds. The silver feathers cut through the air where their heads had been moments before. The first cut in the tense fabric was the beginning of the storm. Proud fool! The leader's voice resonated with fury as the figures began tearing at the protective fabric. The cuts in the tent multiplied rapidly as the enemies attacked. The first shadow stalkers began entering, their black bodies nearly invisible in the gloom. You could have saved 46 students, the leader continued as more Medusas slipped through the openings. But your pride has just condemned them all. Pride has nothing to do with it, he responded while launching a feather that eliminated the first stalker that came too close. I simply refuse to negotiate with monsters who take children hostage. The sound of tearing fabric was his only answer as more and more Medusas began flooding the space. Zhao's silver feathers flashed in the darkness while eliminating another Medusa slipping through the cuts. His eyes, sharpened by his owl and decades of night hunting, detected every movement in the shadows as if it were daylight. 37. He counted mentally as another feather found its target. The stalkers' bodies fell, but remained dangerous even in death, their mana-absorbing ability persisting for days. More cuts appeared in the tense fabric. The black figures coordinated their attacks, creating strategic openings that allowed more stalkers to enter. Maintain formation. Zhao ordered his auxiliaries while another feather flew from his hand. The auxiliaries reduced the circle even more. Zhao was confused for a moment. It was reduced too much. Were there fewer students now? Chapter 60, Tamer's Battle 2. More cuts appeared in the tense fabric. The black figures coordinated their attacks, creating strategic openings that allowed more stalkers to enter. Maintain formation. Zhao ordered his auxiliaries while another feather flew from his hand. The auxiliaries reduced the circle further. Zhao felt confusion pierce through his battle focus for a moment. Were there fewer students than before? He dismissed the thought. He had enough on his mind dealing with each shadow stalker that breached their perimeter. Every second brought new threats that demanded his immediate attention. Zhao hadn't been lying. This was his territory. The Mist Owl's abilities were perfectly adapted for night combat. In this zone, he could move freely even during the Medusa's hunting hours. He could fly far faster than they could, and was capable of distinguishing them perfectly in the darkness. His enhanced vision turned their greatest advantage into nothing. A single silver feather was enough to kill a shadow stalker, but even with this lethal advantage, he couldn't eliminate such a massive swarm quickly enough to protect a big group all night. There were simply too many, their numbers seeming endless. This doesn't make sense, he thought while eliminating 10 more with precise strikes. Shadow stalkers were exclusive to this region of the habitable world. No one had managed to obtain a shadow stalker from an egg in Yano, and even if they had, a Medusa nearly reached a student. Zhao's feather pierced it just in time, the creature falling dead before it could touch its prey. The control over them, it shouldn't be possible. Even having a contract from an egg wouldn't necessarily explain such mastery over these creatures. Luna couldn't control wolves despite having a powerful shadow one, for example, yet the stalkers moved with purpose, coordinated in a way that defied their very nature. Another section of the tent gave way. The attackers pressed from all directions, their distorted forms suggesting something more than simple manifested beasts. Their movements carried an unnatural fluidity that spoke of powers beyond normal cultivation. Abyssals. The thought made his feathers vibrate with recognition. The corrupted creatures that dwelled beyond known depths and emerged in controlled hordes. But making a contract with one of them, Professor, an auxiliary's cry pulled him from his thoughts. More cuts appeared as the tent began failing at multiple points, their protection crumbling piece by piece. The students clustered in the center, forming an ever-shrinking circle of frightened faces and manifesting beasts. Zhao launched another feather, the silver metal gleaming with Medusa blood. He was fast, he was lethal, he was the hunter of Yano. But even he had limits, and tonight they were pushing him beyond them. How? He wondered while eliminating another wave. How did they manage to contract with an abyssal? What are they willing to sacrifice for this power? The Medusas flooded the tent through dozens of cuts. Zhao's silver feathers flashed ceaselessly, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision. The attacker's leader released a satisfied laugh from outside when Zhao began running low on feathers. His triumph was palpable. It's over, Zhao. Not even you can. Zhao launched his last feathers, striking even the attackers, cutting the tent who were now more visible, eliminating another enemy with lethal efficiency. The movement created a moment of vulnerability that the Medusas rushed to exploit, surging toward Zhao. Exactly as he had planned. The silver feathers illuminated, vibrated, then shot back, returning to their master in an instant. In a flash of impossibly fast movement, the feathers fired out again, now backwards before reattaching to their owner's wings. Dozens of stalkers fell simultaneously, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground in a macabre rain. "Damn you!" The leader lost his composure at seeing they were back where they started with one less person. Everyone attack. I don't care if the heirs survive anymore. The black figures began moving in concert with the Medusa avalanche, their coordinated assault promising swift death. Professor! Ren's cry cut through the chaos. The supports. Destroy the tent supports. Zhao wanted to demand why the boy wasn't hidden where he'd left him, but he didn't hesitate. His feathers found the structural points with surgical precision. The enormous fabric roof began collapsing on all of them, creating a moment of perfect chaos. The attackers retreated instinctively. Fools! The leader roared as the tent fell. You've buried yourselves alive. When the tent collapsed completely over them, the leader decided they didn't need to remove it. They could eliminate their targets right where they lay, blind and helpless. Attack the tent! The fire-wielding attacker from the enemy didn't wait for further orders. His flames began devouring the fallen fabric while his companions struck with other invocation powers or their blades. Let them cook for a moment. The leader smiled beneath his mask. The smoke will make our work easier. The flames spread rapidly across the treated fabric. The attackers waited to hear screams of terror, pleas for help. But there was only silence. What? The leader advanced when the flames finished their work and revealed the interior. Where there should have been 50 trapped and burned students, there was only disturbed earth and a covered hole. Impossible, he whispered as understanding dawned. They've been digging this whole time. Then an explosion launched feathers everywhere, striking the attackers once more. Moments before, Rin crawled out of the office, covered in the shadow stalker skins he'd collected. He decided to wrap himself in them again when the professor rushed out, and he understood the situation. The battle chaos above provided perfect cover for his movement. Sorry, Professor, he thought while moving through the shadows, but I can't stay still when I can help my friends. He found Taro among the group of students. Min was with him, both manifesting their beasts against the imminent threat. Taro, Rin whispered, making his friend jump in surprise. I need you to use your digger beetle and dig. Now. Stay tuned to Empire. Rin? What? Your beetle can go through compact earth very quickly, hurry. Rin explained while another stalker fell, pierced by Zhao's silver feather. We need cover. Taro understood immediately, a trench. His beetle manifested fully, its pincers beginning to work the ground, while Min kept watch. The sound of digging attracted nearby students' attention. A boy with a mole-type beast joined, without hesitation. Then a girl whose rock beast also had a facility for digging. Soon, several students combined their efforts. Above, Zhao continued his impossible battle. His feathers flashed in the darkness, finding target after target, but the stalkers kept entering through the increasingly numerous cuts. Deeper, Rin urged as the hole took shape. Chapter 61, Tamer's Battle 3. Above the trench, Zhao continued his impossible battle. His silver feathers flashed in the darkness, finding target after target, but the shadow stalkers kept pouring through the increasingly numerous cuts in the tense fabric. Deeper, Rin urged as the hole continued expanding beneath them. Sweat beaded on the diggers' foreheads as they worked tirelessly. Rin observed students sliding into the trench while Zhao's feathers grew increasingly scarce. Faster! Rin urged Taro and the others who continued digging. The hole was almost deep and wide enough. 40 students had slipped inside, but the space for those remaining wasn't ready yet. Min, help them smooth the earth there, he directed his friend. Taro, to the right. The earth is softer there. Taro's beetle changed direction, its legs tearing away larger chunks of soil. 2 other students with digger beasts coordinated their movements, expanding the space with efficiency. Their combined efforts made the tunnel grow faster than any single beast could manage. Just a little more, Rin thought while approaching where Luna remained apart, observing the situation with her wolf ready to strike. He extended a hand toward her. I don't need you to rescue me. Luna maintained her neutral expression, avoiding direct eye contact, though Rin noticed her eyes evaluating the distance to the tunnel and the attackers' positions. Rin kept his hand extended, carefully considering his next words. I didn't need you to rescue me from Jean either, or defend me with your opinion in the cart, he responded calmly. But you gave it anyway, so let me repay some of that debt and surprise you again. Trust me this time. Luna met his eyes, studying the daring confidence in them that contrasted with his usual gentle, cheerful appearance. Without a word, she took his hand and slipped toward the hole, her wolf melting into the shadows around them. Klein's group Himfong and Aster needed no convincing. One glance at the situation was enough for them to make the sensible decision and jump into the tunnel as soon as space allowed. Their egos hadn't completely smothered their survival instincts. But Jean, the rotten one, organized that. Jean spat the words with contempt, while his followers nervously watched the stalkers that Zhao barely kept at bay. I'd rather die than follow his plans. Zhao's feathers returned to him. Then the black figures pressed their attack with renewed vigor. If you want to die, that's your problem, Rin said to Jean before turning toward where Zhao was about to be attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. Professor, the supports. Destroy the tent supports. The auxiliaries, who had been watching the tunnel's development with growing attention, exchanged quick glances. They didn't wait for further debate. They grabbed Jin's group and dragged them toward the opening despite their protests. Silver feathers found the supports with lethal precision. As the structure began to collapse, Zhao launched himself toward the tunnel, his feathers returning to him just as the fabric fell over their heads. Absolute darkness filled the narrow tunnel, pressing in from all sides. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with forced intensity, illuminating tense and terrified faces. Their light cast shifting shadows that made the space seem both smaller and larger than it was. Above, they could hear the attackers retreating to avoid being covered by the fallen tent, accidentally touching the fallen life-absorbing jellyfishes' bodies that surrounded the group. What's the plan? Zhao turned to Run. I hope I won't regret playing along with you, boy. We'll be easy prey if we stay like this. First, we need a stronger cover. Rin spoke quickly, urgently. Just a few seconds. I'll explain while they make it. Zhao nodded sharply. Everyone who can manipulate barriers, earth, or rock. His voice cut through the tunnel. We need a ceiling now. Thin, but resistant. Several students responded immediately, their beasts manifesting with defensive purpose. Continue, Zhao ordered while his enormous wings helped support the improvised structure. Rin nodded. Yes, first I'll handle the shadow stalkers, and then you. A blow above them, and the sound of flames interrupted his words. The attackers had begun their assault. Faster, Zhao urged. We don't have much time. The plan is... Taro pressed his hand against the tunnel wall. His manifested beetle vibrated, detecting movements above with uncanny precision. 3 to the right, he whispered. 2 more moving away north. The mole beast boy nodded in confirmation. The other 2 are almost directly above us. Zhao watched Run, his silver feathers gleaming faintly while waiting for the perfect moment. The plan was risky, but better than trying to cover everyone alone. If it worked, he could fight with more freedom. 5 meters. Now! Zhao's command cut through the tunnel's tense air, while the improvised ceiling flew upward, propelled by the Wind Link's auxiliary's power. Zhao's feathers shot through the improvised ceiling, finding several unprepared attackers. Their precision was absolute, even in the chaos of the moment. Above, the attackers' surprise cries confirmed they'd found their targets. The element of surprise worked perfectly. Students with defensive capabilities had already begun forming the new shelter, thicker than before, strategically angled to deflect attacks. Walls began rising around them, each layer reinforcing their protection. Ren pulled out his new Bark Stalker core, his plan to counter the Shadow Stalker's control ready for implementation. He activated the Proto-Core crystal, while beginning to manipulate the frequency in the immediate area around the students. Shadow Stalkers continued approaching from above, but something changed in their pattern when Ren activated the core. The Shadow Stalkers began moving erratically, as if confused by conflicting signals. It's working! Taro shouted while reinforcing a section of the wall. Experience Moron Empire. The students prepared to defend their position with everything they had, while Zhao and 3 of the 4 auxiliaries launched their attack. Zhao didn't hesitate. The moment of surprise was all he needed. His feathers had found vulnerable targets, leaving several enemies bleeding or disoriented. The battle for survival continued with renewed intensity. But this time was different. The auxiliaries could join Zhao in the attack. For the first time since the assault began, they could focus completely on combat without worrying about protecting the students from the Shadow Stalkers. Keep them safe, he ordered the auxiliary with the calcium-plated snail before launching himself toward the group of attackers. It was time to press their advantage. The 7 remaining attackers retreated, their distorted forms moving in impossible ways under the moonlight. Their black fabric, now torn in places, rippled to reveal glimpses of the corruption beneath, flesh fused with beasts in ways that defied nature. Chapter 62, Tamer's Battle, 4. Zhao didn't hesitate. The moment of surprise was all he needed. Keep them safe, he ordered the auxiliary with the calcium-plated snail, just as he launched himself toward the group of attackers. The other 3 auxiliaries followed his lead, each moving with practiced coordination. Their beasts manifested fully. The Wind Link's bearer moved like a gust toward the enemy on the left, his claws gleaming in the darkness. The beast's speed made him almost invisible to the untrained eye. The boar bearer charged against the fire wielder, his defensive plates shimmering against the first corrupt flames. Each step was measured, calculated to close the distance while minimizing exposure. The third auxiliary, his bronze hawk manifesting in copper patterns across his skin, intercepted another enemy on the left. Zhao faced the remaining 4, including the leader. His silver feathers danced between his fingers, each one humming with power. Read exclusive adventures at Empire. The black figures finally dropped their hoods, revealing the true abominations beneath. Forms of the abyssals. Their skin shared that disturbing purple tone that marked their chaotic species from the depths. Each one was a unique nightmare made flesh. The first had tentacles emerging from its back, each moving with its own will, its purple skin pulsing with darker veins that seemed to writhe beneath the surface. The appendages twisted and coiled like living ropes. The second appeared to be a grotesque fusion of giant salamander and crocodile, its slimy skin gleaming wetly in the moonlight. Scales and smooth flesh merged in weird patterns. The third maintained a vaguely humanoid form, but parts of its body melted and reformed constantly, like molten purple wax dancing to some alien rhythm. Its shape was never quite the same from one moment to the next. The leader was a nightmare-given form, an arachnid creature whose face split into 3 distinct mouths, 1 central and 2 on the sides of the jaw. 5 purple eyes moved unnaturally, studying Zhao's every movement with predatory intelligence. The famous hunter of Yano, it smiled, its multiple mouths moving in unsettling unison. How long have you been hunting us without truly understanding what you face? Zhao's feathers danced between his fingers with deadly grace. Long enough to know where to strike. The attack was instantaneous. Silver feathers became streaks of light as they sought vital points. The tentacled one used its appendages to deflect them, but 2 found flesh, drawing purple ichor. The giant salamander spat purple acid that melted both feathers and earth where the hunter had been a second before, while the purple wax being suffered no damage as it tried to flank him. Its mostly fluid form made conventional attacks nearly useless. The arachnid leader observed with its 5 brilliant eyes, its 3 mouths moving in a disturbing smile while coordinating the attack. Behind them, Rin struggled with the barkstalker core. The frequency it emitted made the Medusas hesitate, but they kept approaching, their controller's hold over them too strong to break completely just like that. Around them, the auxiliaries kept their opponents occupied. The Lynx bearer matched his enemy's speed, his precise attacks seeking weak points in their defense. The boar absorbed the corrupt flames with his plates while advancing relentlessly. The hawk demonstrated why it was feared even among bronze beasts, its strikes leaving purple wounds that refused to close. It was a mistake to leave the children alone, Hunter. The leader's 3 mouths moved in unison. Its spider legs propelled it in an attack that Zhao barely managed to dodge. I can sense the pathetic attempt to imitate a male stalker. Zhao blocked a tentacle with his feathers while evading another acid stream. The wax being had split into 3 masses attempting to surround him, each one moving with lethal purpose. You think you can outmaneuver us in controlling this swarm? The leader continued while pressing its attack. We eliminated their male and made the entire swarm watch while we dominated them with my illusion. A simple frequency isn't enough to. It stopped abruptly. Above the hole, a figure rose, a shadow stalker male, its presence making the entire swarm halt. The massive creature's silhouette dominated the night sky. The Medusas began dispersing, their coordinated attack breaking as the Abyssal's control vanished in the face of what appeared to be their true leader. How? The leader's three mouths twisted in confusion, its confidence cracking for the first time. Zhao smiled while his feathers found purple flesh. It seems trusting my least promising student wasn't a mistake after all. Damn cheater. The Abyssal leader's roar cut short in a choked cry as Zhao's feathers found their mark. The distraction was perfect. While the 5 purple eyes were fixed on the illusion above the hole, the hunter attacked without mercy. It wasn't a real male glowing in the night. Ren had combined the natural reflection of mirror mantis plates with the dead Medusa's body, using his mushroom's white glow to create an image that, combined with the frequency, fooled the entire swarm. Silent flight, Zhao whispered. His mist owl responded immediately, its presence vanishing like morning fog, leaving the Abyssals in momentary confusion. The salamander turned frantically, its bifurcated tongue tasting the air for the hunter. A silver flash was its only warning before 3 feathers pierced its purple flesh. The tentacled being thrashed wildly, trying to create a defensive zone, but Zhao was no longer there. He appeared like a ghost behind the wax abyssal, his feathers finding the right consistency to cause real damage to its fluid form. Find him, the leader ordered, purple blood dripping from its wounds while its spider legs moved erratically. He can't. More silver feathers emerged from nowhere, some finding flesh, others forcing the Abyssals to move as Zhao wanted. The hunter of Yano was in his element. The night was his domain, and his mist owl allowed him to move like a specter between shadows. A tentacle found empty air. An acid stream hit lifeless earth. Purple wax masses split and reformed without purpose. The leader's 5 eyes spun frantically, trying to track the invisible predator, slowly bleeding them dry. Only the whisper of feathers and choked cries of pain marked Zhao's presence, appearing and disappearing like the mist itself, each attack precise and lethal. The battle had become a hunt. The hunter was a nocturnal bird of prey. Chapter 63, Taming Illusion and Defense. The Abyssals retreated, bleeding and panting, their corrupted forms bearing the marks of Zhao's precise attacks. The leader looked at its companions, their purple bodies trembling from numerous wounds, but their eyes still gleaming with dark determination. There is no other choice. Its 3 mouths spoke in different tones that created an unsettling harmony. Complete fusion. A shiver ran through the other Abyssals, their corrupted flesh rippling with either fear or anticipation. We need 2 people's mana. And if we fail, one began, its tentacles writhing with nervous energy. We've already failed, the leader cut in sharply. At least this way we'll have a chance. We must reach that cave. Zhao emerged from his invisible state for a moment, launching more feathers that nearly eliminated the tentacled one. The silver projectiles sliced through corrupted flesh with surgical precision. The 4 beings began to flee. While Ren maintained the illusion with his mushrooms, the calcium snail remained defending the group of students. His beast manifested across his body, created whitish barriers that stopped the occasional attacks that slipped through the other auxiliaries' defense. Keep calm, he ordered when a stream of purple acid splashed against his barrier, generating an intense reaction that made the protective surface sizzle ominously. Klein's group stayed organized, their manifested beasts ready to support if necessary. Feng and Aster flanked their leader with practiced coordination, while Jin's group, still resentful about being dragged into the shelter, at least had the common sense to remain behind the protections that all those capable of defense had created. Another attack, this time a fireball that bounced off the boar auxiliary's defense and headed toward the hole. The calcium barrier rose just in time, its surface hardening to deflect the corrupted flames. "Professor!" Klein called out, his golden lion manifesting more fully. We can help the other auxiliaries. Maintain your position. The snail master reinforced another section of the barrier, his determination unwavering. Your job is to survive. From the center of the hole, Rin maintained his concentration with iron discipline. The mushrooms in his hair shone with an intense white glow, reflecting off the mirror mantis plates while Taro and Min manipulated the skinless shadow stalker body above them. A little more to the left, Rin whispered, adjusting the light angle with precise control. We need it to look like it's floating more naturally. Taro struggled to keep the weaver threads taut. It's harder than it looks, he grunted, sweat beading on his forehead. Move it like this. Min took control of the improvised puppet with more fluid movements. A cry of pain drew their attention, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The lynx auxiliary had been struck by one of the abyssal's limbs, a purple myriapod with legs like spears. The corrupted beast had overcome the lynx master's speed, wounding his side, and now turned its attention toward where Run was manipulating the illusion. The brat, the abyssal hissed, its multiple legs moving like poison needles. He's the one interfering with the swarm. The abyssal launched itself toward the hole, but Luna's shadow wolf emerged from the darkness like solidifying ink, its fangs finding one of the attacker's feet with deadly precision. Find your next read on Empire. The abyssal screamed in pain, but its speed barely diminished, the numerous long legs of its beast keeping it perfectly stable despite the injury. But that moment was all the lynx auxiliary needed. His manifested claws flashed in a deadly arc, severing two of the myriapod's legs. However, the victory was brief. Look out! Ren's warning came too late. The abyssal twisted with impossible speed. The myriapod's legs, transformed into living spears, pierced through the lynx auxiliary's chest and shoulder. Blood sprayed as the man screamed, his manifested claws losing their gleam. Teacher! Min loosened the threads, maintaining the floating male illusion. The dead shadow stalker's body wobbled dangerously. Taro cursed, trying to compensate, but his movements were clumsy and abrupt under the pressure. No! The threads! I can't. Taro's hands shook while he fought for control. It's too complicated. Meanwhile, Luna's shadow wolf continued its assault with relentless precision. It appeared from one shadow to bite a leg, disappeared before the counterattack landed, emerged from another angle to tear purple flesh. A deadly dance of appearances and disappearances that kept the abyssal occupied, preventing it from finishing off the lynx auxiliary's life. Min! Rin shouted while helping Taro and maintaining his mushroom's glow. I need you to help the teacher. Taro can maintain the illusion alone. But, listen to me. Rin didn't take his eyes off the mantis plates reflecting his light. Your snake can direct mana to heal. It's one of its innate abilities. You need to make it flow in a spiral from outside to center. Now, he urged. The teacher will die if you don't close those wounds. Min nodded, his water snake manifesting as he sent it to the injured auxiliary. The mana began flowing following the pattern Run had shown. Luna remained focused, her eyes following every movement while directing her beast in this lethal dance of hit and run tactics. Taro let out a grunt of effort. The shadow stalker's body tilted dangerously. I can't. Taro's hands trembled violently. It's falling. Focus. Rin adjusted his light angle with desperate precision. We can't lose the illusion now. Min's snake had reached its target. The energy began flowing, seeking the wounds, closing them slowly but steadily. The lynx auxiliary started breathing more easily as the mana did its work. His claws regained some of their luminescence. Min, he whispered hoarsely, you're doing it. Keep going. The abyssal roared in frustration, its legs moving increasingly erratically. Each time it thought it had the wolf, the beast dissolved into shadows only to reappear at another point. It was like trying to stab smoke. Luna remained motionless in the corner of the hole, her eyes fixed on the battle while her beast moved as a perfect extension of her will. A powerful beast, the myriapod hissed while its legs dodged another wolf attack. But its owner is just a defenseless girl. Luna maintained her impassive expression, her eyes fixed on the battle while her wolf continued its assault from the shadows. Do you know what's faster than your wolf, little one? the abyssal's legs tense like coiled springs. Me. It launched itself like lightning toward Luna, completely ignoring the shadow wolf's next bite. The lynx auxiliary, finally recovering enough to rejoin the fight, intercepted the attack with his manifested claws. "Luna," he shouted while containing the spear-like legs. "Fall back!" But the myriapod twisted in an impossible way, its rear legs propelling it over the auxiliary. Luna barely had time to blink before the corrupted beast was above her, its legs descending like a rain of death. "Too slow," the abyssal roared. Chapter 64, Taming Flexibility and Speed. "It's falling," Taro shouted, his hands trembling as he struggled with the delicate control required. No, softer," Rin urged while the Medusas began showing signs of doubt in their movements. "The motion has to flow, like air is water. Think of natural movements, not forced ones." "I'm trying." Taro's hands shook with the effort of controlling the threads, each tremor threatening to reveal their deception. "You're making movements that are too tense. Close your eyes," Rin interrupted, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Forget the threads. Think about your beetle, about how it will be when it evolves." "But we're in danger? I can't relax if—" "A living tunnel doesn't fight against the earth." Ren's voice softened despite the chaos, carrying wisdom beyond his years. "It doesn't scrape, doesn't push. It undulates, flows, makes the earth dance around it. Your beast will do this when you finish training, just like the mana movement during cultivation." The Medusas stirred restlessly, the incomplete signal pattern making them hesitate between their natural instincts and the artificial control. "Let tension go, breathe deep," Rin insisted, guiding his friend. "Let your arms move like your beast will, like water beneath the earth." Taro breathed deeply, his eyes closed. For a moment he could see it, his beetle transforming, becoming something more fluid, more natural. The vision was so clear it took his breath away. His arms began moving with a different rhythm. No longer fighting against the dead shadow stalker's weight, he let his movements flow like liquid earth, each motion smooth and purposeful. "That's it." Run adjusted his mushroom's glow to complement the new rhythm. "Keep it just like that." Above, the Medusas responded to the completed pattern. The danger signal finally registered in their primitive minds, and they began retreating toward their cave, their movements becoming more natural and coordinated. "I'm doing it," Taro whispered, a smile forming on his face while maintaining the undulating movement. "I can feel it. This is how it will be." "Like dancing earth," Rin confirmed, proud that his friend had found that connection with his future evolution. The salamander-shaped abyssal ran, his purple skin gleaming with cold sweat. His supernatural senses were stretched to their limit, trying to detect where the next attack would come from. A whistle, barely perceptible in the night air. He threw himself right, just as 3 silver feathers pierced the air where his head had been. He didn't even have time to recover when 2 more emerged from an impossible angle, one finding flesh in his shoulder and drawing corrupted blood. "Where is he? Where is he?" The hunter was like a ghost in the darkness. There were no footsteps to hear, no presence to detect. Only the deadly whistle of feathers and the pain they brought with them. Ahead, he could see its companions, the tentacled one bleeding profusely, the purple slime being having lost consistency in several places. If he could just reach them. Your next chapter is on Empire. Another attack, this time from above. He rolled desperately, but a feather found his leg. The pain was unbearable, but the terror was worse. Every time he thought he had found a pattern in the attacks, Zhao changed it with lethal unpredictability. The rumors were true, he thought while another feather grazed his neck. The hunter never lets his prey escape. A movement in the shadows. Was it him? No, another distraction. The feathers came from the opposite side, piercing through scales and flesh as if they were paper. He couldn't even scream anymore. Fear had closed his throat. All he could do was run, crawl, try to reach his allies while silent death followed in the darkness. Why had the leader accepted this mission? Why had they provoked the hunter in his own territory? Another whistle. More pain bloomed in his corrupted flesh. The salamander panted, his purple blood leaving a trail as he ran through the night. If only I could see him, he thought desperately. As if answering his wishes, Zhao's figure appeared before him. His eyes lit up. Throughout the entire chase, the hunter had been attacking from the shadows, never giving an opportunity to counterattack. But now, a chance. The salamander felt his ancestral venom accumulating in his glands. At last I can see him, the attack he had been saving, his trump card unfurling like a deadly flower. The abyssal's corrupt acid wasn't like normal beasts. It didn't just melt flesh and bone, but disintegrated the target's very mana. A single direct hit, and not even the hunter of Yano could maintain his beast manifested. Zhao launched a wave of silver feathers, but the salamander was ready. His purple muscles tensed to their limit, enduring the pain as he launched forward while his body twisted unnaturally to dodge each projectile by millimeters. "I have you," his throat expanded, preparing the stream of corrupt acid. The lynx auxiliary finally recovered enough to rejoin the fight, his wounds still bleeding but closed thanks to Min's intervention, intercepted the attack with his manifested claws. "Luna," he shouted while containing the spear-like legs with desperate strength. "Fall back!" But the myriapod twisted in an impossible way, its rear legs propelling it over the auxiliary. Luna barely had time to blink before the corrupted beast was above her, its legs descending like a rain of death. "Too slow!" the abyssal roared in triumph. A barely perceptible smile formed on Luna's lips. Her body began dissolving into shadows just as the legs were about to reach her. The shadow wolf appeared in her place, its fangs finding the myriapod's center while Luna emerged from the shadows several meters back, her timing perfect. "Damned brat!" the myriapod roared in fury. The lynx auxiliary, his body still aching but wounds closed thanks to Min's healing, saw the opening. His manifested claws gleamed as he launched forward. The myriapod detected the attack, its legs spinning to intercept, but that was exactly the moment Luna's wolf had been waiting for. It sank into the shadows once more, this time flowing over the corrupted beast like living darkness. The wolf wasted no time, its fangs finding the abyssal's neck just as the lynx's claws tore through its front legs. The scream that followed was a horrible mixture of insect chirp and bestial roar. Purple blood sprayed as the shadow wolf shook its prey, its fangs sinking deeper. The myriapod's legs thrashed frantically, but without its front legs, its attacks had lost their deadly power. "It's over." Luna gestured and her wolf gave the final pull, tearing through flesh and tendons. The abyssal's body twisted one last time before collapsing, its multiple legs twitching as life abandoned it. "Who's too slow?" she whispered. Chapter 65. Taming the Hunt and Tasks. The abyssal's corrupt acid wasn't like normal beasts. It didn't just melt flesh and bone, but disintegrated the target's very mana. A single direct hit, and not even the hunter of Yano could maintain his beast manifested, leaving him vulnerable. Zhao launched a wave of silver feathers, their deadly precision cutting through the night air. But the salamander was ready, his corrupted body prepared for this moment. His purple muscles tensed to their maximum, enduring searing pain as he launched forward while his body twisted in unnaturally fluid motions to dodge each projectile by mere millimeters. "I have you!" His throat expanded, preparing the stream of corrupt acid that would end the legendary hunter. At this distance, there was no way to dodge. All he needed was one direct hit to turn the tide of battle. Victory was within his grasp. His jaws opened beyond what should be physically possible. The purple acid gleamed between his fangs, ready to erase the hunter from existence, his corrosive power promising a horrible end. Zhao launched one final wave of silver feathers, but the salamander was ready for this desperate attack. The acid would destroy the feathers without leaving a trace, and finish Zhao in the same deadly stream. He had him. The great hunter of Yano was finally within reach. Generations in Yano would remember this moment. The gleam in Zhao's eyes should have warned him that something was wrong. Silent flight. Zhao murmured before disappearing like morning mist. A whistle, not from ahead but from all directions at once. The feathers that the hunter had been planting during the chase, dozens of them strategically positioned, returned to their master with lethal purpose. The salamander only had time to comprehend his fatal error before the silver metal pierced it from every possible angle. Its last thought was understanding that Zhao had never been following it. He had been expertly guiding it into a perfectly orchestrated trap. Its body collapsed, purple blood forming a pool. One less, the hunter murmured as the last feathers returned to him. His eyes were already fixed on his next prey, calculating their demise. It's over. Luna gestured and her wolf gave the final pull, tearing through flesh and tendons with savage precision. The abyssal's body twisted one last time before collapsing, its multiple legs twitching as life abandoned its corrupted form. "Who's too slow?" she whispered, satisfaction evident in her usually cold voice. "Impressive." The lynx auxiliary dropped to one knee, the effort taking its toll on his newly closed wounds. "But now return to the shelter." "We can keep fighting." Luna stepped forward, but the auxiliary raised a hand to stop her. "I know." He smiled despite the pain radiating through his body. "But your wolf isn't the only one who can move in the shadows." He rose with effort, his claws gleaming again with renewed purpose. Across the hole, the boar master continued maintaining a defensive battle against the fire abyssal, his plates glowing against the corrupt flames. "Protect your companions," he ordered while preparing to move. "Leave the rest to us." Luna nodded slightly, her wolf returning to her side as the lynx auxiliary launched himself toward the other battle, his speed surprising despite his injuries. "Be careful," she thought while returning to the shelter. The shadow wolf followed like a second shadow, its eyes gleaming in the darkness with protective intent. "They won't come back for a while." Rin observed the night sky, where the last medusas were disappearing toward their cave. "We have at least an hour before they get bored of following protocol and return a hunt." Taro and Min exchanged worried looks. They knew that expression on their friend's face. He was planning something potentially dangerous. Is the illusion no longer necessary? Luna appeared near the group, her voice cold as always. There was no sign of fatigue in her despite the intense battle she had just fought. "Not for now." Rin studied the continuing battle. The auxiliaries were pressing the fire abyssal, but its corrupt flames maintained a defensive perimeter. "I need you all to help the teachers." "How?" Min asked, his water snake coiling in anticipation. "Taro, your beetle can." Rin began laying out his plan. "Now you give orders?" Luna's eyebrow arched slightly, but there was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Suggestions," Rin corrected smoothly. "Taro can endure quite a bit with his beetle to defend them in case of attacks. Min, your snake can weaken the pyromancer's control from afar. Just shoot water at him." He turned to Luna, meeting her penetrating gaze. "And your wolf can support the auxiliary master with the hawk." "What about you?" she interrupted. It wasn't a casual question. She had noticed something in his posture. "Continue reading on Empire." Rin adjusted the shadow stalker skins. "I have an idea, but it's complicated to explain." "You're going to do something stupid." It wasn't a question. Her shadow wolf manifested briefly, its eyes gleaming with the same intensity as its owners. "Probably," Rin admitted with a small smile that did nothing to ease their concerns. Luna studied him for a moment before turning away. "Don't die. It would be annoying to miss Wei's expression when you win the bet." "Trust me." Rin smiled while sliding out of the shelter. Coming from Luna, that was practically a declaration of concern. "I just need to verify something." The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed as he slipped out of the hole, leaving his friends with worried but determined expressions. They had work to do. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he followed the trail of purple blood. The signs of Zhao's pursuit were everywhere: feather marks in the ground, splashes of abyssal blood, trees damaged by dodged attacks. "The professor is impressive," he thought while studying the scene. But his eyes stopped on a silver feather that gleamed faintly. The constant launching and retraction of his weapons, maintaining his silent flight technique, the continuous manifestation of his 3 silver rank powers. All of it required a big amount of mana. Zhao maintained a perfect facade of control, but Rin could see the subtle signs of exhaustion in the patterns of his most recent attacks. What worried him most was his own ignorance. For the first time, the knowledge flowing through his golden mushrooms encountered a void. The abyssals were creatures beyond his current understanding, There was no information in his shrooms about their weaknesses, their patterns, their limits. If the professor falls, the thought made the mushrooms pulse with concern. Without Zhao, they would be at the mercy of these corrupted creatures. The auxiliaries were competent, but against more abyssals. Rin adjusted the bag on his shoulders. He couldn't stand by with crossed arms waiting for the best. I may not have knowledge of the abyssals, he thought while beginning to move in the direction the tracks indicated. But that doesn't mean I can't do anything. Chapter 66, Taming the Fusion. Zhao continued the pursuit, but the enemies were almost reaching their destination. Only 2 followers remained. Too many had fallen to the hunter's silver feathers. You, the leader pointed to the semi-fluid being. Intercept Zhao. We need time. The slime abyssal tensed visibly, its purple eyes glowing with fear. Sir, against the hunter. Are you questioning a military order? The leader's 5 eyes blazed with fury. Or would you prefer your family to experience the new laboratory procedures? The slime being shuddered. He knew what that meant. He had seen the results of those procedures on the families of deserters and traitors. Without another word, he turned to face the approaching hunter. The abyssal leader stopped beside the massive corpse of the shadow stalker male. You, the leader addressed the tentacled one. Prepare yourself. I'll need your core to stabilize the process. A 50-50 chance is better than dying without achieving anything, isn't it? His 3 mouths twisted into a grimace as he brought his hands to his chest. The black fabric fell away, revealing a torso covered in purple scars. In the center of his stomach, a creature writhed. With a grunt of pain, he plunged his fingers into his own stomach. My captain! The tentacled one watched in horror as his leader extracted something from within, a female shadow stalker, clearly having been part of him. The creature twisted weakly before dying. Partial fusion is painful. The leader dropped the now dead beast beside the male's corpse. But complete fusion. He stopped, his body trembling from the trauma of extraction. There's a better chance of success if you help me. But if it fails, we'll die. The tentacled one completed. An unnatural opening appeared in the leader's stomach, like a huge mouth revealing entrails that moved like tiny tentacles, each ending in a small pulsing mouth. Connect, ordered the leader while kneeling beside the body. Your core must stabilize my fusion long enough. You must help me circulate the mana, or I'll explode. The micro-tentacles extended, connecting with the male's corpse. The abyssal groaned when chaotic energy began flowing. It was like acid running through his veins. AGH. The leader arched when the connection completed. Corrupt energy flowed through all 3, the enormous corpse, the subordinate's core, and his own abyssal essence. Captain, the tentacled one could barely speak. Each energy pulse was like a knife in his entrails. I don't know how long I can. Hold on. The leader's 3 mouths roared. His 5 eyes began glowing with a sickly purple while his body started changing. If we fail here, everything will have been in vain. The corrupt energy increased. The bodies began to merge, their essence mixing with the leader's. Read exclusive adventures at Empire. The tentacled one screamed in pain when his core began resonating with the fusion. In the distance they could hear sounds of battle, the slime being facing the hunter. They didn't have much time. Just a little more. The leader extended his arms. His purple skin bubbled as the shadow stalker's essence integrated with his being. It was pain beyond comprehension, but he couldn't stop. Not now. The tentacled one fell to his knees, purple blood flowing from his eyes. His tentacles pulsed erratically, desperately trying to maintain the connection. The complete fusion was in its final stage. I just have to resist. The slime abyssal tried convincing himself while his fluid parts expanded, creating a wider defensive zone. Just until the leader completes the fusion. A whistle in the air, silver feathers approaching from his right. His body liquefied in that area, letting the projectiles pass through harmlessly. Interesting defense. Zhao's voice came from somewhere in the darkness. But too slow. More feathers, this time from 3 different directions. The abyssal transformed parts of his body into liquid shields, but some feathers found solid areas, drawing grunts of pain. I can't keep my entire body liquid, he thought frantically while scanning the shadows. I need solid organs to function, and he knows it. A silver flash there. The abyssal launched a wave of liquid projectiles toward where he'd seen movement, but found only empty air. Too obvious. Zhao appeared briefly in another direction, his feathers flying with deadly precision. The abyssal turned, transforming part of his torso to liquid, but wasn't fast enough. 2 feathers found his right side, which he needed to keep solid. He barely managed to deflect enough to avoid fatal damage. "Damn you," he roared while counterattacking with liquid whips. "I'm just buying time. When the leader completes the fusion, you won't live to see it." The abyssal's eyes widened. The voice had come from all directions. Turning around, he saw feathers gleam everywhere, and then understood. The feathers that had been grazing him, the ones he dodged. Zhao had been creating a perimeter. A final whisper came from behind. "It's over." Dozens of silver feathers returned to their owners simultaneously, all piercing the space where the abyssal stood. He desperately tried to liquefy his entire body, but it was impossible. There was always a part that had to remain solid. The abyssal scream cut off when the feathers pierced him from every possible angle. His purple blood splattered the ground while his body tried to stay together, liquid and solid parts mixing in his agony. Zhao appeared again before the dying abyssal, but this time there was no energy in his posture. He leaned on one knee, his breathing heavier than it had been in years. A fatal mistake. The abyssal gurgled purple blood. "The damned hunter is tired of hunting." The abyssal's body collapsed, its liquid parts solidifying in death. Zhao allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. The constant use of his abilities had drained more mana than expected. "I've never let an abyssal escape," he thought while standing with effort. "And I won't start tonight." But the abyssal leader wasn't planning to run anymore. A movement in the darkness made him tense. His feathers, stained with purple blood, gleamed faintly as he prepared for another confrontation. The figure that emerged from the shadows made his eyes narrow. Where before there had been an arachnid-shaped abyssal, now rose a bone-white aberration. Hundreds of tentacles emerged from its body, some thin, others thick. But what caught Zhao's attention was the face, or rather, the faces. On the creature's chest, grotesquely fused, were the features of the abyssal leader and his tentacled subordinate. Chapter 67, Tamer's Battle, Revenge, 5. The abyssal leader wasn't planning to run anymore. A movement in the darkness made Zhao tense. His feathers, stained with purple blood, gleamed faintly while he prepared for another confrontation. The figure that emerged from the shadows was a bone-white aberration, but purple veins pulsed beneath its surface like sickly rivers of corruption, each beat sending ripples across its unnatural flesh. "Impressed, hunter?" The words resonated in a distorted manner from the creature, its tentacles undulating as if they had lives of their own, while the moonlight revealed its true form in all its horrific glory. Hundreds of tentacles emerged from its body. But what caught Zhao's attention was the face, or rather, the faces. On the creature's chest, grotesquely fused like a twisted sculpture, were the features of the abyssal leader and his tentacled subordinate. Their expressions frozen in a moment of eternal agony. It hadn't been a fusion, it had been an absorption, a betrayal made flesh. That had been his true plan. His own subordinate, a dead Shadowstalker male's body, impossible. Of course it wouldn't work alone. It needed fresh material. What he hadn't told his lackey was that with a dead body, it wouldn't work, so during the fusion, some of his entrails had connected with the tentacled abyssal and absorbed him too. A perfect betrayal hidden behind false promises of a shared victory. Now it was capable of controlling long tentacles, absorbing energy, and controlling male Shadowstalkers, a combination that made it a nightmare given form. "Hello again, Zhao." The voice sounded distorted, but also vengeful, each word dripping with years of cultivated hatred. "Do you remember the Ravencrofts?" Something in that name made Zhao tense imperceptibly, a memory surfacing from years of hunting. Discover hidden content at Empire. "My son, Marcus Ravencroft." The creature continued while its tentacles undulated hypnotically. 3 years ago, near the border, Zhao remembered, a young abyssal, barely transformed, too inexperienced to have been in the field. The mission had been quick, precise. Like most of his hunts, there had been no hesitation. Adrian Ravencroft. The creature formally introduced itself, its tentacles extending like a grotesque bow. Though I suppose the name doesn't matter much anymore. A sound behind called his attention, making the hairs on his neck rise. Zhao didn't need to turn completely to sense the massive presence behind him. His instincts, though exhausted, warned him of the danger even before he shifted his stance. The Shadow Stalker male rose in the darkness, its white body reflecting the scarce light, but its eyes glowed with the same sickly purple that pulsed beneath the aberration's white skin. Surprised, Adrian's tentacles undulated with savage pride. 3 years looking for this. 3 years since you tore my son apart like he was just another name on your list. Zhao maintained his position, his silver feathers gleaming faintly while evaluating the situation. The Shadow Stalker male moved in an unnatural way, as if invisible strings were pulling it like a puppet. It was a reconnaissance mission. Adrian's voice grew deeper, more bestial with each word. His first mission, there wasn't even supposed to be combat. The tentacles began moving more erratically, some drawing dangerously close to Zhao, who couldn't afford to waste energy. Not yet. Each movement had to count now. But the great hunter of Yano never lets his prey escape, right? Purple veins pulsed beneath the creature's white skin, no matter if it's an experienced warrior or a frightened boy. The Shadow Stalker male took another step closer. Zhao could feel its mana absorption ability. In his current state, a single touch could be fatal. So I studied every report, every sighting. Adrian extended more tentacles, their tips gleaming wetly in the moonlight. I learned about your patterns, your routes, your precious territory. The Shadow Wolf Heiress, he spoke while studying Zhao's movements. That's my mission. Incline's group if possible. Zhao noticed something in the creature's chest. Where the faces merged, there were marks of pain, as if the union had been forced. The flesh around the fusion points was raw and pulsing, speaking of recent and violent transformation. A traitor noble from your beloved Yano pays well for this mission. Very well. And when I learned the target was in your territory, the perfect opportunity. The tentacles tensed like coiled springs. 2 birds, 1 stone. The mission in revenge. Revenge? Against the executioner, and not those who gave the order? And your subordinate? Asked Zhao, his eyes studying every movement. Was he also willing to be part of your revenge? Marcus wasn't my only son, Hunter. Adrian's voice grew deeper, more bestial with each word. And some still live. The implication was clear. Hostages in Yano, ensuring his loyalty through the most brutal means. You know, Marcus cried. That noble told me in the report you said he cried and begged. But you didn't even hesitate. And your subordinate? Didn't he have a family to protect too? Don't you dare judge me. Adrian's voice distorted further while his form expanded like a blooming nightmare. Not when you blindly serve corrupt Yano. At least I know I'm a monster. The laugh that followed was a horrible sound, like breaking glass mixed with dying screams. Sure, I killed my subordinate for my goal and became this, but does it matter? Look at us now. Stronger, more perfect. And you. The tentacles tensed while the Shadow Stalker male prepared to attack, its unnatural movements becoming more fluid. You're exhausted, Hunter. Your feathers barely shine. Your mana nearly depleted. Zhao allowed himself a small smile. 3 years studying me, Adrian? You should know. The silver feathers began to shine. That the Hunter of Yano always saves something for the end. Die. Adrian's tentacles launched like living spears while the Shadow Stalker attacked from behind, their coordinated assault promising certain death. Zhao counterattacked, his feathers finding and cutting through several tentacles with surgical precision despite his fatigue. The Shadow Stalker male began draining mana from the area. Zhao could feel his energy weakening even faster, each movement requiring more effort. Why the Shadow Wolf Heiress? Zhao launched to cut another assault of tentacles, though more slowly. What is the traitor noble plan? Does it matter? Adrian released a grotesque laugh. You'll be dead soon. And she... well, who knows? The silver feathers cut through tentacles that wouldn't stop coming. Zhao moved between shadows thanks to his silent flight, but each movement was slower, more predictable. Ready to die, hunter? Adrian extended more tentacles, while the shadow stalker male closed the circle with its own. Their trap was nearly complete. Another wave of tentacles. More feathers flew, severing corrupted flesh, but Zhao noted with concern that each attack forced him to launch them in specific directions. His options were becoming limited. Is that all? The tentacles hammered against the feather rain. Is this the legendary hunter? Zhao's feathers began to fall, their gleam growing dimmer with each passing second. The hunter of Yano finally seemed cornered. Before I kill you, the tentacles pressed their attack while the male drained more mana from the area. Which Yano noble do you think paid for this mission? Chapter 68. Tamer's Battle, Death. 6. Is that all? The tentacles advanced against the rain of feathers, their corrupted flesh seeming to mock the silver light. Is this the legendary hunter? Zhao's feathers began to fall, their gleam growing dimmer with each passing second. The hunter of Yano finally seemed cornered, his legendary prowess failing at last. Before I kill you, the tentacles pressed their attack while the male drained more mana from the area, creating a vacuum of power. Which Yano noble do you think paid for this mission? Zhao cut through 3 more tentacles, his feathers increasingly scattered. Silent flight finally vanished. He had to save mana to use it when it would truly give him an opportunity. Do you really know? Zhao breathed heavily, surrounded by both male and aberration. Or, they don't trust you enough to tell you? Silence. More tentacles attacked. Zhao's last feathers flew to intercept them with desperate precision. Adrian smiled, his fused face contorting grotesquely. It's over, hunter. Your precious feathers are scattered exactly where we wanted them. One last recall would be a useless waste of your already diminished mana from that angle. Then I'll have to use something more efficient. Zhao's hands glowed as he adopted a stance Adrian recognized. Bird of prey talons? Adrian burst into laughter while Zhao launched forward. Your last card is your bronze rank short-range ability. No more mana I see. But Zhao disappeared. One final flash of silent flight. The Shadow Stalker male, now with almost no tentacles, barely had time to register the movement before the manifested claws tore through it. The male died, but the victory was brief. Zhao fell to his knees. The claws vanished while his poorly positioned feathers lay useless around him, their silver light barely visible in the darkness. Pathetic, Adrian's tentacles rose and surrounded him for the final blow. In the end, you couldn't even find out who ordered all this before running out of mana. I'll tell you only because you're already dead. Zhao braced one leg to stand, his breathing labored and heavy. You know what's funny? Adrian moved his tentacles almost lazily while watching Zhao struggle to rise. This mission, the nobles called it asset recovery, as if their nephews and children were objects. Luna and Klein's group, the tentacles oscillated hypnotically. Alive preferably. They'd pay 10 times more if we brought them as hostages instead of simply eliminating them. The Blackburns? Zhao coughed, his eyes studying the tentacles surrounding him. Or perhaps the March family? Higher. Adrian released a distorted laugh. Much higher. First Minister Silvercliff himself. That made Zhao pause in his attempt to stand. The First Minister of Yano. If true, this was bigger than he had imagined. Though, the tentacles drew closer. Money stopped mattering to me long ago. Do you know what would be more valuable than gold, hunter? Zhao managed to get both feet under him, though his body trembled with the effort of standing. Seeing your face when I kill your supposedly precious students. One by one. Slowly. Adrian's eyes glowed with sickly malice. Destroy your facade. The great protector of Yano. Powerless while I destroy everything he swore to defend. My students, Zhao finally straightened, though the effort seemed to be tearing him apart, are not supposedly precious, they are precious. Oh, are they? Adrian expanded his tentacles in a theatrical gesture. The noble hunter, the dedicated professor. How many have you sent to die in missions like my Marcus's? How many children have you sacrificed for the good of Yano? The difference, Zhao stepped forward, is that I'm not the one pushing them. Not the one giving orders, and I'm not pretending to care. I truly care. Care. The tentacles tensed. I hope that's true. But don't think I'm stupid. I won't take you alive, so you can recover mana and pierce me with your hateful feathers. I'll just give you my word. When I'm done with you, I'll take my time with them. Especially with that little fungus who tried to trick me with his Shadow Stalker illusion ploy. Zhao took another step, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. What's wrong, Hunter? Adrian mocked. Are your legs shaking? Or is it truly the guilt of knowing they'll die for your failure? You're wrong about something, Adrian. Zhao stood completely straight, though the effort was visible in every line of his body. Oh, what am I wrong about? My students won't wait to be eliminated, and they don't just matter to me. Zhao's eyes gleamed with something that made Adrian hesitate for a moment. They're the only reason to stand one last time. Zhao's trembling hands rose, preparing for the final effort of recalling his scattered feathers. Really? Adrian burst into laughter that made his tentacles vibrate. This is your grand finale? Calling your feathers when you have no mana left? You'll burst your veins for nothing, but if you want to suffer for free, go ahead. Zhao stepped forward, his entire body shaking with the effort of staying upright. Pathetic. Adrian's tentacles undulated with anticipation. You'll really do it, the great hunter of Yano, dying like a sentimental old fool. Another step. Zhao's legs barely supported him now. You know what? The tentacles began to tense. I'll give you the killing blow now, because you make me feel too much pity. It's the least I can do to honor the legend and not feel I hunted you in vain. Zhao staggered forward, his arms extended in a gesture that seemed more plea than threat. You disappoint me, Hunter. All tentacles rose simultaneously. I expected a more dignified end. Zhao lunged forward with one final, enormous effort. Adrian's attack was brutal, dozens of tentacles piercing Zhao's body from every possible angle. The impact's force raised dust and debris. Where there should have been flesh and bone, the tentacles found only air. And then he heard it, quick, precise footsteps behind him. Adrian turned his monstrous head, just in time to see Zhao, running behind him. His eyes blazed with iron determination, while his hands completed the recall gesture. The silver feathers responded. All of them. Discover stories at Empire. Every feather that had been forced into specific safe angles for Adrian during the battle returned to its master. But now from the opposite side, tearing through Adrian's aberrant form on their way. Dozens of them, cutting tentacles, piercing corrupted flesh, destroying everything in their path. I'm impossible. Adrian choked on his own purple blood. Silent flight. But you had no mana. Never used it. Zhao caught the last returning feather. Since the last silent flight, I was already behind you. But how? Another illusion. Zhao stepped toward the dying creature. I told you my students wouldn't wait for you to come for them. I also told you, didn't I? The tentacles began to fall, lifeless. The hunter of Yano, Adrian released a broken laugh while his body began to collapse. Rin emerged from the shadows where he had been controlling the professor's illusion at a mirror angle with the mantis plates. Always saves something for the end. He doesn't disappoint after all. The aberration that had been Adrian Ravencroft collapsed, its form twisting as the forced fusion finally came undone. Chapter 69. Taming the Small Rest. The hunter of Yano, Adrian released a broken laugh while his body began to collapse. Rin emerged from the shadows where he had been controlling the professor's illusion at a mirror angle with the mantis plates. Always saves something for the end. He doesn't disappoint, after all. The aberration that had been Adrian Ravencroft collapsed, its form twisting as the forced fusion finally came undone. Rin wasted no time, moving directly to the Shadow Stalker male's corpse, not to Zhao, his priorities clear even in the aftermath of battle. Good timing, Zhao murmured while falling to his knees, his legendary strength finally failing him. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. Although he had feigned the trembling in his legs and having not a drop of mana for Adrian, now he truly was depleted. The cost of maintaining his deception near the draining zone had been steep. You used the illusion at the perfect moment, though it was risky coming out of hiding with that thing still alive. Rin barely nodded, too concentrated on his task. His hands moved with precision around the Shadow Stalker male's corpse, carefully avoiding the tentacles that still retained traces of abyssal power and absorption properties. The enemy was already finished, and I had the illusion overlapped with you from the start. I didn't guess when you disappeared. It was easy because mantis mirror plates are perfect for creating illusions, he commented while delicately extracting the core. Especially when there's little light. Zhao observed his student work. The weakest in the class, the one everyone underestimated, had helped instantly after arriving with just a glance. The boy's efficiency was almost unsettling. Though Rin didn't mention it, Zhao realized, since his sound control had allowed him to detect the exact moment the boy arrived. When did you notice? Rin asked without looking up from his work, his fingers moving with care. When I used silent flight and saw my body where it shouldn't be. Zhao released a small laugh that turned into a cough. Though I could have missed that detail in the heat of battle, luckily I knew you were trying something when you arrived and paid attention to where you were pointing that mirror. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly while he finished extracting the core. It was larger than the bark stalkers, and the abyssal corruption had given it a sickly purple tone that seemed to absorb nearby light. The basic sound control of your owl to project your voice's sound to the illusion's location. Rin examined his prize carefully, was perfect to help making the enemy believe you were still in front, then making him think you couldn't stand, and making him hear your illusion talk was unexpected. It was brilliant. Although, he turned toward his professor, who remained on his knees, breathing heavily from exhaustion. You really ran out of mana this time, didn't you, Professor? It was worth it. Zhao looked at Adrian's shattered body. We got a name, Silvercliff, and interesting materials. Rin carefully stored the core in a special container. Though I wonder if the abyssal corruption. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he observed the abyssal bodies that had separated after the forced fusion collapsed. Their flesh still writhed with residual energy. The corrupted Shadow Stalker male's corpse lay to one side. Professor, Rin pointed timidly toward the deformed mass. That one too. Zhao shook his head, still catching his breath. That one will have to take to the city for analysis. Sorry, but when I make the official report. I understand, Rin nodded, though his eyes remained fixed on the interesting patterns of the failed fusion. Each twist and curve held potential knowledge. However, Zhao looked toward the other Shadow Stalker male, the one controlled by tentacles. You can keep that one. After all, without your help with the illusion. Ren's eyes lit up as he returned his attention to the core he had already extracted. The abyssal corruption had given it unique properties worth studying. Ren turned his focus back to the Shadow Stalker male, using weaver threads to manipulate the tentacles without touching them directly. His movements were precise, almost ritualistic in their care. They should be fine, with the auxiliaries united and the extra support from Luna and Min. He stopped, concentrating on wrapping another particularly long tentacle. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while he selected the least damaged pieces. We should return, Ren murmured, his voice smaller now that the adrenaline was beginning to fade. The reality of how dangerous it had all been started to sink in. Ren approached his professor with concern evident in his movements. Can you stand? One more moment. Zhao tried to rise but had to lean on one knee again. I need to recover some mana before moving. Sometimes pretending to be weak is more exhausting than actually being weak. I'll keep that in mind if I ever have to pretend to be the weakest student. Ren waited in silence, his mushrooms pulsing softly while studying their surroundings. The night had been more instructive than he'd expected, though the abyssals. A shiver ran down his spine remembering how they had fused, how they had corrupted even the local beasts. Not being able to access information about something felt strange now, like a blind spot in his understanding. Zhao remained seated, his breathing more stable, but still visibly exhausted. His feathers barely gleamed in the darkness. After several minutes of silent work, while letting Zhao rest, Ren stored the last specimen. Professor, we should. The Shadow Stalkers? Zhao tried to stand again, his movements careful and measured. The deception will keep them away for about 20 more minutes. Ren adjusted his containers carefully. After that, Zhao managed to stand, though the effort was visible. Time enough, but in your condition. Ren hesitated, looking at the distance they needed to cover. It will be inconvenient. Zhao took an experimental step, his legs still shaky from mana exhaustion. But we'll make it. They began their return journey, moving slower than either would like. The night had been long, and it wasn't over yet. Professor, he whispered after a moment. Why did they want Luna and the others? Zhao looked at the night sky before answering. That, along with the name we obtained, is something we'll have to investigate very carefully. Chapter 70, Taming Protection. Min had reduced the pyromancer's power, something the auxiliaries hadn't initially agreed with, their protective training flaring against him getting aggroed by the attacker. It's too dangerous to expose a student, they had protested, but when his water began effectively reducing the abyssal pyromancer's flames, their protests transformed into tactical orders. Every splash weakened the corrupted fire's intensity, so they left their complaints for later. The combat had ended quickly after that. The pyromancer, unable to maintain his defensive zone under constant aquatic assault, fell to the auxiliaries' coordinated attack, his corrupted flames sputtering out against the relentless water. Later, the complaints would turn to praise from the snail auxiliary. The remaining abyssal, now surrounded by all three auxiliaries and Luna's wolf, decided to flee rather than face such overwhelming odds. Now, in the improvised shelter, the calcium-plated snail auxiliary tried to maintain order. Several students were too excited about having participated, boasting about their contributions with youthful enthusiasm. I made that wall that stopped him. My lightning almost hit him. Silence. The snail auxiliary reinforced another section of his barrier, his patience wearing thin. Or have you forgotten the incident with Master Jared, the boar one? Some students shrank back, remembering how a misdirected attack had struck the auxiliary's back instead of the enemy. That painful lesson was still fresh, which had led to the snail auxiliary forbidding any attacks except from Min or Luna. In the wolf's case, it was clearly on another level entirely. At least Min really helped, Taro murmured. His friend's water had soaked the auxiliaries too, but that had ultimately contributed to their victory. Luna remained apart from the others, her shadow wolf returning to report the last abyssal's position, who had opted to flee when surrounded. He had fled in the direction where the first group had escaped from Zhao, perhaps seeking his leader's aid. They should have let me help, Klein complained quietly, his golden lion manifesting with contained frustration. My beast is more powerful than... Luna's look silenced him instantly, her cold gaze brooking no argument. Discover exclusive content at Empire. This is ridiculous. Jin's voice cut through the tension. He just got lucky having a water beast. Anyone could have done the same. Sure, Min responded softly, a slight smile playing at his lips. Are you perhaps jealous of my snake? Jin turned red with rage, but before he could respond, he seemed to notice something amiss in their group. Wait a minute. Where's the rotten one? The silence that followed was revealing. No one had noticed when Ruin had abandoned the shelter. I knew it. Jin swelled with renewed indignation. The coward ran while we were all fighting. Min and Taro exchanged worried looks, knowing their friend was out there somewhere in the night where abyssals still lurked. The calcium-plated snail auxiliary evaluated their situation with professional scrutiny. The shadow stalkers would return soon. Taro had informed him that Ren's trick had sent them to their cave, but they would eventually return to their hunting territory. We need to reinforce this shelter, he announced while studying how to create a roof in the hole, with a small but well-positioned ventilation shaft. Are we staying here? A student complained, voicing what many thought. It's dark and damp. I prefer dark and damp to being drained by those jellyfish, the auxiliary responded dryly. Those with earth or rock beasts help with structure. We need this place to hold for the rest of the night. The roof is almost ready, reported one of the students with an earth beast. Will the vent here work? The auxiliary nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. Not only did he have to keep the students safe, but Zhao was still out there, and if what Taro said was correct, the shadow stalkers wouldn't take long to return. This stinks. The air feels stale in here with the rotten one's friends, Jean commented in his group, his disdain evident. Jean, the snail auxiliary interrupted while supervising the new roof's construction. If you have so much energy to complain, help reinforce that section. Luna observed everything in silence, her shadow wolf occasionally manifesting outside to explore the surroundings. Klein and his group kept apart, clearly bothered by not having participated in the defense. "By the way, how did you find me?" Zhao asked as they advanced slowly. The exhaustion was visible in every step he took. "I followed the battle's traces," Ren responded, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. "The patterns in the blood stains, the marks from the feathers. You surprise me more and more." Zhao glanced at him sideways. "Did you perhaps find some hidden ability in your spore? Do those mushrooms feed your brain and give you a super sharp mind, perhaps?" Ren hesitated a moment. "Something like that. It gives me information about beasts and their behaviors. And sometimes I can use that knowledge to deduce other things." "I see." Zhao smiled slightly, though it was evident he wasn't completely convinced. He probably thought the boy was simply a genius hiding behind modesty. "I look forward to seeing what other surprises you have in store," the professor continued. "Though I'm afraid it will have to be another time. The expedition must end here. We need to report this and secure the children. It seems they're the target of some noble's dirty battle." "It's a shame." Ren adjusted his containers full of specimens. "Though at least I got a good harvest." A noise alerted them. Quick footsteps approaching through the darkness. Zhao's feathers flew before the fugitive Abyssal could even register their presence. Despite his exhaustion, the hunter's precision hadn't diminished. The enemy, already tired and wounded, fell lifeless instantly. "Professor!" The falcon auxiliary emerged from the trees, followed by the boar and lynx one. They stopped upon seeing the Abyssal's body. "We arrived late." The lynx one observed the feathers of Zhao. As always, the hunter never lets his prey escape. "The students?" Zhao asked while recovering his feathers. "Safe," the boar master responded. Carl, the snail one, stayed guarding the hole. Rin looked at the sky. They had less than 10 minutes before the Medusas returned to their territory. Chapter 71, Taming Return. The calcium snail manifested another barrier when Jean began another diatribe about Min's luck. The protective shield shimmered in the dim light, reinforcing their safety. "Silence," ordered the auxiliary. "Your chatter is bringing them back." The shadows over the ventilation shaft confirmed his words. The shadow stalkers had returned to their hunting territory. The students held their breath as the beasts passed above them, their presence a palpable weight in the darkness. The plan seemed to work. The bat jellyfishes couldn't detect them through the cover, until one began descending toward the small ventilation shaft, its tentacles probing curiously. "Should seal it completely," thought the auxiliary while preparing his beast. "The air will last long enough for—" A silver feather pierced the shadow stalker, which fell lifeless. The precision of the strike was unmistakable. As if it were a signal, the rest of the swarm began rapidly moving away. "You can come out," Zhao's voice came from above. "The area is clear." Zhao and the auxiliaries began carefully dismantling the shelter's cover. The snail master constructed a calcium ladder for the students to emerge in small groups, each step solid despite its translucent appearance. "Finally!" exclaimed a boy upon exiting. "I couldn't stand the smell anymore." "Silence!" ordered the lynx auxiliary sharply. "We're not safe yet." The students emerged to find their professor along with the other 3 auxiliaries. Run was with them, carrying what appeared to be several skin bags/containers and a crystal emitting some kind of magical wave. "Carefully," indicated the lynx auxiliary. "Maintain order and silence." Min and Taro practically jumped on Run when they emerged, their relief evident in their enthusiastic greeting. "Where were you?" whispered Taro, giving him a small push. "You worried us." "What happened out there?" whispered Min, his eyes fixed on the sealed containers. "Why did you leave like that?" "I wanted to verify something and get the professor's help." Rin responded evasively while securing his specimens with meticulous care. "Verify what?" Taro insisted, his curiosity evident. "Nothing important. Trust me." Rin adjusted his equipment straps. "There are things better not discussed here. Things like controlling nocturnal stalkers, apparently." Luna's voice startled them. She had approached silently, moving like a shadow herself. Her eyes studied Ren's containers with genuine curiosity, her gaze penetrating. It's not what it seems." Ren avoided her penetrating gaze and shifted uncomfortably. No. Luna tilted her head. Because it seems you weren't just keeping the shadow stalkers away, you were actually doing something more interesting. Rin swallowed hard. The intensity of her stare was unsettling, as if she could see right through him. I don't know what you're talking about. He tried to sound casual but failed. Luna observed the mushrooms in his hair. I suppose those sealed containers are full of common earth then. It's just... And I suppose Professor Zhao just happened to find you on the way back. I don't know what you're talking about, Rin insisted, avoiding any direct answers. Of course you don't. Luna narrowed her eyes, her shadow wolf briefly manifesting behind her. Taro and Min exchanged confused looks, but Rin could feel cold sweat on the back of his neck. Luna took another step closer, her voice barely a whisper. I'll find out soon. You speak truths and lies at interesting moments, fungus. She moved away as silently as she had come, leaving Rin with the uncomfortable feeling that she had seen more than he wanted to show. What was that? Asked Min, bewildered by the exchange. Nothing. It's time to go. Rin changed the subject while the auxiliaries began organizing students for the return. The carriages are waiting. Pack your things, ordered Zhao. The covered carriages await. The expedition is over for this occasion. But what about gathering? Someone protested. Safety is priority. Zhao responded in a tone that admitted no discussion. Collect everything. We're leaving. Jean seemed about to say something more, but one look from the snail auxiliary silenced him definitively. Continue your adventure with Empire. This gathering trip had been more than enough for one day. The students began boarding the carriages, some still excited commenting about the battle, others visibly relieved to be returning. The night's events had left their mark on everyone. What's in those containers? Asked Jean, eyeing Rin suspiciously before boarding his own carriage. Did you sneak away to collect what Professor Zhao defeated while the rest of us were fighting? Before he could continue, Zhao intervened with a gentle tap to Jin's head. Those containers are sealed for a reason, and you should be boarding over there. Luna observed everything in silence while her shadow wolf manifested nearby, as if ensuring there were no more threats. Her eyes briefly stopped on Rin before turning to join her group of noble girls. Klein's group kept apart, though it was evident they were still upset. The incident had revealed too much. The attack hadn't been random, and they had been a specific target. Zhao stopped beside Rin as he finished arranging his containers. Rin, Zhao leaned slightly, his voice gentle despite evident exhaustion, his tone having lost the usual formality of classes. Do you think you could do something more with that crystal of yours? Something more? Rin blinked, protectively hugging one of his containers. For the return journey, Zhao gestured toward the other carriages. Could that crystal of yours keep the Medusas away during the entire trip? Ah, Rin's eyes lit up with understanding. I can keep them away. He touched his lip, thoughtful. I just need to go in front. If I stay in the front carriage, Rin nodded while adjusting the core. The effect will make them gradually disperse, as if following the male. I just need to keep it active. Zhao contained a smile at the childish enthusiasm. Of course. In fact, I insist you go to the front. Perfect. Rin smiled broadly before remembering who he was talking to. Yes, Professor. Also, Zhao continued as the boy climbed into the carriage. I want to thank you for your help today. Not everyone keeps calm in a situation like this. Rin shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It was nothing. I just wanted to help, and you did. More than you imagine. Zhao gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. You deserve a proper reward. I'll see what I can get from the academy that might be useful to you. Rin's eyes widened like saucers. Reward? Like cultivation materials? Would that be useful? Zhao smiled mysteriously. We'll see what I can do. As the professor walked away to organize the departure, Rin could barely contain his excitement. Academy materials. With luck they would be. A movement in the nearby shadows caught his attention. But then he stopped. Everything ready? The snail auxiliary's voice startled him. Why, yes. Rin looked away from the trees. It must be his imagination. Chapter 72. Taming Estimation. The carriages are reinforced, Zhao explained to 3 of the auxiliaries. We'll maintain a tight formation to take advantage of our lucky fungus's crystal, and keep an eye open. We can't assume there won't be more attempts tonight. They were ready to depart, with only one auxiliary remaining near the clearing's edge where the carriages waited. When, "Wait!" Han shouted while running from nearby bushes toward the last carriage, adjusting his belt, his face red from exertion and his clumsy movements betraying his rush to reach the carriages before they left. "I'm coming." Finally, Klein snorted with irritation. "I thought you'd gotten lost in the forest." "Hey, Han, weren't you just going to pee?" Jean smiled maliciously. "Congratulations on holding it so long during battle and in the hole without soiling your pants." New endurance record. Laughter erupted in several carriages. Even some of the more serious students couldn't contain a smile. The echo of laughter bounced between trees while Han, his face now the color of a ripe tomato, climbed into the last carriage. "Shut up," he muttered, though his voice was lost among more laughter when Jean began dramatically imitating someone desperate to find a bush. "Silence and order." The snail auxiliary tried to sound severe, though the corner of his mouth curved slightly. "Everyone to your places." Rin observed the scene from the front carriage, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly with the more relaxed atmosphere. After so much tension, even a silly joke served to lighten the weight of what had happened. That's when he saw it again. A quick movement caught his attention from the corner of his eye. At first he thought it was another shadow stalker, but the flight pattern was different. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with curiosity when he managed to better distinguish the form. A flying beast, but its feathers had a color that didn't correspond to any species in the area. How strange, he thought as the carriage pulled away. Those markings, "Move out." The Lynx auxiliary's voice pulled him from his thoughts. The carriages began moving, the laughter from Jin's joke finally fading. They finally arrived at their dorm. The creak of the door opening made Lu jump in his bed. "Who?" He sat up alarmed, his bat briefly manifesting before recognizing his companions. "You're back already?" "But it's barely—" "Long story." Taro mumbled while collapsing onto his bed without even removing his shoes. Min was already snoring before his head hit the pillow. His water snake coiled lazily around his neck, also exhausted. Did something happen? Lu watched with concern as Rin carefully stored several sealed containers under his bed. "We'll tell you tomorrow." Rin barely managed to remove his boots before sinking into his mattress. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, as if they too needed rest. "But," Lu began, only to notice his three companions were already deeply asleep. Sleep enveloped Rin like a warm blanket. His body ached from the day's effort, but it was a satisfying pain. Images of the mysterious bird and its markings floated in his mind as he sank into well-deserved rest. Some hours later, a ray of light hit his face directly. Rin grunted, trying to turn away from it. Something wasn't right. The ray was moving in his eyes, and there was a shadow. His eyes opened slowly, his blurry vision gradually focusing on the beautiful face of a woman floating right above him, her radiant smile promising pain in his immediate future. "Good morning, my favorite student," Rin screamed, or at least tried to. The sound was muffled when Lin covered his mouth with her hand. "Shoo," her smile widened. "Let your companions sleep a bit longer. They don't have special training today. Stay tuned for updates on Empire." "Fainting." Rin tried to speak through Lin's hand. "Of course." Lin finally released him, only to grab his arm and begin dragging him out of bed. "It's a perfect day for exercise." "But," Rin stumbled while being dragged toward the door. "We were supposed to return the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow should be free days." "Oh dear." Lin dragged him through the hallway like a rag doll. "Did you really think coming back early meant more rest? How adorable." "But I'm tired." Rin tried to resist, but Lin's strength far surpassed his. "We had a very intense expedition yesterday. More reason to train." Lin didn't even slow down. "We must maintain momentum. Besides," she briefly stopped, her smile turning mischievous. "A little bird told me that a certain student had an interesting role in last night's events." Rin paled. "How did you—" "Oh, we'll have plenty of time to chat." Lin resumed her relentless march toward the training field. Between exercise and exercise, the mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly, as if they too wanted to protest. But they knew Lin well enough to know it was futile. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, promising a long, very long day ahead. Rin collapsed onto his bed, every muscle in his body protesting from the brutal training. Through the window, he could see his companions enjoying their free day in the gardens. At least I can organize everything now, he mumbled while crawling toward his containers, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing weakly from exhaustion. He took out his treasures one by one, carefully aligning them on his bed. Knowledge flowed naturally while he evaluated each piece. First, the cores. The mirror mantis core shone with a metallic gleam, a complete bronze core, perfectly preserved. Next to it, the shadow stalker male's core emitted a faint purple pulse from the abyssal corruption, but was still a complete core. These two are the most valuable, he murmured while examining them, though they're also the least valuable, and the corruption. The other cores were different. The worms and the bark stalkers were more primitive, incomplete storage structures. These would serve better as process materials than real cores. He continued with the skins, almost 100 shadow stalker skins, some slightly damaged from battle. With luck about 150 to 200 crystals each, the best perhaps 250. The worm teeth gleamed with an opaque tone. Resistant as bronze rank though their iron, interesting. The mantis plates reflected light hypnotically. Rin smiled, remembering how he'd used them. The complete set could be worth quite a bit. Shame I didn't get it at school. The weaver thread Min and Taro had gifted him from their own gathering gleamed with a silvery tone. Not much, but could be useful. The female shadow stalker body and male tentacles occupied a special container. These are harder to value, but I have an idea for their use. In another container, the bark stalker powder mixed with moss and herbs from its shell. Good medicine materials. The cave crystals formed a small, brilliant pile. These are purer than normal ones. The mana density is better. The weaver molt and deep earth completed his collection. Rin began making calculations on paper. Mantis core, male core, corrupted, primitive worm core, 100. Primitive bark stalker core, 200. Skins, average 200 crystals, 20,000 total. Mantis plates. Worm teeth, 10, 100. Weaver thread, 500. Body and tentacles. Vitality powder, 300. Herbs and moss, 500. Pure crystals, 1,000. Weaver molt, 300. Deep earth, 500. Pure crystals, 500. Crystals, 5,000. Total, 30,000. Chapter 73, Taming Value. I have about 30,000 crystals total according to the numbers in Lu's book. If I wanted to sell everything and got the best price, he murmured while reviewing his calculations. And that's without counting what the school will duplicate from the official report. Maybe an extra 25,000 with luck. Plus what I can mine in the remaining days of the month. It was a good amount, more than he had expected to get from this expedition. His careful planning had paid off. But for his plans, still need a bit more if I want to start now. He sighed while beginning to carefully store everything away. But maybe I could start with... A shout of laughter came from the garden. His companions played carefree under the afternoon sun, enjoying their well-earned rest. Free time, he murmured with a mixture of envy and resignation. Someday I'll have free time, when all this bears fruit. At least, he smiled while sealing the last container. Training with Lin is showing results. Even if it hurts. His eyes stopped on the male's corrupted core. There was something about those purple veins that intrigued him, something his knowledge couldn't quite decipher completely. Ren slapped his cheeks and stood up. If he wanted to progress, he would have to keep working, and today he had a place to go to capitalize on his gathering reward. The exchange window. The exchange warehouse was enormous, its high shelves filled with materials of every kind. The usual aroma of dried herbs and minerals mixed with the unmistakable smell of tanned leather and metal, creating an atmosphere that spoke of countless treasures. The main window was occupied by a long line of older students, so Rin headed to one of the side ones. A young girl, perhaps around 20, was clumsily organizing papers behind the counter, her movements betraying her inexperience. Hello? Rin approached with his samples. Stay updated with Empire. The girl jumped in surprise, scattering several papers. Ah, I'm sorry. She quickly bent to pick them up, hitting her head against the counter in the process. Ouch! Are you okay? Rin couldn't help but smile at her flustered state. Yes, perfectly fine. The girl emerged rubbing her head, her hair becoming disheveled in the process. Welcome to the exchange warehouse. I'm Jessie, and I'm here to help you. Her enthusiasm was contagious despite her evident nervousness. Thanks. Rin began taking out his samples. I wanted to check some prices. Of course. Jessie pulled out a thick appraisal manual much larger than Lou's, eagerly flipping through it. Several pages crumpled in the process. Oh no, wait. While trying to fix the wrinkled pages, Rin noticed she had cat ears, her spirit beast. First, Rin placed the weaver mold on the counter. Could you check this? Sure. Jessie examined the mold with genuine interest, her cat ears perking up. Let me see. She began searching through the manual, muttering to herself. Scales, fur, here. No, wait, those are reptilian. White scales. Ah. Her eyes lit up with professional excitement. Oh, these are complete. The quality is very good and... She paused to search another page, her enthusiasm making her movements less clumsy. Yes. The wear pattern indicates they're from a recent molt. That makes them more valuable. Really? Rin leaned in with interest, curious about her detailed assessment. Well, Jessie consulted a value table, her tongue peeking out slightly while calculating. Normally they'd be about 300 crystals, but in this condition, 450. Rin whistled softly. Wasn't expecting that much. It's because of the preservation. Jessie smiled, gaining confidence in her expertise. Look at these marks here. She pointed with genuine enthusiasm. It means they retain all their original flexibility because they haven't dried out. Next, Rin showed the mirror mantis plates, their surface catching the light beautifully. Wow! Jessie's eyes widened like saucers. These are beautiful. And you have 5 complete ones. She quickly flipped through the manual, accidentally dropping more papers in the process. Oops, doesn't matter. Let's see. Her expression turned serious while consulting several tables, her professional side emerging. They're very valuable, especially because they have the bottom layer intact. Looks like they weren't ripped off as usual. Are you planning to sell them? No, just wanted to know the value. Oh well. Jessie made more calculations. As a complete set, I'd say 5,000 crystals for all 5. The reflective properties are intact, and it seems there isn't even a trace of the bad smell from flesh or hemolymph, which is rare. Rin nodded, impressed. It was more than double what he had expected. When he brought out the shadow stalker skins, Jessie let out a small squeal of excitement. The quality is incredible. Look at this sheen. There, She nervously consulted the manual. 300 crystals each for the best ones, 250 for standard. But, they need treatment soon. Jessie bit her lip with genuine concern. Shadow stalker skins are delicate. Properly treated, they'd be worth double, but she blushed slightly. I wouldn't recommend trying without experience. It's very easy to ruin them. Rin appreciated her honesty. How long do I have? 3 days maximum. Jessie consulted another table with practiced efficiency. After that, they'll start losing properties. There's a processing workshop on the 3rd floor. Isaac would be the best for this. She pointed vaguely upward while gathering the scattered papers. All right. Rin smiled while helping her collect them. You're very good at explaining things. Jessie blushed at the compliment, her cat ears twitching. Thank you. I'm new and still a bit nervous. They continued reviewing the rest of the materials, which turned out to have values very close to Ren's calculations. Jessie gained more confidence as they progressed, her expertise shining through her initial clumsiness. So, Ren began storing his samples. The processing workshop, you said? Yes. Jessie nodded energetically. 3rd floor, 2nd door on the right. Just be careful with the stairs. She blushed again, clearly speaking from experience. Ren laughed. Thanks for all the help, Jessie. Come back anytime. As Ren climbed the stairs, one of the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Jessie noticed it for the first time, and her expression changed subtly. Oh, she thought. He's the spore boy. A mixture of pity and curiosity crossed her face, until something clicked in her memory. Wait, Jessie stood and searched through the delivery drawer papers. There's a note. I'm sure that, but Rin was already heading upstairs. Oh no. Jessie held the envelope she had just found, the words for Run, written in elegant handwriting on the front. I should have remembered earlier. She bit her lip, watching the boy's figure disappear toward the third floor. But another student arrived at her window. Chapter 74, Taming Processing. Third floor, Rin murmured, adjusting his bag filled with precious skins. Time to process some hides. The workshop was a spacious area filled with work tables and shelves of tools. The air was thick with the smell of tanned leather and fixative products, each scent telling a story of materials transformed. A short man with a thick gray beard worked at one of the tables. He was barely 10 centimeters taller than Run, but his hands moved with the certainty of years of experience, each motion precise and purposeful. "Excuse me," Run approached. "Mr. Isaac?" "That's me," he responded without looking up from his work, his focus absolute. "What do you need, boy?" "I'd like to use the workshop to process some skins." This caught Isaac's attention. He turned, his shrewd eyes studying Run, until they noticed the mushrooms in his hair. His expression softened with a hint of pity that Run was all too familiar with. "What kind of skins?" "Shadow Stalker." Isaac whistled softly. "How many?" "Almost 100. Look, boy." Isaac set down his tools, his expression turning serious. "Shadow Stalker skins are delicate. One mistake and—" "I know," Ren interrupted, determination in his voice. "But I'd like to learn." Isaac sighed, scratching his beard thoughtfully. "I'll show you the facilities, but I insist you should let someone with experience. Could I pay you to process the first 10? Ren brought out some skins carefully. "I'll pay for the service and materials. I just want to see how it's done." Isaac studied the skins with a critical eye, his expertise evident in every glance. Good quality, would be a shame to ruin them. He considered the proposal for a moment, weighing options. "Fine, but it'll cost you 100 crystals per skin, 50 for labor plus 50 for materials." Rin nodded and watched attentively while Isaac prepared his workspace. Knowledge flowed while the artisan explained each step, every detail adding to Ren's understanding. First, the base solution. Isaac mixed several liquids with practiced ease. 3 parts fixative, 1 stabilizer. This works for any skin you want to treat. Ren began noticing details. The Shadow Stalker skin fibers had a peculiar pattern, unlike others, which meant they may needed different proportions for optimal treatment. "Why use standard fixative?" Ren asked, his curiosity genuine. "It's what I always use," Isaac responded without pausing. "Works well enough. Wouldn't powdered crystal fixative be better?" Isaac paused briefly. "Would be slightly better, yes. Also 3 times more expensive. Not worth it. The skin doesn't have its own mana." Ren reflected while the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. "It would need much less crystal powder than normal." He observed how the standard fixative saturated the fibers. It was too much. The fibers didn't need that amount because— "Why use so much fixative?" Ren asked, his mind connecting patterns. "Better ensures preservation," Isaac answered without stopping, "especially with delicate skins." Based on the responses, knowledge whispered that the proportion could be better. 4:1 would give the skin more flexibility without compromising durability. Your next read is at Empire. Then, we immerse for exactly 10 minutes. Isaac continued, his movements precise. Not one more, not one less. Maybe 8.5 minutes would be ideal for Shadow Stalker skins, Ren thought, but limited himself to nodding. Isaac's expert hands worked with mechanical precision, stretching and treating each skin. His movements were perfect, but the materials— Ren took mental notes of each step. The technique was impeccable, but with the right materials— done. Isaac displayed the first batch of processed skins. "See the difference in texture and shine? You could sell them for 300, but now for 450. Ren nodded. Subtracting the 100 crystals per skin, the profit was 50. The result was good. But could it be exceptional? Still want to process the rest? Yes. Ren began storing the treated skins carefully. "Thanks for the demonstration. You'll regret it," Isaac murmured. though there was a glimmer of respect in his eyes. The facilities are available to students, but if you damage anything, you pay for it. Rin went down to the warehouse with a clear mental list. Jessie was still at her window, organizing papers with slightly more success than before. Back so soon, she smiled warmly. Needs standard fixative, he told Jessie, but also some bronze-grade powdered crystal. Bronze grade? Jessie consulted her manual. That's 10 times more expensive. Quite fine. Only need one small 100 crystal cost unit, Rin began calculating. Also stabilizer and half premium stabilizer. While Jessie gathered the materials, her eyes stopped on something on her desk. Oh, she exclaimed. The note. Almost forgot again. She took an elegant envelope and extended it to Rin. Arrived this morning. It's for you. Rin accepted the envelope while paying 500 crystals for his materials. Thanks, he stored it carefully. He would finish with the skins first. That fresh knowledge in his mind shouldn't be wasted. As he climbed back to the workshop, a smile formed on his face. The mushrooms pulsed softly, as if approving his deductions. Rin organized his workstation methodically, aligning the materials in the order he would need them. Let's see, he murmured while measuring the base fixative. Unlike Isaac, who used a full measure per skin, Rin added only 3/4. Then, with extreme care, he dusted a tiny amount of powdered crystal over the liquid. The fixative glowed faintly upon contact with the crystal, exactly as Rin expected. The skin's conductive fibers only needed that minimal mana guidance. He prepared the stabilizer solution in another container, heating it precisely to a shadow stalker's body temperature, slightly cooler than what Isaac had used. Knowledge told him the fibers would respond better this way, as they did when the beast was at rest. The first skin was immersed in the modified fixative. Rin counted the seconds carefully, observing how the fibers absorbed the solution. When he extracted it, he noted with satisfaction that the shine was even more intense than in the skins Isaac had processed. 8.5 minutes, he murmured while transferring the skin to the salamander solution. The fibers began tensing and relaxing in a rhythmic pattern, expelling soft fats and proteins. With each skin, Rin refined the process. He discovered he could reuse the salamander solution more times than normal. Shadow Stalker skins barely altered its composition if they had no residue from the first process. The crystal fixative also yielded more, as the conductive fibers only took what they needed. Isaac approached occasionally to observe, his expression oscillating between skepticism and curiosity. By 2 p.m., when Rin had processed almost half his skins, the artisan had to admit the results were exceptional. Never seen that deep shine, he commented while examining one of the finished skins. And the flexibility. Chapter 75. Taming Processing 2. Isaac approached occasionally to observe, his expression oscillating between skepticism and curiosity. By around 2 p.m., when Rin had processed almost half his skins, the artisan had to admit the results were exceptional. Never seen that deep shine, he commented while examining one of the finished skins. And the flexibility. It's because the fibers are perfectly aligned, Rin explained while immersing another batch. Like when the Shadow Stalker prepares to sleep. I achieved it using a different fixative proportion and very little bronze crystal powder. Look. Isaac paused briefly, interested. Why does it work with so little powder? Continue your journey on Empire. Powdered crystal fixative is designed for most skins, which have residual mana, continued Rin, his knowledge helping him understand, to then explain. That's why they use so much powder, to seal the skin with more mana. But here there's no mana to seal. Interesting theory. Isaac stroked his beard thoughtfully. In 8.5 minutes, he murmured. Not 10. Why 8.5? The base solution is green slime oil, right? Rin sniffed slightly. The mushrooms had given him the answer to that sense owner already. Shadow Stalker skins have 15% less fat and water than others. Isaac looked at him with renewed interest. Continue. If the solution maintains that pattern, Rin pointed to a freshly immersed skin, 8.5 minutes is enough to expel all matter that could rot. Fascinating, Isaac murmured. And that makes such a difference? The conductive fibers adapted better. Rin traced the patterns in the skin. Like I said, just like when the shadow stalker goes to sleep, Isaac processed the next skin following Ren's suggestions. The result was subtly different, more flexible, with an even deeper shine than what Ren achieved. With the old man's technique, the best possible skins were born. Well, the artisan nodded appreciatively. Seems there's more in that head of yours than just fungi. Ren smiled, the mushrooms pulsing cheerfully. By the end of the day, Ren had processed all his skins using barely a tenth of the materials normally required, and his mixtures never became contaminated. Each piece gleamed with a deep luster, the conductive fibers perfectly preserved in their optimal state. You could make a career of this, Isaac suggested while Ren packed the last skins. You have talent. Ren smiled but shook his head. He had other plans for his future. While cleaning his workstation, he calculated mentally. The reduced material cost and his own labor meant more profit per skin. And with the improved quality, the selling price would also be higher. Not bad for half a day's work, he thought while carefully storing his production. The warehouse was quieter when Ren returned. Most students had already left, leaving only the occasional sound of papers and soft tinkling of crystals. Ren could have gone to the more experienced lady with burned scars in her hands, but decided to return to Jesse. You're back. Jesse smiled, seeing him approach with his package. How did the processing go? Ren carefully laid the skins on the counter. The deep shine immediately caught Jesse's attention. May I? She asked, extending a hand toward the nearest one. Ren nodded. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while Jesse examined the first skin. Amazing, she murmured, running her fingers over the surface. The flexibility is perfect in this shine. She held the skin up to the light. Are you sure this is your first time processing? Isaac helped. This is the best work I've seen from Isaac so far. Well, I haven't seen too many. Has he been working worse lately? Jesse continued examining. The fibers are perfectly ordered. Almost looks like they could start breathing at any moment. She pulled out her appraisal manual, this time with professional enthusiasm replacing her earlier nervousness. Let's see. Premium quality, exceptional preservation. Her fingers ran through price tables. How many do you have? 90 to sell. I'll keep some. Jesse nodded. Let's see. At the base price of 450 crystals for premium quality, plus the bonus for perfect fiber preservation. She made some calculations. I can offer you 550 for each. I'll take it, Ren responded without hesitation. Done. Jesse began counting. Though I'll have to bring more from the vault. How many did you say? 90. Yes. That's 49,500 crystals total. Jesse blinked at the speed of the calculation. Let me verify. Yes, exact. Give me a moment. While Jesse headed to the back of the warehouse, Ren organized the skins in groups of 10. Some of the best quality ones were already set aside for his own experiments. Planning to use them to buy something now or want crystals to save? She asked while completing the paperwork. Don't trouble yourself. I already know what I want to buy. I have enough to begin my cultivation. Jesse's hands paused briefly while counting. Cultivation? Yes, I have enough to evolve my spore. But, Jesse continued counting, though more slowly. Wouldn't it be better? She stopped, biting her lip. Better what? It's a lot of money, she continued carefully. There are other ways to invest it. The materials market always needs intermediaries, and I don't know how you obtained all this being so young, but if you save... Ren waited, knowing what was coming. It's just that. Jesse placed another group of crystals, with a spore. That beast doesn't, even with the best cultivation. Well, even if you were to follow my advice. The city's regulations are strict. Without an appropriate rank, you won't be able to establish yourself in the commercial zones or operate a business in the inner districts. Ren completed. Exactly. Even with capital, the rank restrictions are somewhat unfair. Jesse stopped, uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Since you can't even reach bronze to operate businesses or trade outside school, right? Jesse blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Don't worry, Ren smiled. I know the regulations. My father always complained about them. I also know what everyone thinks about my beast. But you'll be surprised. By the way, Jesse seemed to remember something while trying to change the subject to hide her rude slip. Did you open the envelope I gave you earlier? Ren blinked, surprised by the question. The envelope? Yes. I gave it to you when you came for the processing materials. Ah, that envelope. Rin patted his pocket where it still rested unopened. Haven't had time. Must be important, Jesse insisted. The messenger who brought it was very specific about delivering it to you. All the windows knew about it. Rin nodded, though his mind was already on his next steps. With these crystals, he could finally begin his real work. Chapter 76, Taming Processing 3. Rin broke the blue wax seal, intrigued by the envelope's formality. Then he extracted a letter written in elegant calligraphy. Dear Rin, I have spoken with the director about your performance during the expedition. Your support was crucial, and more importantly, you demonstrated an exceptional understanding of beasts that frankly intrigues me. The director has authorized a special support of 100,000 credits for the exchange store. Consider it recognition for a promising student. Perhaps I should start believing in that knowledge of yours and see what it can do with a small push. Whatever you're planning, I hope this helps you achieve it. I'll be absent for a while arranging certain matters. We'll see each other upon my return. Professor Zhao. Rin read the letter twice, processing the implications. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with accelerated rhythm. 100,000 credits. His eyes shone while making mental calculations. With that, he could buy the materials, his parents' runes, and save his crystals for other needs. Perhaps the mantis core wouldn't have to wait so long. Jesse, he called while returning to the counter. I need to make some purchases. So soon? Are you sure about? Jessie was still worried, but her expression changed upon seeing the official letter. Oh, I have authorized credits. Rin showed the director's signature. I need specific materials. Jessie checked the authorization with increasingly widening eyes, then checked the credit book. 100,000. It's true. What do you need? First, 10,000 in discarded bronze-rank beast parts, Rin began listing. But only tissues from woody or rocky beasts like the rock crocodile you had a few weeks ago. Woody ones? Jesse consulted the catalog. We have some forest guardian remains and still have some of the crocodile you mentioned. But are you thinking of cultivating a ghoul monkey? Don't worry, I know what to use them for. I also need poisonous fungi, the luminescent ones imported from there. Jesse worried slightly. Those are 3,000 each. How many? 10, Rin responded without hesitation. 30,000 just in fungi, Jesse made notes. The woody tissues would be about another 10,000. Anything else? 1 intelligence rune and 2 vitality ones. Jesse stopped her pen. Those are quite common, but do you have them? Yes, but Jesse hesitated. That's another 30,000 credits. And normally they're only used by beasts that can process large amounts of information. The vitality ones aren't good either. A spore. She stopped, uncomfortable. A spore wouldn't benefit because it only slightly increases strength, right? I didn't mean. Doesn't matter, Rin smiled. I want them anyway. Jesse nodded and began processing the order. It'll take a while to gather everything. The discarded parts are in the special warehouse and the runes in the vault. While waiting, Rin mentally reviewed his plans. The crystals he'd gotten from the skins would serve other purposes. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Soon, very soon, everyone would understand that a spore could be much more than they imagined. Here you go. Jesse returned with several sealed containers. The fungi are in special containers. They're extremely toxic. The tissues are preserved with their original moss. And the runes. She held a small crystal box. Inside, a translucent stone glowed with a faint bluish radiance. Be careful with them, she warned while Rin examined it. They're very sensitive to magical energies, and you could ruin them. Rin nodded while carefully storing each component. His knowledge showed him exactly how to use each piece, how to combine the elements to achieve something no one would expect from a simple spore. Now for your 49,500 crystals. We have 2 options. Jesse turned to check a small box. I can't store student credits. The ones from the letter are a special case like some other bonuses and rewards. For storing, you must go to the bank section, or you can keep them with you. So you can withdraw part of the 30,000 you have left, but can't store more here. I can give you 49 normal gold crystals, which are quite bulky, or if you want to withdraw 500 more crystals or have something to exchange and complete the 50,000, her eyes sparkled. I can give you 5 dark bronze crystals. They're worth the same, but the bronze ones are smaller and easier to transport. Rin considered his options. Normal gold crystals were apple-sized spheres, each worth 1,000 basic crystals. Dark bronze ones, on the other hand, barely reached the size of a walnut, but each was worth 10,000. Rin gave her the herbs he'd obtained from the barkstalker's shell to complete the last 500. He didn't want to withdraw or ruin the nice round number of his 30,000 credits for now. The 5 dark bronze ones, please. Jessie nodded while opening a special box. Inside, small crystals shone with a soft, dark tone. Thank you, Jessie, he said goodbye while securing the last container. You've been a great help. Come back anytime, she smiled. And good luck with your cultivation. There was some pity in her voice, but also genuine kindness. Rin couldn't blame her. No one would expect a spore to go very far. Soon they'll understand, he thought while leaving the warehouse. He could finally begin. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with anticipation while he spread the shadow stalker skins across his bed sheet. Their conductive fibers, perfectly preserved, absorbed light, creating a space of deep darkness. Working methodically, Rin hung more skins using sheets as support until forming a sort of dark tent over his work area. The light that filtered through was minimal, but the faint glow of his fungi was sufficient to see. In the center of this improvised space, he placed the processing pot that all students received. It was made of special opaque metal, designed to contain magical reactions. This reaction wasn't as simple as Taro's. The 100 normal bronze-sized crystals, from the best Run had mined, aligned perfectly around the pot's edge, each shining with a soft bluish glow. The intelligence rune rested in its own crystal box, emitting occasional flashes. Before processing the crystals in the pot, he had to use most of his mana on that rune. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly while he concentrated. Slowly, he began directing his mana toward the rune in the covered space, away from contaminating external energies. It was a delicate process. Too fast, and the rune could fracture. Too little, and it wouldn't reach the critical point necessary to begin synchronization with his beast. Sweat drops appeared on his forehead, while maintaining the constant flow. The rune began glowing more intensely, absorbing mana from his mushrooms. Where energy drops touched the surface, tiny points began forming. Like spores, Rin thought while maintaining concentration. 10 days of this, and the rune will be ready. It will be reassuring to have it from the beginning. Explore new worlds at Empire. When the process with the rune reached a stable equilibrium, Rin turned toward the poisonous fungi. Their special containers were marked with warning seals. With precise movements, he extracted all 10 fungi. Their colors were vibrant, almost hypnotic. The mortar he used was very clean. Any contamination could ruin the process. The fungi crushed under his careful strikes, releasing a sweet aroma that made his eyes water. When the paste was ready, Rin channeled a small amount of mana. The reaction was immediate, the mixture beginning to bubble softly, its color becoming more intense. The discarded parts of woody beasts and crocodile parts came in sealed containers. Upon opening them, a penetrating smell flooded the space. The moss covering them was the key. Rin directed his mana toward the small plants, which responded immediately. They began growing, spreading over the discarded tissues, consuming the decomposing matter. The process was fascinating to observe. The moss pulsed with each new extension, converting dead tissue into new life. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed at the same rhythm, as if recognizing a familiar process. When the moss reached its maximum extension, Ren began scraping it carefully. Each strand was precious, charged with the transformed energy of bronze beasts. The collected moss fell into the poisonous fungi mixture. The bubbling liquid absorbed it eagerly, its color changing to a deeper tone. The processing pot now contained the mixture of fungi and moss that would serve as transformation medium. The preparation was complete. Now would begin the real work. 100 days of careful cultivation, each crystal absorbing the mixture's power while the rune developed its spores. In the darkness of his improvised tent, surrounded by the soft pulse of mana, Ren smiled. The first step toward true evolution was underway. Chapter 77, Taming Pain. The materials were ready. But one step remained to ensure the cultivation's success and reduce the pain, even if just a little. The preserved female shadow stalker's body gleamed faintly in the darkness of the improvised tent. Run manipulated it carefully, tracing the conductive fiber patterns until locating the most appropriate tentacle. A tentacle too thick would absorb too much mana. One too thin would saturate quickly. He needed an intermediate one, with the correct amount of conductive fibers. This one, he thought while using the weaver thread to cleanly cut a tentacle the size of his index finger. The internal fibers briefly glowed when exposed, hungry for mana. With precise movements, Rin submerged the tentacle in the now mana-depleted solution he had prepared. The liquid, a mixture of poisonous fungi and moss, was instantly absorbed by the conductive fibers. The tentacle darkened, as if it was a paper that had absorbed ink. The Barkstalker powder came next. Rin carefully dusted it over the treated surface, watching how it adhered, forming patterns like tiny scales. The powder would seal the tentacle, preventing it from absorbing his vitality instead of just the specific mana he needed to manipulate. Now the delicate part, he thought while unrolling more weaver thread. He began wrapping it around a section of the tentacle, creating a safe grip zone. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with warning when he took the first crystal. The mana density was 10 times greater than those Taro used, enough to cause serious damage to his mana veins if not handled correctly. He breathed deeply, holding the modified tentacle in his right hand. He positioned it over the veins above his stomach, where mana would flow most intensely. Here we go, he thought while absorbing the crystal. The pain was immediate and intense. Mana entered his system like liquid fire, threatening to instantly saturate his channels. His mushrooms began glowing strongly, trying to process the overload. Run pressed the tentacle at a specific point on his chest. The conductive fibers, hungry but controlled by the treatment, began absorbing the excess mana, saturating the channel. The pain decreased slightly, becoming manageable. He moved the tentacle following his veins, allowing the conductive fibers to unblock saturation points. It was like opening small gates, allowing mana to flow instead of dangerously stagnating. Sweat ran down his face while maintaining concentration. One wrong move, 1 second of carelessness, and mana could fatally accumulate in his vital points. The tentacle and his willpower were his only protection against the overload that would leave him permanently unable to control mana. His mushrooms pulsed erratically, struggling to process the energy flowing through his system. Still in their dormant phase, they weren't ready to handle such power. But that was precisely why they needed this controlled overload. Rin continued moving the tentacle. The process was painfully slow. The tentacle's conductive fibers began glowing with a sickly purple tone, signaling they were saturating. Rin adjusted his grip on the thread-covered section, grateful for that precaution. Minutes that felt like hours passed while Rin struggled to maintain balance. The crystal gradually consumed itself, its mana distributed between his channels and the saturated tentacle. Finally, when the last vestige of mana was absorbed, Rin allowed himself to breathe deeply. The tentacle in his hand was glowing an intense black, saturated to its capacity limit. One down, he thought while placing the used tentacle in a sealed container. 99 to go. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, exhausted by the effort. But there was something different in their glow, a deeper, more concentrated tone. The first step toward awakening had been taken. The director's office occupied the central tower's peak. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the school grounds, while shelves filled with ancient tomes covered walls that weren't glass. The domed ceiling was decorated with a fresco representing the dragons of different beast families, each in its natural territory. A massive dark wood desk dominated the room's center. Behind it, the director read a note with furrowed brow, while his royal phoenix subtly manifested golden flashes in his white hair. Zhao is getting soft since that incident, he murmured to himself while his eyes traced the lines. 100,000 credits for a student with a spore? And this story about an extraordinary genius? It's obvious he just feels pity for the boy. He left the note on the desk, where it joined several detailed reports about the Medusa incident. Your journey continues on Empire. At least before, his support for the unfortunate made some sense. He continued, his phoenix manifesting more clearly in response to his irritation. But this is just... Finally, he looked up at the young woman waiting patiently before his desk. Her presence was so discreet, she almost seemed to merge with the room's shadows. I need you to investigate something. His voice adopted a more formal tone. There's an unusual student, a boy with a spore. The young woman nodded silently. I see you know who he is. I want you to test him. Something to help us understand what Zhao has seen in him to insist so much. The director took up the note again, rereading a specific passage. I need to know if this is another of his whims, or if there really is something so special about him. The young woman made a slight bow before heading toward the door, her movements so fluid they barely disturbed the air. And remember, the director added as she reached the threshold, be discreet. We don't want her identity revealed over trifles. Ren stored the used tentacle in its special container, his movements slow from exhaustion. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, also exhausted from the effort of processing so much mana. His reflection in the room's small mirror showed the changes. His veins still glowed faintly under his skin, and the mushrooms seemed more defined, with a deeper shine. They weren't changes someone would notice at first glance, but they were there. A hot bath, he thought while gathering his toiletries, and then sleep for a week. The mental exhaustion was different from anything he'd experienced before. It wasn't like tiredness after training with Lin. This was deeper, as if his mind had been stretched to its limit. He headed toward the door, eager to reach the baths before his body simply decided to collapse. Knock. Knock. The knocks, though soft, startled him. It was late, his roommates didn't knock to enter, and no one else usually came to the gray wing. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? Chapter 78, Taming Lies. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion from the intense cultivation session. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? Ren quickly looked around the room. The containers were sealed, shadow stalker skin stored away, work area dismantled. But the smell, a mixture of poisonous fungi and decomposing tissues, still lingered heavily in the air. Who are you? He insisted, buying time while considering opening a window to clear the suspicious scents. It will only take a moment. It's very late, and I'm not presentable, Ren responded, his exhausted mind trying to process the situation. Could it be tomorrow? There was a pause, barely a heartbeat. The tone changed. Open the door. Fungus. Luna's voice cut through the silence, cold and direct. I need to talk to you. Ren froze. Of all people, Luna. He tried to make his voice sound firm despite the exhaustion. I was about to take a bath. Can it really not wait until tomorrow? No. Ren looked around the room with desperation. Everything was stored, but the smell. And he was shirtless, covered in sweat, his veins still glowing faintly from the mana manipulation. Luna, it's really not a good time. You have 10 seconds. Her voice didn't change tone. After that, my wolf will find another entrance. As if to emphasize her words, Ren felt the shadow wolf's presence manifesting on the other side of the door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly. 5 seconds. No choice. Luna didn't seem like someone who made empty threats. Ren opened the door. Luna stood there, her shadow wolf partially manifested in the shadow beside her, her blue eyes studying him with clinical intensity. Her gaze traveled over his bare torso, stopping at the veins that still glowed weakly with residual mana. Interesting, she murmured, gently pushing him to enter the room. Her nose wrinkled slightly, though the smell is peculiar. Luna, please. Sit, she ordered, closing the door behind her. We need to talk about what really happened during the expedition. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with resignation. Where were you when the tent fell? Luna began while her wolf materialized more clearly, its eyes glowing with a silvery tone that seemed to pierce through him. In the hole with everyone else. But you already know that, Ren responded, noticing Luna's gaze focusing on his chest when he answered, studying his mana patterns. When did you leave? When you saw me do it? This is strange. You already know all this, why? Rin stopped, understanding something. Mana flowed subtly to Luna's eyes, a pattern that Rin knew generated in some beasts that used enhanced perception. Why did you leave? I wanted to verify something. Lies. Luna didn't change her expression, but her wolf growled softly. The real reason. Rin blinked, surprised by the certainty in her voice. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing the mana flow in Luna's eyes again. I wanted to help, he answered carefully, observing her reaction. This time Luna didn't contradict him, but her eyes glowed more intensely. How did you know you could? I didn't know. Rin measured each word, noticing how the mana in Luna's eyes fluctuated with each response. I just had an idea. When did you see Zhao? A while after leaving the hole. The shadow wolf took a step closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. Was finding him a coincidence? Yes, Rin responded, and saw the flash in Luna's eyes. No, he corrected immediately. I knew he would be near because of the feathers left behind. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. How? By the attack pattern. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while Rin connected the dots. Luna could detect lies, probably through small changes in the speaker's mana flow. I see you noticed many changes. For example, did you notice the Medusas were very organized? Luna began. Too organized for. I noticed, Rin responded, aware of the mana flowing to Luna's eyes. Explore more stories at Empire. What else did you notice? That it wasn't natural. Medusas don't hunt like that. No. Luna took a step toward him. They don't. You know what else isn't natural? That a child with a spore knows exactly how to help during such an attack. Rin had to be careful. Luna was building to something. Someone must have been controlling them, right? The shadow wolf tensed. Why is Zhao hiding information about the attack in the official report? Why didn't he make public that they were looking for me and Klein's group? Why don't you ask him yourself? Don't play dumb. Zhao told you something. Luna didn't ask. It was a statement while her wolf moved even closer, before disappearing and avoiding my questions. He thanked me, he responded calmly. It was truth. What else? He left me some credits for the store. Also truth. Luna took a step toward him, her eyes glowing with a particular mana pattern. The games and roundabout hints stopped. Who gave the order to the attackers? I don't know that person. Technically true, he had never met the first minister. But you know their name. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with alarm. That was the real question Luna had come to ask. Ren maintained his neutral expression. He had to be very careful now. I know many names. Another truth. Which is the culprits? I couldn't be certain. Also truth. He had no physical proof to be certain. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. What did Zhao tell you exactly? That he would conduct a careful investigation. Truth again. The shadow wolf drew closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. They were looking for the slightest fluctuation in his mana that would betray a lie. Why? Because accusations have consequences. You're good, she said finally. Very good. Rin observed the mana flow in Luna's eyes that were now very close. You can detect lies, can't you? That's why the pattern in your eyes changes with each response. Luna tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. Now you're lying, Rin smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible. Luna stepped back. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too, Rin advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Rin said was true. Show it to me, said Rin, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables. Show me how it really works. Chapter 79, Taming Misunderstandings. Now you're lying, Rin smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible. Luna stepped back, her composure slipping for the first time. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too. Rin advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage in their verbal sparring. Luna stared at him, while confirming that what Rin said was true. Show it to me, said Rin, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables on her intimidation tactics. "Show me how it really works. Don't get cocky." Luna recovered some of her usual hardness. "You're still just a foolish fungus who says nonsense about illogical evolutions and believes they're true." She raised her hands to push him back, grabbing his wrists. "Why do you insist on saying things that go against all logic?" She tried to push him backward, expecting to easily dominate him with her superior strength enhancement percentage. Her eyes widened with surprise at finding strong resistance. Surprised, Rin maintained his position, Lin's training finally showing results. Enhancements don't matter if they're multiplying miserable values. Luna narrowed her eyes, her pride wounded. Her wolf began manifesting more fully, preparing to merge and increase her strength. The door burst open. "Ren, you won't believe what—" Min froze mid-sentence, his eyes opening like saucers. Lu and Taro crashed into his back, curious to see what had stopped him. Their jaws dropped almost in unison. The scene before them was difficult to explain. Ren, shirtless and covered in sweat, his mushrooms glowing intensely. Luna, the untouchable Luna, with her hands gripping Ren's wrists, her perfect blue hair unusually disheveled. The room smelled strange. Sheets hung, creating mysterious shadows, and there was a tension in the air that could almost be cut with a knife. Both frozen in what appeared to be a power struggle. "Oh!" Min stepped back, colliding with Taro. "My!" continued Taro, stumbling into Lu. "Drag," completed Lu, his bat manifesting briefly from nervousness. "We," Taro stammered, his beetle's markings flickering with embarrassment. "We should come back later." "No!" Luna released Run as if he burned, her usual grace completely forgotten. "It's not what? We'll sleep in the hallway," Min announced suddenly, his voice 2 octaves higher than normal, his water snake coiling nervously around his neck. "Yes, the hallway," Taro nodded frantically. "It's a beautiful night to sleep on the floor. Very hygienic," added Lu, backing away. "Dust is good for the lungs." "Wait, it's not what it looks like," Rin tried to explain, but his friends were practically climbing over each other to escape. "Take your time," Min shouted from the hallway, his voice cracking. "Yes, don't worry about us." Taro's voice sounded strangled. Luna turned toward him, her cheeks red with fury and embarrassment. "This is your fault." "My fault? You started it." "Ugh." Luna headed toward the door, her manifested wolf ears drooping with embarrassment. "This isn't over, fungus. And next time—" She stopped, trying to recover her dignity. "Next time we'll be in a more appropriate place. But if anyone," she hissed, "hears a single word about this—" She didn't finish the threat. The room's shadows seemed to come alive, wrapping around her like a dark cloak. In a blink, Luna and her wolf merged with them, disappearing as if they had never been there. Rin stood in the middle of the room, shirtless, sweaty, and suddenly very aware of how ridiculous the entire situation was. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed once, as if laughing. "Guys," he called toward the hallway. "You can come back. It's not what you think. We're not thinking anything." Min's voice came from far away. "Absolutely nothing. Our minds are completely empty," added Taro. "Like my future memory of tonight," completed Lu. Rin sighed. At least he had discovered Luna's secret about detecting lies. And she had discovered that maybe, just maybe, she had underestimated the foolish fungus. There was a long silence from the hallway. "Is she gone?" Min's voice sounded cautious. "Yes, she's gone." "Through the door?" asked Lu. "Not exactly. Use the shadows again?" Taro sounded impressed. The three peeked their heads around the door, one above the other like an improvised tower, their beasts manifesting briefly in curiosity. "Is it safe to enter?" Min sniffed the air. "And what's that smell?" "It's a long story." Rin began gathering his bath things lazily, exhausted after everything that had happened. "Oh, we have all night." Lu entered first, his bat manifesting to inspect the room, especially after that. "It's not what it looked like," Rin defended while Taro and Min also entered, closing the door behind them. "You weren't having a romantic moment with Luna?" Min arched an eyebrow, his water snake coiling playfully. Romantic? Rin nearly choked. She was interrogating me. Without a shirt? Taro grinned, his beetle's markings shifting in amusement. I was going to take a bath when she appeared. Uh-huh. Lou nodded solemnly. And I suppose she tripped and you fell on her. No. She was... Rin stopped, remembering he couldn't explain the real reason. We were just talking. Very closely? Min wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. And in the dark, added Taro, find exclusive stories on Empire. With mysteriously hanging sheets, completed Lou. Run groaned, collapsing onto his bed. You're impossible. And you're a heartbreaker. Min sat beside him. Who would have thought? First Lin, now Luna. Taro pretended to wipe away a tear. Our little fungus is growing up. Lin just trains me. Rin protested. And Luna hates me. Hate and love are very close. Lou philosophized, his bat nodding sagely. Can we change the subject? Rin pleaded. Weren't you going to tell me something when you came in? The three exchanged looks. Oh, right about the mines, Min smiled. But this, he gestured at the room and hanging sheets, is much more interesting. Though it stinks, added Taro. What were you really doing? Rin sighed. This was going to be a very long night. I'm going to take a bath, he announced, standing. And when I come back, we'll talk about anything else but Luna. Understood? Whatever you say. Lou winked. Romeo. His friend's laughter followed him into the hallway. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with resignation. They would never let him forget this. At least Luna was equally embarrassed. That was a small consolation. Chapter 80, Taming Prophets. The next morning, Lin appeared before Run with her trademark sadistic smile. Not even his exhaustion from the cultivation process could save him from training. Faster, Lin's voice cut through the morning air as she made him run with weighted bands strapped to his limbs. When he was finally released that afternoon, his muscles trembling from exertion, Rin decided to demonstrate his cultivation process to his friends. They gathered around, watching with curiosity and apprehension as he meticulously laid out his materials. First, I crushed the poisonous fungi. Rin began explaining, his movements precise and practiced. Min nodded along, following the process with keen interest until Run reached the part about overloading with 10 times more mana than Taro and controlling his veins with the tentacle while enduring excruciating pain. His eyes glazed over, and he toppled backward like a felled tree. Min! Taro lunged forward to catch him. Lou observed in silence, his bat ears occasionally manifesting as a reflection of his unease. The methodical way Rin handled materials that would make most people retch was disturbing, to say the least. And you say you'll absorb all that every day for 100 days? Lou finally asked, his voice a blend of admiration and horror. Just 100 days, Rin replied with an unsettling casualness. Lou nodded slowly, his respect for Run growing alongside a healthy dose of caution. There was again something deeply unsettling about the ease with which his friend handled substances that could kill a grown adult. The following days fell into a new routine. Classes continued as normal, though Luna now watched Run with an intensity that made everyone around them uncomfortable. I think she's plotting your death, Taro whispered one day during May's class. Or your wedding, Min added, earning a sharp elbow from Ren. Training sessions with Lin grew more intense. Each day brought new exercises, new aches, new boundaries to push past. The mushrooms in Ren's hair seemed to pulse in rhythm with his growing strength. Your body is changing, Lin observed as she watched him lift weights, her keen eyes noting the subtle transformations. Whatever cultivation you're doing, it's working. Rin could only grunt in response, too focused on not dying from exhaustion and pain. Finally, at the end of the second month, the official crystal report arrived. Rin opened his during breakfast, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with anticipation. The report detailed everything. Crystals mined from the caves, specimens collected, even processed and sold beast hides. Guard signatures and Master Song's verification certified the mined crystals, while Isaac and Jesse's signatures confirmed the hide sales profits. Zhao's signature at the bottom of the collection report certified each of the last items. Ren's eyes grew wider and wider as he tallied the amounts. The Academy would double everything. Crystals found in the caves, beasts materials values, collected materials, processed and sold materials profits. How much is it? Min leaned over his shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Ren revealed the total. His friends gasped in unison. That's no wonder Luna's interested. Taro joked, earning a death glare from Ren. The Academy's bank occupied the administrative tower's first floor, a surprisingly modest space considering the wealth it managed. At this hour, it was nearly empty, with only a few senior students making routine inquiries. Ren felt small as he climbed the stairs, his official report clutched firmly in hand. Well, look who it is. Mr. Finch's high-pitched, mocking voice sliced through the silence. The Academy's most prosperous fungus cultivator. My most intriguing depositor. The banker was a short, thin man with round spectacles that magnified his eyes until they resembled those of a startled mouse. His perfectly trimmed mustache seemed to have a life of its own when he spoke. Despite his impeccable banker's uniform, something in his eyes suggested he found everything terribly amusing. His beast, a small white mouse, occasionally darted between his fingers as he counted crystals. Good afternoon, Mr. Finch. Ren approached the counter, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing gently. Come to confess your crimes? Finch smiled as his mouse approached, sniffing the air suspiciously. Because I must say, 5 dark bronze crystals 2 weeks ago was quite interesting. Not many 10-year-olds handle that denomination. Actually, Ren began pulling out the report. Oh, wait. Don't tell me. Finch raised a hand dramatically. Found an ancestral treasure? Robbed a noble's chest? Or perhaps your mushrooms have hallucinogenic properties, and you've been selling them to the senior students? The mushrooms pulsed with amusement as Ren slid the report across the counter. What's this? Finch adjusted his glasses. Your written confession? How considerate. Normally I have to... He stopped mid-sentence, arching an eyebrow while stroking his mustache, his eyes growing even larger behind his glasses as he read. This is... He blinked several times, his mouse jumping to review the numbers. No, there must be a mistake. Is there a problem? Ren asked, suppressing a smile. Problem? Finch let out a hysterical laugh. The problem is these numbers make no sense. 2 weeks ago, you bring 5 dark bronze crystals, which was already suspicious enough. And now, he consulted the report again, 55,000 additional crystals. His mouse began frantically calculating in a small notebook. 105,000 crystals in total. Finch removed his glasses to clean them compulsively. With a spore? The weakest recorded creature? Are you certain you haven't been selling illegal substances? Everything's in the report, Ren replied, with Professors Song and Zhao's signatures. Ah yes, the signatures. Finch narrowed his eyes. You're sure you didn't forge them? Or perhaps hypnotize the professors? Do your mushrooms have hypnotic properties in addition to being hallucinogenic? I just need to withdraw 5,000 crystals. Just he says. Finch turned to his mouse. Did you hear that, Theodore? Just 5,000 crystals. As if it were pocket change. The mouse nodded solemnly while continuing its calculations. Tiny paws moving across the ledger with surprising dexterity. You know, Finch leaned over the counter, his eyes gleaming with undisguised curiosity. I've been at this bank for 15 years. I've seen students with legendary beasts amass fortunes. I've watched nobles squander entire inheritances. But never, and I mean never, have I seen someone with a spore earn so much in such a short time. He straightened, adjusting his glasses with practiced precision. Either you're a criminal genius, or there's more to those mushrooms of yours than anyone thought. About those 5,000 crystals? Ren persisted. Yes. Finch began counting but paused mid-motion. Just 5,000? No grand plans? No extravagant investments? No fleet of golden carriages? Not for now. Boring. Finch sighed dramatically. Sure you won't share your secret? Between financial colleagues? I promise not to tell anyone. Except Theodore, of course, but he's a vault. Aren't you, Theodore? The mouse nodded again, though its whiskers quivered with what appeared to be suppressed laughter. Just good luck, Ren replied. Good luck. Finch snorted while counting crystals. Next you'll tell me you won it all playing dice. As the banker prepared his withdrawal, Rin reflected on his true plans. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while his thoughts drifted to his home. The problem was that now they had to rent it. First, Rin thought while Finch counted crystals with unnecessary flourish, I'll get their house back. Then, his eyes gleamed with determination. Then I'll show them they can have more. Voila! Finch interrupted his thoughts, presenting the crystals with a theatrical gesture and sliding them toward Rin. Here you are, my mysterious mycological magnate. 5,000 crystals, perfectly counted by the humble servant before you and verified by the illustrious Theodore. The mouse executed a small bow. Thank you. Oh no. Thank you. Finch smiled while stroking his mustache. You've made my week far more interesting. Usually, I just see students complaining their allowances won't cover cultivation crystals. But you, he shook his head with mock admiration. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma and covered in glowing mushrooms. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what seemed to be amusement as he stored the crystals. Until next time, Mr. Finch, your adventure continues at Empire. Ah, a threat of future surprises. Finch turned to his mouse. Theodore, keep an eye on this one. When we least expect it, he'll show up riding a dragon made of fungi. As Rin walked away, he could hear Finch muttering. A spore, 105,000 crystals. Theodore, perhaps we should consider a career in mycology. Chapter 81, Taming Aspiration. Rin walked slowly back to his room, the 5,000 crystals weighing in his pocket like stones of possibility. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while his thoughts wandered to his parents again. He stopped before a hallway window. At this hour, they would be preparing food in the small restaurant's kitchen, earning barely enough to survive. 100,000 crystals, he murmured with nostalgic feeling. In just 2 months, memories rushed in unbidden. His mother counting crystals at the kitchen table, worry in her eyes as she tried to make the money stretch. His father exhausted but smiling, always smiling. The investment, he whispered while the mushrooms pulsed more slowly, as if sharing his memories. I could return everything they spent on me. His fingers brushed the crystals in his pocket. Each one represented another step closer to repaying what they had sacrificed for him. Another memory struck without warning. His father on that night when he fell ill, coughing in bed while apologizing for having to use their savings on medicine. His mother, trying to smile while selling her best cooking pots to complete the payment for the worst egg. 500,000 crystals, Rin whispered, recalling the price of their old house. I could get it back in less than a year at this rate. The mushrooms pulsed stronger, as if trying to show him something. The image of their old house appeared in his mind. It wasn't large, but it had been their home for years. His parents had never complained. Not once. Even now, paying rent for the house that was once theirs, they kept smiling, kept working hard, kept believing in him. No, he said suddenly, his voice firm. It's not enough. The mushrooms glowed more intensely as a new resolution grew in his chest. They gave everything, he continued. Not just the house. Everything. Their 30 years of savings. Their dreams. Their chances. He began walking faster toward his room, his energy building with each step. Why settle for staying where we were? The words came faster now. Mom always wanted a bigger garden. Dad dreamed of a larger, better-equipped kitchen. He stopped before another window, looking out toward the distant city. The high-ranked districts shone more brightly, their buildings rising above the rest like constant reminders of what lay beyond their reach. 30 years saving, his voice trembled slightly. 30 years working double shifts. 30 years waiting to have a child. And when I finally came, the mushrooms pulsed forcefully, sharing his emotion. They gave me everything. The words rushed out now. Without hesitation, without second thoughts. Just everything. His eyes moistened as memories flowed. His mother teaching him to cook even when exhaustion bent her shoulders after a double shift, her gentle hands guiding his smaller ones through each motion. His father carrying him on his shoulders like a dragon, spinning tales of legendary beasts despite his back aching from hours in the kitchen, never once letting the pain show in his voice. They don't deserve to just get their house back, he declared with renewed determination. They deserve more. Much more. Ideas began flowing through his mind like a rushing river. A new house, larger than their old one. A huge garden where his mother could cultivate whatever she wanted without worrying about space. A kitchen where his father could experiment with new recipes, with proper equipment and room to move. 10 million, he murmured, testing how the number felt on his tongue. A house in the city would cost at least 10 million crystals. If I just... The mushrooms in his hair pulsed forcefully at the magnitude of the figure, their light reflecting off the window glass. No, it's impossible. I'm getting cocky since I got a bit lucky lately, whispered the part of him that still thought like a low-rank family son. Is it too much? Responded the new part, the one that had earned over 100,000 crystals in 2 months. Is it really too much? His eyes moved to the intelligence rune inside its box with a crystal, where spores continued developing. To the sealed containers filled with materials most would fear to touch, but he had collected alone. To the crystals gleaming with contained power that he was absorbing daily now. 2 months, he repeated, his voice stronger. 100,000 in 2 months. And I'm just getting started. Enjoy more content from Empire. The mental image shifted. It was no longer their old house with its familiar rooms. Now he saw a new house, spacious and bright, worthy of the people who had given him everything. A house in any normal district of the city they choose, anyone they want. If I can prove I'm capable of reaching at least silver rank, I could get them a good place. No rank restrictions. No limitations. The mushrooms glowed like captured stars while his determination grew, casting dancing shadows on the hallway walls. I'll show them, he promised. I'll show them their sacrifice was worth it, that their faith in me wasn't misplaced. His hands closed into determined fists, knuckles white with resolve. I won't just recover what they lost. I'll give them what they always deserved to have, what they never allowed themselves to dream of because they were too busy taking care of me. Rin felt something new awakening inside him. He was no longer just a child trying to fix the past. He was a son determined to build a better future for those who had given everything for him. 10 million, he repeated, this time as a promise. And that's just the beginning. The mushrooms pulsed one final time, sealing his oath with their ethereal light. This was no longer about recovering a house or the tuition of 1 million. The old goal of regaining what was lost now seemed so small, so limited. He no longer wanted to return to what they had. He wanted to take them where they never imagined they could go. This was about giving them the world they had always deserved. Chapter 82, Taming the Sleeping Core. A few days after reaching his new resolution, Rin sat on his bed, every muscle protesting after his night training with Lin. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, exhausted from another day's work in the mines. Correct maturation, 10 out of 100. Incorrect maturation, 82 1/1000ths. The amount of crystals he'd collected and his mana resistance had taught him something important. No matter how much he trained or how hard he pushed himself, his limits were painfully clear. He couldn't venture beyond 200 meters to work, could only stay for a few hours, and accumulated 4 days of incorrect maturation. Plus, the monsters wouldn't let him stay in one place for long. Even 150 meters sometimes yielded better results. At 250 meters, it would be 8 points of incorrect cultivation, and he'd be dangerously close to the bronze ring's mana levels. He wouldn't even manage an hour of work there if he considered the time needed to climb up and down, or the time to avoid monsters. Today, he'd barely lasted 2 hours at 150 meters before excess mana forced him to retreat. His cultivation was oversaturating him as well. But if I want to make more money, he murmured while massaging his aching arms, I need to go deeper. The mushrooms pulsed weakly, as if nodding. It wasn't just about knowing how to find good materials anymore. He needed to be able to reach them. Continue your saga on freewebnovel.com. The Iron Ring and the minus 100 meter level, with their low mana concentration, were safe but limiting. Even in just over a month, when they will have their next collection trip, he couldn't achieve much more than before if he wasn't able to endure. The truly valuable materials were in deeper zones, in territories where higher-ranked beasts dwelled. 10 million crystals, he thought while remembering his promise. I won't get them by settling for what I have now. Rin knew that even at bronze rank his fungus wouldn't have the power of a common beast. Its capability was unique, but its raw power and mana processing were far below a common beast. If he wanted to give his parents a truly comfortable life, he needed access to rarer, more expensive materials. But with his current level, Rin stood up and took out the mirror mantis core. He had kept it thinking it might be useful eventually, but now that he was closer to being ready, a second beast, he murmured while the mushrooms pulsed more intensely. With the right process, he stopped, an idea forming as he remembered a story his father used to tell him before bed. A tale about dragons and the origin of eggs. The world was divided by the abyss, a chasm so deep no one had seen its bottom. Some said it reached to the planet's heart. The abyss cut the world into 4 parts with its 2 perpendicular lines. One line was the dead abyss, and the other the living abyss. Yano controlled 1/4 of the world. Yino another quarter, or so they said. Rin smiled at the idea. Control was a pretentious word when 90% of those 2 territories belonged to the dragons. Humans barely occupied a circular area that monsters simply despised for its lack of mana. The other half of the world, divided by the living abyss, no one had crossed. The dragons won't let you go there. The mushrooms pulsed while knowledge showed him why. Behind the territory of the dragons guarding the living chasm, the abyss wasn't the dark and dry void that divided Yino and Yano. It was a living river of pure mana, so concentrated it glowed with its own light. The few adventurers who had ventured that far and seen the chasm from afar swore eggs were born there, floating in that primordial flow. Like seeds in a current, Rin murmured, remembering his father's words. Each egg absorbs mana from the nearest dragon's territory, and that's how it gets its color and potential. It was a beautiful story, romantic even. It's just a tale, Rin reminded himself, smiling. A pretty story about dragons and mana rivers. But his knowledge told him there was more to it, though something didn't add up. If eggs only came from the abyss in dragon territory, how could the kingdom release hundreds to the market each year? How did they collect them? Who ventured that deep into dragon territory regularly? Knowledge whispered a different answer. Rin observed the mantis core again. They don't need to go that far, he murmured while the mushrooms pulsed with excitement. Because the abyss isn't the only source of pure mana. Knowledge flowed more clearly. Mana veins ran throughout the world, like arteries carrying life. Most were small, barely detectable. But some. The ruins, his eyes widened with understanding. The ancients built over a point where a huge vein came close to the surface. Or so I believe. It was so obvious once you think about it. Why else would you build a city over ancient ruins? Why was there no mana in this part of the world? Rin didn't know the exact answer, but with his fungus's information that didn't quite fit, he could guess. There should be mana in this abyss too. How had they achieved such a thing? Rin didn't know, but he was certain. He had no proof, but also no doubts. After all, the best tales always hid some truth. And if he was right about the ruins, but that wasn't important now. The mushrooms glowed while Rin followed the thread of thought. It needs pure mana, he thought while studying the fractures in the core, like the kind that flows in the world's natural veins. Knowledge unfolded in his mind. The core could revive if it absorbed enough pure mana. 100,000 units exactly. With that, and using a secret technique the mushrooms whispered to him, he could recover the mantis's complete evolutionary line. His eyes shone with new determination. An extra beast. Eventually a bronze beast. It would mean being able to venture deeper into dangerous territory, collect more valuable materials, and work for longer periods without succumbing to mana excess. But first, he studied the core carefully. I need to feed it. Injecting his own mana was out of the question. It would be a waste considering his current limitations. But the mushrooms pulsed while Rin began calculating. At his current mind level, the core would absorb 4 units daily. At that rate, it would take decades. But if he could find a small mana vein deeper down, one his knowledge told him exactly where to find. His eyes narrowed as he did the calculations. 10 days, he whispered, the plan taking shape in his mind. I just need to find a way to get it down there without dying. Rin stood and began organizing his materials. If he was going to do this, he would need a perfect plan. Chapter 83. Taming Deception. 10 days, he whispered, the plan taking shape in his mind. I just need to find a way to get it down there without dying. Rin stood and began organizing his materials. If he was going to do this, he would need a perfect plan. The mana vein was there, 300 meters beneath the academy. It wasn't large like the ones feeding the abyss, but it would serve his purpose. The problem was how little time he could endure down there. 15 minutes maximum before the mana overloaded him. Near the vein, it would be even worse due to the mana flow's irregularity. He needed to do it early before the day's cultivation, which meant skipping training with Lin too, which would help him to also have more strength for the small adventure. I need help, he murmured while organizing his materials. The male shadow stalker tentacles he'd saved would serve as duration extenders, but he needed something more. Hey Min, he called to his companion studying on his bed. Do you still have that weaver's thread? The one we got from the expedition? Min looked up from his book. Yeah, haven't traded it yet, why? Would you sell it to me? What do you want it for? Min's small snake peeked up too, its curiosity evident to Rin in the way it moved its flickering tongue. Projects, Rin replied vaguely. Projects, Min repeated with a knowing smile. Like those that make our rooms smell like death. I'll pay 50% more than what they give at the exchange. Sold. Min didn't even hesitate. Though I'm worried you're willing to pay that much. While storing the thread, Rin took out the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly. Then he spoke with Taro about helping him fake something. You're going to skip training tomorrow? Taro asked worriedly. Not exactly, Rin smiled. I'm just going to delay it a bit. Just the morning one. Lin will kill you, Lu commented without looking up from his notes. Not if she can't find me. All three of his roommates stopped what they were doing to stare at him. You're going to try to hide from Lin? Min sounded genuinely concerned. The same Lin who found you instantly that time you hid on the roof? Or when you tried sleeping under your bed? Taro added. Or that time in the library? Lu smiled. Behind a big plant. This time is different. Rin began preparing the tentacles, wrapping them with weaver's thread and dusting them with bark stalker vitality powder. I have a plan. Oh no. Min sat up straight. Last time you said that you ended up hanging upside down in the courtyard. Lin has a routine, Rin explained while working. She always checks the same places in the same order. I just need to prepare my alibis before she arrives. You've been studying her patterns like she was a beast? Lu arched an eyebrow. She taught me to use everything at my disposal, Rin smiled. First she comes here. If she doesn't find me, she checks the dining hall, then the library, the roof, and finally the gardens. And, Taro leaned in with interest. And tomorrow, Rin held up a prepared tentacle. She'll find evidence that I went to town. To town? Min frowned. But we can't leave the academy. Exactly, Rin pulled out a paper. That's why when she finds this note about a special permission and an errand. Oh no, Lu removed his glasses. You're going to forge documents? No, Rin smiled. I'm going to make it look like I was asked to, by someone who conveniently always needed an assistant to pick up materials early in the morning. Who would be so? Min stopped. No, you wouldn't. Professor Wei always asks for help with his morning deliveries. Rin continued working on the tentacles. And coincidentally, tomorrow he won't be at school. You're going to make Lin think Wei took you to town, the same Wei who hates you. Taro sounded impressed. Without Wei knowing, Lin hates him so much she won't even ask him. Lu nodded appreciatively. Brilliant and terrible at the same time. I only need a few hours. Rin began storing his prepared materials. By the time Lin discovers the truth, I'll be done. And dead anyway, Min added cheerfully. It'll be worth it. Rin stored the last tentacle. Besides, it might even work. His friends exchanged skeptical looks. Want us to prepare your funeral? Taro offered. I just need you to do something for me, Taro. Rin headed to his bed. And maybe some ice for afterward. Lots of ice. Lu corrected. And bandages. Lots of bandages. Discover hidden tales at Freeweb Novel. Rin gave them an uncomfortable smile as he prepared for bed. Tomorrow will be an interesting day. And probably painful. Lin stopped in front of the Grey Wing's door, her feathers partially manifesting as she checked the time. 6 in the morning, the perfect moment to wake her favorite student. "Good morning, little one," she murmured while opening the door, only to find two deeply sleeping students and two empty beds. Her eyes narrowed. In the time she'd been training Ren, he'd only tried escaping this early 3 times. "Where is he?" she asked the sleepers. Min stirred in his bed, mumbling something about dancing snakes. Lou didn't even move. Taro wasn't there. Lin methodically searched the room. The bed was cold. He'd been gone for a while. The trunk was closed, but, oh, her lips curved into a dangerous smile. Trying to be clever? Lin noticed something peculiar. Wei's assistant delivery uniform, normally hanging in the hallway for students who helped with deliveries, had several clasps and one was on the floor near the trunk. "So you want me to believe you took the uniform?" Lin thought. Clever, but predictable. A note slightly protruded from the trunk, as if someone had hurriedly stored it. Lin carefully pulled it out. "Temporary assistant for Professor Wei. Sorry, I'll be back soon for exercise." "Impossible," she murmured. Wei would never take an assistant from the Gray Wing, much less. "Let's check the dining hall." She headed to the dining hall, her usual second stop. At this hour, the cooks were already preparing breakfast and morning deliveries. The new assistant, the head cook, nodded when asked. "Passed by a while ago. Professor Wei's uniform and everything. Said he had to prepare a special delivery." Lin smiled. Rin had used the uniform to access restricted areas early in the morning. No one would question a Wei assistant. Was he planning to hide inside one of them? The library was her next stop. She found it open, unusual at this hour. "Oh, the new assistant just finished organizing the delivery records." The librarian pointed to some perfectly ordered documents. Creating an alibi, Lin examined the records. They were all correctly filed, including a materials order for today. Very efficient, though those mushrooms in his hair were quite peculiar. "He's leaving too obvious a trail," Lin thought while climbing to the roof. "He doesn't want to hide. He wants me to follow." On the roof, she found another clue, a materials list with Professor Wei's seal, apparently dropped here by accident. Using the system against itself, Lin murmured, genuinely impressed. Rin had learned well. Each move was backed by official procedures. The gardens revealed the final piece. The delivery cart was in place, clean and prepared as Wei always demanded. But the gardens were empty except for the gardener, who had also just seen Rin heading toward the main entrance. Lin stopped, processing the information. "That little—" Lin smiled despite herself. It was an elaborate plan, using the antagonism between her and Wei to prevent her from verifying directly with him. But her eyes gleamed with understanding. "All this real work is just a distraction." Lin smiled. It was brilliant, really, making the work appear real, so no one would question anything. No forgeries, no obvious deceptions. Just a temporary assistant doing his tasks. Except, her eyes narrowed as her crane fully manifested. "Wei is out of town today. Where are you really, little trickster?" Chapter 84. Taming the Depths. Except, her eyes narrowed as her crane fully manifested. "Wei is out of town today. Where are you really, little trickster?" Lin headed toward the main entrance. Had Rin really gone to town with no formal permission? Lin observed the figure in the assistant's uniform near the main entrance. The mushrooms in his hair glowed under the dawn light, though something seemed different. "Got you, little cheat," she thought while silently approaching. "You can't leave without real permission, and Wei isn't here to sign it, so you were trapped in the end." The figure moved strangely, as if practicing what to say. "Good morning, Sir Guard. I'm here to make a delivery," he muttered to himself. "No, too formal. Hi. I need to go out to—" "No, too casual." Lin smiled. It was almost adorable watching him so nervous. "Not quite like—" "Trouble with the script?" she asked softly right behind him. The scream that followed was definitely not Ren's. The figure turned, revealing Taro's terrified face. Obviously, fake mushrooms were precariously attached to his hair. "Teacher Lin," Taro squeaked, his voice 3 octaves higher than normal. "What a delightful surprise." "Taro," Lin crossed her arms menacingly. "What interesting hair accessories you've chosen." "This." Taro nervously touched the fake mushrooms. It's a new fashion Rin taught me yesterday, and where is he? Who? Taro stepped back. Professor Wei? As you know, he's out of town and couldn't finish the— Taro. Yes. Your legs are shaking. Taro looked down. Traitors, he muttered to his legs. Now, Lin smiled sweetly. You're going to tell me exactly what's happening or I can't. Taro nearly cried. I promised Ren I'd distract you while he was— He covered his mouth with both hands. While he what? Nothing. Taro began sweating profusely. He was just going to buy flowers. Lots of flowers for you. Because he appreciates you so much for training him 3 times every day. Taro. Yes. You're sweating so much the mushrooms are falling off. Indeed. One of the fake mushrooms slid pathetically down his forehead. They're sweaty mushrooms? Lin sighed. How did he convince you? The night before. Come on, Taro. Rin pleaded while holding the fake mushrooms. I just need a few hours. No. Taro crossed his arms. Lin will kill me. I'll give you my dessert for a week. Risk my life? Not even for a month of desserts. I'll help you evolve your beetle even beyond bronze, all the way to silver. Taro hesitated. Really? I know exactly what you need to take it even further, Rin smiled. Besides, Lin won't hurt you. You're too adorable when you're nervous. I'm not adorable, Taro protested. I'm intimidating. Min and Lu, listening from their beds, burst out laughing. Besides, Rin continued, you just have to act suspicious near the entrance. Lin will catch you, interrogate you, and by the time she's done, I'll be back. What if she asks where you are? Tell her I went to buy her flowers. She'll kill you twice when you show up. Worth it. Rin placed the fake mushrooms on Taro's head. So, Taro sighed, looking at his reflection with the mushrooms. Fine, but this better be important. The next morning, long before dawn, Rin and Taro snuck out of their room. The hallways were deserted at such an early hour. Remember, Rin whispered as they walked. In the end, you just need to stay near the entrance. Lin will see you, interrogate you, and by the time she's done, I'll be back. I still don't understand why I have to practice what to say to the guard if I'm not even going to leave. Because you need to look nervous, Rin smiled. And that, my dear friend, doesn't come from you naturally if you're faking it. You are a terrible actor, but an awesome actor in the right conditions. I don't know whether to feel flattered or offended. In the morning, after finishing placing the clues, they stopped at the intersection leading to the mines. Good luck, Rin whispered. And thanks. The hidden tunnel Rin constantly used to dodge the guards at 100 meters remained the safest route. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as he slipped through. He often worked at 150 meters, so he knew the place fairly well now. At 200 meters, the first change was evident. The common worms here were twice as large, better fed by the mana density. Their tunnels formed more complex patterns, creating true gallery networks. Past 200 meters, the greater worms began to appear, 4 times larger than their lesser counterparts. 2 fusions had transformed them into true tunnel machines, their segmented bodies glowing with concentrated mana. Each now had a complete core, capable of processing the dense ambient mana. But they were no longer the only inhabitants. Digger beetles and very rare hunter bugs lived here too. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when he reached 250 meters. Here the ecosystem changed dramatically. The first deep worms appeared, beasts the size of a cart that made the lesser worms look tiny, 8 times larger. But the most impressive began just after. At around 275 meters, the first bronze beasts made their appearance. The living tunnels, massive beetles that had evolved to turn their own bodies into mobile tunnel extensions, created gallery networks that seemed to breathe. Their shells secreted a living mineral that reinforced the walls, transforming simple tunnels into organic structures. They weren't mere tunnelers, they were bioengineers, reinforcing walls with special secretions. Natural architects, Rin murmured as he passed near one expanding a chamber. The deep and greater worms acted as workers for these superior beasts, maintaining the tunnels in exchange for the beetles' increasing protection. It was a symbiotic society, the worms executing and the beetles improving. Enjoy new adventures from Freeweb novel. At 300 meters, where his objective waited, The mana was already 16 times denser than that of the iron ring, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with effort to process it. Here, the symbiotic society had made a complex web of living tunnels that beathed with a soft yellow tint, like the entrails of a huge beast. They had to make it, because something else inhabited these depths. Here, a bronze beast's line reigned supreme. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when Run detected the first trace. Claw marks on the walls, so fine they seemed carved with diamond. Knowledge flowed, revealing fragments about a new species, the Deep Assassins. Chapter 85, Taming the Depths 2. Here, a bronze beast's line reigned supreme. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when Run detected the first trace. Claw marks on the walls, so fine they seemed carved with diamond. Knowledge flowed, revealing fragments about a new species, the Deep Assassins. The assassins were the true predators here. Their bodies, long and segmented, but with hyper-articulated elongated limbs, allowed them to move along walls and slip through narrow tunnels, while also being covered in vibration sensors that could detect the slightest movement through the rock. Their bodies, a matte black that absorbed all light, made them practically invisible in darkness. But most terrifying was their proboscis. Discover exclusive content at Freeweb Novel. Like a diamond sword, Rin thought while examining one of the marks. Knowledge showed him how the beast used this lethal tool, first locating its prey, then piercing through up to 50 centimeters of rock in its prey's skin or shell, then injecting enzymes that paralyzed and liquefied internal organs to slowly suck them out. Their prey remained alive through most of the process. They seemed like a nightmare born from the fusion between an assassin bug and a hunting spider, but perfectly adapted to subterranean life. The assassins primarily hunted deep worms and living tunnels, ambushing them from the other side of walls that weren't yet reinforced. The assassins were the reason why all other beasts at this level built reinforced refuges. But nothing was completely safe. The assassins always found a weak point, a thinner section, an unprotected angle. Some abandoned tunnels showed signs of ancient battles. Walls perforated with small holes, abandoned galleries full of circular marks, remains of emptied shells. Rin had less than 15 minutes before the mana overloaded him. It was time to advance, but first he would need to ensure no killer decided to add him to its core collection. All creatures here were practically blind. Rin intensified the glow in a pulse that illuminated the distance just once. A movement caught his attention. A killer emerged from its hiding place, its nearly 5-meter body moving with disturbing grace. For white and opaque eyes, blind, glowed faintly against Ren's light, while specialized antennae tested the air for prey. The beast slid along the wall without making the slightest sound, its legs detecting vibrations that revealed the position of creatures in nearby tunnels. Its proboscis, normally folded beneath its head, briefly extended. It was almost as long as Run was tall. A perfect predator. Rin observed fascinated as the assassin located its prey, a greater worm excavating too close while expanding a tunnel. The beast calculated the exact angle to pierce the rock. With a fluid movement, the assassin pressed its proboscis against the wall. There was no sound as it drilled, the precision such that it barely displaced material. In seconds, it had created a perfect hole toward its victim. Rin was grateful the killer was too far away and occupied to hear his steps. He stopped in a small side cavern, acutely aware that any wall could hide a lurking killer. The mushrooms pulsed, showing him it was clear. The air was now much denser, charged with mana that made breathing require conscious effort. Run advanced cautiously, each step measured while his senses adapted to the increasing pressure. The prepared Shadow Stalker tentacles absorbed some of the excess mana, but he could still feel it accumulating in his system. The tunnels here didn't look like rock caverns anymore, transforming into something that seemed less mineral and more organic. The connecting tunnels and walls had a yellowish tone that melted into deep oranges, as if he were entering the entrails of a colossal beast. That's when he saw it, a living tunnel emerging from a side gallery. Rin pressed himself against a wall, holding his breath while the beast worked. It wasn't aggressive, but at this depth, everything was potentially lethal for him. Even more so if it confused him with a small hunter bug. The advance continued. At this depth, the living tunnel's work had created a maze that seemed designed to confuse. An escape and defense system, Rin understood while carefully navigating. Rin stopped at an intersection, aware that mana was already beginning to saturate his system. The vein was close, he knew from his knowledge. But between him and his objective lay a sea of identical tunnels. A soft pulse. The illumination bounced off the walls, returning with information. Another pulse. Clearer this time, the tunnels had a pattern. The living tunnels didn't dig randomly. Their galleries followed specific rules. Like a chronology, he thought while studying the marks on the walls. The older sections returned a more opaque glow. As they approached active zones, the designs became more reflective. A third pulse revealed more. Main intersections always had 7 exits. Secondary ones 5. Those leading to rest areas 3. Knowledge flowed as Run advanced. The mana vein was too powerful for creatures at this level to approach directly. The vein must be in an old, saturated zone, he reasoned. Living tunnels would avoid rebuilding near a pure mana geyser. Some must have exploded sometimes with so much energy. Following this logic, Rin began tracking back in time through the patterns. Each intersection led him to more opaque but crystal-rich tunnels. Information came in fragments as he studied the tunnel patterns. The vein periodically expelled a geyser of pure mana that crystallized into a huge crystal formation of at least 5th rank, creating a chamber that no common beast could penetrate. Only something with the power of a dragon could break that mana-saturated rock to feed. But most fascinating was what knowledge revealed about the eggs. Some emerged from the geyser itself. A living tunnel or deep killer egg would be useful, he thought, but the contract wouldn't work like that. The beast he would get would be more basic, a digger beetle like Taros, or perhaps a hunter bug. The potential was there, but it would take time to develop. The vein he sought was very small. Knowledge whispered that in areas like this, an egg appeared perhaps every decade. The Academy probably conducted periodic dives to collect the fixed eggs they found, but few bothered to search for them. The general perception was that digger beetles and hunter bugs only reached bronze, which made their fixed eggs, though more expensive, less desired than the brown eggs the kingdom released. 50 of those came out each year, promising the possibility of a mole too with supposedly better potential. Still, it would be unlikely to find one, and his mantis was better for his first beast. The beetle was a defensive beast, and the hunter bug had good offensive but short-range abilities and was slower. The mantis was faster and had some mid-range abilities. For Ren's taste, its skill kit was more attractive. Still, having an extra egg wouldn't be bad in any case, or he could sell it. Ren continued advancing until he found it, a yellow living bridge that seemed to breathe and crossed over a deep gallery. On the other side, he could feel the vein pulsing with pure mana. But there was just one problem. A massive deep worm rested inside the bridge, its body occupying all the space. The beast dozed, probably recovering after excavating new galleries. Chapter 86. Taming the Depths 3. Until he found it, a yellow living bridge that seemed to breathe spanning across a deep gallery. On the other side, he could feel the vein pulsing with pure mana. But there was just one problem. A massive deep worm rested inside the bridge, its body occupying the entire space. The beast dozed, probably recovering after excavating new galleries. Ren studied the situation. He couldn't use force. The slightest conflict would attract predators. Not that he had much force to use anyway. He also couldn't make it explode like a lesser worm, because this one had a real core. He needed the worm to move of its own volition. A pulse from his mushrooms showed him the surroundings, searching for nearby tunnels and threats. Fused worms are territorial, he remembered while formulating a plan. And this one should be resting in its territory. Ren extracted the weaver's thread while studying the situation. He had no choice. He needed to cross. He tied one end of the thread to a stalactite above the bridge that would serve as an anchor point, and if he calculated the distance correctly, with precise finger hits, he began generating vibrations in the ground. Not just any pattern, but a specific one that mimicked an injured hunter bug. The kind of prey a fused worm couldn't resist. Practically no beast here could. Hunter bugs were the pre-evolution of deep assassins. If a worm or beetle could take revenge on them, they would do so without hesitation. That's why very few reached the surface, if they hadn't achieved evolution along the way. The worm stirred in its sleep, disturbed by the vibrations of the intruder in what it considered its resting space. The deep worm finally awoke, irritated. The enormous beast moved almost immediately, its massive body turning toward the sound's source. Run wrapped the thread around his hand, connected to a particularly robust stalactite to avoid it breaking. The worm approached, each segment of its body pulsing with anticipation while searching for easy prey. Rin waited until the last moment, when the beast was fully committed to the search. He pushed off from the ground, the thread tensing as his body swung over the bridge. The worm detected that there was nothing at the movement's location, but it was too late. Rin was swinging above, his feet barely avoiding grazing the beast's enormous body. He landed on the other side, just as the worm realized it had been deceived. But his landing generated a vibration. The beast changed direction with surprising speed for its size. Of course, it could transform its rear into its head. It followed Run, its entire body vibrating with irritation. Rin didn't wait. He ran toward the cave pulsing with the veins light and reached an unexcavated tunnel section, where the hard rock would slow the worm. Yet the beast followed, its massive body crushing and scraping rock and minerals in pursuit. Enjoy new adventures from Freeweb novel. Too interested, Rin thought while running. Worms normally avoided making so much noise. It shouldn't want to run directly toward the vein for too long either. Something was wrong with its persistence. In general, Rin had felt something strange in the cave from the beginning. The beasts were more excited than they should be, constantly. A glow ahead caught his attention, the mana vein. It was close, so close. His fingers worked quickly with another piece of thread while running. If the worm caught up before he reached it, he wouldn't let it. He just had to swing again, and he'd be safe. Rin made a slip knot. The tunnel widened slightly. The worm accelerated. Rin could almost feel its exact location under the rock by the intensity with which it dug. It was the beast's most vulnerable moment, and yet it kept pursuing. Then Rin felt it, a different sensation in the tunnel. Something moved behind them, something that had been attracted by the commotion. The strange sensation was silence. The worm's digging was the only thing that could be heard. A sudden silence. The constant scraping of general excavation ceased, as if all creatures held their breath. All others had stopped to hide. The deep assassin emerged like a living shadow. Its body arched with lethal precision, the proboscis extended like a nightmare lance. The strike was so fast Rin barely saw it. The proboscis pierced the rock as if it were water, going through exactly above the worm. The beast froze almost instantly, its massive body paralyzed at the moment of impact. Rin stopped, his heart beating so hard he feared the sound would give him away. The assassin was just meters away, its matte black body absorbing all light while beginning the feeding process. With infinitely slow movements, Rin backed toward the vein. The assassin was completely focused on its prey. Rin deduced that the worm had been fleeing, probably after detecting the predator's presence after chasing Rin a bit, but when it wanted to stop, it was already too late. Rin continued moving away with extreme slowness. Each step away from the assassin seemed to last an eternity. The vein glowed tantalizingly close, but one sound, one careless movement. The sound of moving fluids filled the tunnel. The assassin had begun consuming its prey, its proboscis injecting enzymes that would liquefy the worm from inside. Rin continued backing away, every muscle tense with the effort of maintaining absolute silence. The vein's glow intensified with each step. Just a little more, but he couldn't move this slowly for so long. Rin was drenched in cold sweat. The mana was so dense, it was suffocating him. The tentacles were almost saturated. He had maybe 10 minutes before the excess would overload him. He continued backing away, but the mana pressure became unbearable. Rin tried to maintain concentration, but his senses began to cloud. With trembling fingers, he extracted the last tentacle, needing to release some of the overload. The slow movement, the The pain, the concentration on the tentacle, and the fear of the killer made him distracted too much, and his foot hit a loose stone. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, seemed to resound like thunder in the tunnel's silence. The deep assassin turned instantly, its matte black body moving with unnatural fluidity. Chapter 87. Taming the Depths 4. The slow movement, the pain, the concentration on the tentacle, and the fear of the assassin made Rin distract too much, and his foot hit a loose stone. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, seemed to resound like thunder in the tunnel's silence. The deep assassin turned instantly, its matte black body moving with unnatural fluidity. With no time to think, Rin threw the tentacle. The improvised projectile flew straight toward one of the assassin's legs, beginning to absorb mana at the moment of impact. The beast recoiled, more from surprise than damage. Its senses, adapted to darkness and vibrations, hadn't expected an aerial attack. The sensation of its energy being drained at a specific point made it focus on that area. Rin didn't waste a second. His hands were already knotting the thread while the assassin was distracted. A quick jump, and his body hung far from the ground. The training with Lin and his extra bit of strength gave him enough capacity to reach quite high. The thread began to turn slowly, the tension from the initial launch creating a circular movement. Rin held his breath while the assassin searched for its attacker, its proboscis extended and ready. But Rin kept slowly rotating. That's when he saw it. The chamber opened about 10 meters below, illuminated by the glow of a colossal crystal. The formation was both beautiful and terrifying, its facets reflecting mana light in a way that made it seem alive. In the center, a hollow, the vein itself. Pure mana flowed in a silent geyser that fed the crystal's growth. And there, on a ledge near the base, 2 eggs. The first wasn't a surprise. A hunter bug, exactly one of the 2 he expected to find if he found anything. The egg had the characteristic pattern of its species, promise of a silent and lethal predator. But the second, Rin had to contain an exclamation that would have been fatal. His eyes couldn't be seeing correctly. It was impossible. The egg had the unmistakable design of a lesser carbon shark. What could one day evolve into a diamond hydra? Knowledge flowed frantically while he rotated in silence, the assassin still searching below. Diamond hydras were legendary silver rank 3 creatures, so rare in history that many doubted their existence. It makes no sense, he thought while the thread kept turning. Hydras form much deeper than bugs or beetles, close to their dragon mothers in the depths. An egg like this shouldn't be here, so high up in such a small vein. The probability of a hydra egg not hatching before reaching here was infinitesimal. Unless knowledge whispered a possibility, the core of an adult hydra, collected by the highest level of assassins, passed from one to another in their territorial battles. A core that was finally released when its last possessor reached golden or platinum rank, and somehow managed to ascend high enough to be reborn. But it was speculation. It was as if there was a void in the information, a mystery his mushrooms couldn't decipher at this rank. What he did know was that he wanted it. A Diamond Hydra's skill set in its early levels was exceptional. Though primarily defensive, it didn't lack offensive capabilities, and its versatility far surpassed that of a hunter bug or digger beetle. While slowly rotating on the thread, Rin considered his options. If he sought speed and offensive power, the Mirror Mantis remained his best choice. But a Hydra, even if he didn't choose it as his first, it could be perfect as a second battle beast in the future. A movement in the chamber interrupted his thoughts. A creature emerged silently from a side opening. Its body was elegant but alien. A long, sinuous neck supported 2 heads that had jaws reminiscent of sharks. It moved on 2 powerful legs, and its scales were transparent, shining like living diamonds under the crystal's light. Knowledge couldn't confirm its identity, but it was obvious it had to be an evolved Diamond Hydra. Its presence radiated gold rank power, which raised a disturbing question. How could a beast of that level survive in an environment with so little mana? The answer came immediately. The Hydra approached the geyser, extending one of its heads directly into the flow of pure mana. It began absorbing energy directly from the source. The pieces started fitting together in Ren's mind. A silver rank hydra with a single head must have been expelled from its territory. By luck or instinct, it found this vein. The constant flow of pure mana allowed it to survive and evolve, completing all silver ranks until reaching gold. The beast finished feeding and moved languidly toward the egg. Its body coiled around it in a protective gesture, but its movements were slow, almost lethargic. Despite the geyser, the vein was too small to keep it truly active at this superior rank. Soon it would need to return to the depths, but as he watched the beast settle, Ren understood something more. The cycle of hydras at higher ranks must be very different from deep assassins, worms, or beetles. That was his assumption, seeing the protective behavior with the egg. It seemed that egg dynamics were more complex than he had expected. Knowledge revealed more. The colored eggs containing the 3 known evolutionary line possibilities only formed when veins passed near the mothers, the dragons of each evolutionary line dwelling much deeper below. That's where brown eggs formed, for example, having bugs, beetles, and moles as options. What arrived here was different. They were cores returning to the cycle thanks to the deep assassins. These creatures collected the complete cores of their prey, displaying them as trophies on their backs. As they evolved, they fought among themselves for these collections. But upon reaching gold or platinum rank, something changed. They discarded their trophies, casting them into the depths. Most of these discarded cores were reborn as basic iron evolution in the lower levels, only to be devoured again. But some managed to ascend, transformed by their journey through mana-saturated zones. That's why most hunter bugs and digger beetles became living tunnels or deep assassins. The dense mana shaped them during their ascent. That's why there are so few young stages at this height. Ren understood. Those who managed to climb high enough had the chance to evolve along the way. It was a perpetual cycle. The assassins collected, fought, evolved, and finally released. The cores fell, were reborn, ascended, or were hunted to try again. And occasionally, very occasionally, one reached high enough without evolving. Continue your adventure at Freeweb Novel. Worms were slightly different. They weren't born from eggs like other beasts. They emerged from the depths, fleeing from even deeper zones in the same way. Those who managed to reach higher levels were the survivors of a deadly race from the abyss. It was a cycle generated by the mother worm, the devourer dragon of the depths. From its skin, thousands of worms were constantly born, or so they said in his stories. His knowledge didn't reach that far yet. But where worms had no parental care, nor beetles, where assassins began collecting cores from bronze rank, hydras clearly had different behaviors beyond gold rank. Perhaps it was parental care that allowed them not to need to rise to high levels to evolve and made them so rare. But as these were behaviors of creatures not within his knowledge range, it was a missing piece of the puzzle, an aspect of the cycle that current knowledge couldn't reveal. What did hydras do in their highest ranks? Why would an egg be here, next to one of higher rank, when most beasts abandon their eggs to the cycle? The deep assassin kept searching, and Ren hung between two mysteries: the predator that couldn't see him, and the hydra that defied everything he thought he knew about the beast egg cycle. With careful movements, Ren extracted the flask with the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly as he uncorked it. It was his last defense against mana overload. Chapter 88. Taming the Depths 5. The deep assassin kept searching, and Ren hung between two dilemmas: the predator that couldn't see him, and the hydra that defied everything he thought he knew about the beast egg cycle. With careful movements, Ren extracted the flask with the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly as he uncorked it. It was his last defense against mana overload. The taste was bitter and metallic, but the effect was immediate. The crushing pressure of mana receded, as if a window had been opened in a suffocating room. It wouldn't last long, but it would have to be enough. The deep assassin finally lost interest in its search. Its sensors detected no more movement, and the paralyzed worm promised a feast it didn't want to waste. The beast returned to its prey, its proboscis sinking back into the liquefied flesh. Now or never, thought Ren as he began descending the thread. He descended with extreme care and retrieved the stone that had betrayed him. He was now meters from the predator that had returned to the tunnel entrance. He would deal with that obstacle at the exit later. First, he had to take advantage of his luck. It was a unique opportunity, a miracle of the cycle that wouldn't repeat for centuries. Or so he thought. The chamber opened below him, the massive crystal dominating the space with its pulsing light. The Hydra dozed around the egg, apparently exhausted by the effort of existing at this depth. He still had to move with perfect caution. One sound, one sudden movement, and all would be lost. If the assassin didn't kill him, the Hydra certainly would. Rin studied the crystal information more carefully. The enormous crystal formed a natural bowl, its facets creating levels and ledges that could serve for a safer approach. I don't need to get all the way there, he thought while pulling out more weaver's thread. I just need the right position. The bowl's edge offered a perfect spot. From there, he could manipulate the thread without exposing himself too much to the geyser or the Hydra. His fingers worked quickly preparing a knot while evaluating angles. The mantis core would also need pure mana. The solution was elegant. He could leave it suspended near the geyser, allowing the flow to saturate it naturally. In 10 days, it would have absorbed enough to begin its transformation. But for that to happen, he needed the Hydra to stop feeding from the geyser's mana. The Hydra remained motionless, its two heads resting near the egg. Not really its child, he reflected while tying the mantis core to leave it suspended. The egg contained another Hydra's core. Yes, but it was another that had somehow not completed the cycle and ascended here. It was more like an evolutionary sibling, part of the same line but not direct offspring. Rin liked to think it was a species with parental care, but was it more like a strong siblinghood? Perhaps that's why the Hydra protected it, not from maternal instinct, but from lineage recognition. A Siscon Hydra? Rin shook his head at his own silly joke and continued working. Perhaps nervousness was making him think foolish things. But the dilemma was clear. He needed the Hydra to leave. And if the egg disappeared, what reason would it have to remain in this small, limiting vein? His feet touched a ledge. Pure mana flowed in the chamber, not at silver ring level, but triple the normal at this depth. Even with the potion still in effect, Rin could feel the energy trying to saturate his system. The bug egg was closer. It would be easier to reach first, safer. But the Hydra egg, the chance to understand such a rare evolutionary line. Rin took a step toward the better egg. The rock under his feet was strangely slippery, polished by years of exposure to pure mana. Each movement required total concentration. A slip here would be fatal. Another step. The Hydra breathed deeply, its body moving in a slow but steady rhythm. Rin wondered how long it spent like this, conserving energy between feedings, trapped in this endless cycle of minimal survival. The egg was within reach of his thread now. Its surface gleamed with the same tone as its sister's scales, as if already containing the promise of what it could become. A sound from above, the assassin moving its prey. Rin froze, but the beast was just repositioning itself above the worm for better access. The potion still kept the mana at bay, but Rin could feel its effect beginning to diminish. Time was running out. The first throw had to be perfect. Rin breathed deeply. The knot swayed gently as he positioned it. The thread flew silently, settling right over the egg. With a soft but firm pull, the loop closed around his prize. Rin waited a moment. The Hydra didn't move. With infinite care, Rin began lifting the egg. Each centimeter was an eternity, the dead weight making the thread creak almost imperceptibly. When the egg was secure, Rin extracted the thread for a second throw. Enjoy new tales from Freeweb novel. Was it greedy? Maybe, but he wouldn't waste an opportunity like this. The bug's egg ended up in his hands a few seconds later. The core was left floating in the energy flow, immediately beginning to absorb pure mana when the Hydra would leave. In 10 days, maybe he could come in 11 or 12 as he didn't know when the Hydra would wake. With luck, it would be ready then. The Hydra moved slightly, one of its heads adjusting in sleep. Without the egg next to it, how long would it take to notice its absence? With nothing to protect, instinct would push it to seek areas with more mana, to reunite with others of its kind. This small vein would no longer have purpose for it. Rin carefully stored the second egg in his backpack too. Now he had to get out of here. He began his careful ascent toward the cave entrance, toward the assassin. The potion was losing effect. He needed to get out of here before mana saturated his system again. One last look at the magnificent creature. Part of him felt guilty for stealing something it had been protecting, but another part knew he might be doing it a favor. The Hydra was too powerful a beast to be limited to this low-power existence. "We'll meet in the depths," he thought while beginning the final ascent. "When we're both stronger." Rin extracted the small stone from his pocket, the same one that had revealed his presence before. The traitorous stone would now save him. The irony wasn't lost on him as he calculated the throwing angle. Simple, he thought, feeling the egg's weight on his back. The assassin investigates the noise. I run through the tunnel. With luck, its prey will keep it close and it won't follow me for long. But a voice in his head whispered that he should have left the second egg. 15 minutes of potion wasn't much time to ascend 300 meters, especially if he had to move stealthily. An encounter with any beast would be disastrous. Too late for doubts, he told himself while tensing his arm. The assassin remained focused on its feast, its proboscis buried deeply in the worm. The stone flew in a perfect arc, until it hit a ledge Rin hadn't noticed. The impact sound was like thunder in the silence. Instantly, the assassin launched toward it, and Rin advanced to the entrance still silently. He had to let the assassin move a bit further until the stone bounced. Its trajectory altered, sending it directly toward the crystalline chamber. Rin watched in horror as the traitor stone rolled down the bowl, the sound amplified by the crystalline formation. Each bounce was louder than the previous one, creating a cascade of echoes that filled the tunnel. The assassin turned instantly toward the noise and froze for a moment. The Hydra awoke. Chapter 89, Taming the Ascent. Rin watched in horror as the traitorous rock rolled down the bowl, the sound amplified by the crystalline formation. Each bounce was louder than the previous one, creating a cascade of echoes that filled the tunnel. The assassin turned instantly toward the noise and froze for a moment. The Hydra awoke. Its two heads rose in perfect synchronization, transparent scales gleaming as it uncoiled. For a moment it seemed confused, as if not understanding what had awakened it. Then it noticed the egg's absence. The roar that followed made the assassin instinctively back away. The Hydra rose completely, its two heads moving in search patterns while the crystallized mana in its scales began pulsing with contained power. "Run!" Rin's mind screamed. "Run!" The Hydra turned both heads directly toward Rin, its eyes glowing as it recognized him as the egg thief. This was no longer a stealthy escape. The beast had seen him. Stealth no longer mattered. Rin ran like never before, each step resonating in the tunnels while the Hydra's roar made the walls tremble. Knowledge flowed. Silver rank 3 Hydras could shoot power rays, concentrated beams of light. This one, at gold rank, probably had even more lethal capabilities, but knowledge didn't reach that far. A strong vibration shook the tunnels. The Hydra had begun moving, its massive body crushing rock while following its prey. Fortunately, it wasn't shooting. It needed to conserve energy. With its feeding from that small vein, each use of power meant minutes of recovery. 30 minutes, Rin calculated while running. It will need to feed after 30 minutes of intense activity with so little mana. The first obstacle appeared. The natural bridge he had crossed before. The structure trembled with each impact of the Hydra digging behind. Rin didn't even hesitate. He used the momentum from running to jump and grab the thread, the eggs bouncing on his back as he landed on the other side. A group of deep worms emerged from a side tunnel, their massive bodies momentarily blocking the path. At the Hydra's next roar, the beasts writhed in panic harder and fled in the opposite direction, crushing each other in their rush to escape. The deep assassin passed by him like a shadow, but didn't even stop to look at him. The beast ran on pure survival instinct, its prey forgotten before a much greater threat. Behind, the sound of rock being pulverized echoed in the tunnels. The Hydra wasn't bothering to follow the passages. It was creating its own direct path toward Rin. Rin ran down the now cleared path, following his steps. The potion's effects were beginning to fade, and Rin could feel energy accumulating in his system. His legs burned with the effort of climbing, each step heavier than the last. The living tunnel he had seen earlier now blocked the path, its body occupying the entire gallery. Rin stopped abruptly, trapped between the beetle and the approaching Hydra. Rin wanted to scream in frustration, but it would be dangerous if the beetle confused him with a bug for a moment and stomped on him, so he had to position himself and strike hard with his feet in a unique rhythm of the living tunnel species that suggests danger. But Rin was light, so the vibration didn't convey enough urgency. The beast turned slowly. The sound of pulverized rock approached. One of the Hydra's heads appeared in the tunnel, its scales gleaming threateningly. The beetle finally sensed the danger and began turning quickly. But it was too late. The Hydra was too close. Rin could see mana concentrating in its throat. It was considering using a ray. The living tunnel moved faster to back away, creating a small opening. Rin lunged for the space, but his foot slipped. He fell to his knees just as the Hydra fired. The ray passed over his head, impacting the living tunnel. The beast collapsed, split in two, its shell smoking. The Hydra paused for a moment, its breathing heavier. That attack had cost valuable energy. Maybe it had lost about 10 minutes of energy. Rin crawled to the other side of the tunnel through the small gap, then got up and continued running. The Hydra roared in frustration, but didn't fire again. Instead, it approached the fallen living tunnel and began devouring it, recovering some of the spent energy. Each head could consume one of the huge beetle halves in an instant. Damn, that will give it about 5 more minutes of energy. It could do that all the way up, Rin thought, consuming beasts to maintain the pursuit. At 275 meters, the air was more breathable, but the mana was still dense. Another group of worms emerged from a side tunnel. The beasts froze upon sensing Rin, but the sound of the approaching Hydra sent them into panic. Rin was trapped in the middle of the fleeing worms. Their massive bodies pushed him against the walls while they writhed desperately. The Hydra's roar resonated closer. In desperation, Rin pushed between two worms, the space so tight he felt crushed. Just as he emerged from the other side, he saw the Hydra catch one of the lagging worms. One of the heads caught it with lethal precision, its jaws tearing flesh. But the other head kept the body moving while the first ate. Its eyes never stopped following Rin. At 250 meters, the tunnel narrowed. Rin could feel mana saturating his system. The potion was losing effect. His legs trembled from the effort while he crawled through a narrow passage. A section of the tunnel had partially collapsed, probably from the Hydra's vibrations. Rin crawled through the debris. Behind, the sound of destruction approached. A deep assassin appeared before Rin in the narrow tunnel. The beast hesitated, caught between its hunting instinct and its fleeing instinct. The narrow cave entrance vibrated intensely. Rin worried about another collapse. But he was lucky. The assassin completely forgot about Rin and decided to flee. Rin crawled to the cave's exit while the Hydra dug behind. His lungs burned. Mana saturated his body now that the potion no longer had effect. Each meter was a battle against exhaustion and energy overload. Rin finally emerged from the tunnel at 200 meters. Your next read is at Freeweb Novel. A worm colony panicked upon feeling the vibrations, their bodies filling the tunnel in a chaotic mass. Rin had to jump over them, his feet finding small spaces between the writhing bodies. Behind, the Hydra finally broke through the wall. The beast was panting now, the chase's effort beginning to take its toll. Rin took advantage to gain ground. He knew this area, turned and climbed up a not-so-light slope that led to the conventional cave entrance. 150 meters. The first guard checkpoint. The air was lighter now, but his legs felt like lead. The backpack on his back seemed to weigh a ton. His hidden tunnel offered an alternative route, so he wouldn't have to explain. No, Rin thought while continuing to climb. No time for detours. The Hydra was getting closer and closer. The checkpoint appeared before Rin, the mana lamp's light shining through the entrance. 3 guards moved hurriedly, alerted by the vibrations shaking the tunnels. Halt, one shouted when he saw Rin climbing the slope. What the hell? It's the lucky mushroom boy. Another guard recognized him, his expression transforming from surprise to anger. Why were you prowling in the lower levels? This time you really... The wall behind Ren exploded. The Hydra emerged from the dust like a nightmare made real, its two heads covered in blood from the beasts it had devoured along the way. Chapter 90, Taming the Blockade. Halt, one shouted when he saw Ren climbing the slope. What the hell? It's the lucky mushroom boy. Another guard recognized him, his expression transforming from surprise to anger. Why were you prowling in the lower levels? This time you really... The wall behind Ren exploded. The Hydra emerged from the dust like a nightmare made real, its two heads covered in blood from the beasts it had devoured along the way. One last effort. One final sprint. Ren had finished climbing the slope, having gained ground on the beast despite his exhaustion, as the beast wasn't in much better condition than him. Run. It's a gold rank Hydra. Ren's voice cracked with desperation and fatigue. The guards exchanged skeptical looks. At this level, barely 150 meters deep, the idea of a gold-rank beast was as absurd as finding a dragon sunbathing in the academy garden. Impossible, whispered the supervisor, his expression changing from disbelief to horrified recognition. A diamond hydra, but they live more than 1,000 meters deep. The guards barely had time to process his words when the supervisor grabbed his arm, his ice penguin partially manifesting. The hydra roared, the sound making the mana lamps crack. One of its heads turned toward the guards while the other kept its gaze fixed on Ren. The other two guards instinctively backed away. Their beasts, an earth bear and a rock mongoose, fully manifested. Both beasts were bronze rank 2, their power significant in normal circumstances, but dwarfed by the terror before them. Block the entrance, ordered the supervisor while pulling Ren backward. His voice carried the authority of someone used to commanding in crisis situations. We need to evacuate. Knowledge flowed while Ren observed the guards' beasts. Earth and rock control. The supervisor's ice penguin, Silver 2, was also a beast with range control capability. Maybe they're prepared for dead abyss beasts to contain hordes, Ren understood. The placement of the checkpoint, the specific combination of beasts, it wasn't random. They're designed for the very unlikely case of a horde. Hordes only come from the dead abyss, but loose monsters from the hordes are rarely found in the caves too. That's why they fear hordes in the caves. But they must only be here to buy time, while reinforcements arrive if dead abyss beasts ever filter into the caves. To block the path. Wait! Ren resisted when the supervisor tried to drag him further back, an idea crystallizing in his mind. Don't take me yet. Your ice, you can use it to slow it down. What? The slope? Ren pointed to the ascending tunnel, while the other guards began controlling earth and rock barriers. If you freeze the climb, it'll be harder for it to scale. The supervisor hesitated only for an instant. Hydras shoot light rays, don't be an idiot and come. Look, Ren pointed. Its movements are slower. It only has about 10 minutes of energy left at this height. It won't waste power on rays. The supervisor evaluated the suggestion in an instant. His penguin fully manifested, beginning to cover the steep climb with a thick layer of ice. More ice, shouted Ren. It needs to be thick enough. The ice layer grew as they ascended, becoming thicker with each breath from the penguin. Now, he ordered his subordinates. Block the entrance. The earth bear and rock mongoose created layered barriers, compacted earth reinforced with rock formations. The sound of rock being pulverized approached. The hydra was breaking up the slope a bit to get better footing. It roared again, but the sound was weaker. Without access to new prey, each movement brought it closer to exhaustion. The hydra hit the blockade but couldn't break it, its strength no longer the same. It won't cross, Ren shouted over the noise. Without prey to feed on, each movement weakens it more. Another hit, weaker than the previous one. The hydra was losing strength. It's giving up, murmured one of the guards while the impacts grew progressively feebler, hope creeping into his voice. Silence fell suddenly. The guards exchanged cautious looks. Did it leave? Asked the one with the mongoose. Ren felt something was wrong. It was too soon for the hydra to abandon its pursuit after investing so much energy. Knowledge screamed a warning in his mind, calculating that it should still have enough power for one last. Get down, he shouted, already diving for the ground. The power ray pierced the barriers as if they were paper, passing over their heads and leaving a trail of molten rock on the ceiling. The barrier had failed. Continue reading on freewebnovel.com. Damn, we're dead. After that, only silence reigned. No, it's over, said Run as they slowly stood. That ray used the last of its energy. It needs to return to its vein now. The echoes of the Hydra's slow departing steps confirmed his words. The beast was descending deeper and deeper, where the increase in mana or eating other beasts would keep it alive. The supervisor turned to Run, his expression a mixture of relief and suspicion. You have a lot to explain, boy. But Run had fainted, his mouth foaming and his veins glowing, unmistakable sign of mana poisoning. The mushrooms in his hair flickered weakly, barely processing the dense ambient energy. Damn! The supervisor caught Ren's limp form before it hit the ground, noting the dangerous heat radiating from his small body. We need to get him out of here and give him medicine fast. Peter, he pointed to the mongoose guard. Stay on watch. What? Why me? Peter looked nervously toward the tunnel where the Hydra had disappeared, his mongoose hugging his legs. What if the Hydra? The Hydra is already going to the depths. The supervisor was already running toward the exit with Run in his arms. Shut up and watch. But. Marco hugged his manifested mongoose tighter, both guard and beast trembling slightly. We'll be back soon, shouted the supervisor while disappearing up the upper tunnel with the bear guard. That doesn't make me feel better, Marco shouted into the empty tunnel, his voice echoing mockingly back at him. The mongoose made a sound that suspiciously resembled laughter. Don't pretend. You don't want to be here either. Marcus accused his beast, which tried to look dignified despite its obvious nervousness. A distant echo made them both jump. See? Even you're nervous. Marco pressed against the wall. Though if anyone asks, we'll say we maintained a stoic and brave watch. A new echo made them both jump and hug each other. But that doesn't mean we have to be in the middle of the tunnel. We can watch perfectly fine from behind that rock. Chapter 91, Tamer Spies. A girl watched from the shadows in the tree, her presence almost imperceptible among the leaves. She had been following Run since early morning, this time more out of obligation than real interest, though she was already worrying about the start of classes. Initially, she had considered following him into the mines. After all, the headmaster's recent interest in the supposedly weakest student had piqued her already high curiosity too. But she had dismissed the impulse, reasoning that Run was likely just another poor student desperate to recover his family's investment. Another case of economic desperation. She had thought upon seeing him enter the mines. It wasn't unusual. Many low-resource students spent extra hours digging, trying to recover something. The headmaster must be overreacting, she had thought, settling into her observation post. What could possibly be special about a boy with a mere spore? Yet something about him nagged at her mind. The way he moved through the mines wasn't like other desperate students. He showed none of the random searching, the trial and error that characterized novice miners. His movements had purpose, precision, or so she had seen during their time as classmates, and it was very strange. The hours passed without incident. The girl almost considered leaving. Her time could be better spent on other tasks. But something kept her at her post. Perhaps that strange confidence he seemed to have despite his apparent weakness. She used the time to study. Occasionally, her eyes would drift to the mine entrance, but nothing seemed amiss. The chaos began without warning. Two guards emerged running from the entrance, carrying the boy's unconscious body. His veins glowed with a sickly radiance, and a line of foam ran from the corner of his lips. Halt! The entrance guard intercepted them. Inspection protocol. All obtained materials must be. Mana poisoning, shouted one of the guards carrying Run. Critical level. The entrance guard paled and stepped aside. You can report what was found when he wakes up. The girl straightened on her branch. The academy carefully regulated access to deeper areas, and the guards were vigilant at the entrances, keeping students above the 100-meter mark. Did he fall like 200 meters from a secret tunnel? She wondered, her mind racing through possibilities. Some forgotten passage to the depths? Or is he simply that pathetic, getting poison at levels everyone can tolerate? but that didn't fit with what she had observed of him. Despite his weak beast, Rin had shown surprising competence in other areas. His victory over Kai hadn't been luck, nor the illusions with the crystals. He had demonstrated knowledge that even senior students would envy. 250 meters, she calculated while watching them take the boy to the infirmary. No, even deeper to cause that level of saturation. But that was impossible. No first-year student, much less one with a spore, could survive at those depths. The beast would kill them in minutes, seconds with bad luck. The mushroom boy was proving to be a most fascinating puzzle. Her lips curved in a slight smile as she watched more guards arriving at the mine entrance. Whatever had happened below, she intended to find out. After all, anyone who could survive what had so clearly terrified the guards was worth watching very carefully indeed. She slid a small notebook from her sleeve and began taking notes. Professor Zhao might indeed have seen something that others overlooked. At 350 meters beneath the academy, a solitary figure ascended through the tunnels. The golden hippogriff pulsed beneath his skin as he extracted another potion from his bag. Months of mapping between silver and gold-ranked depths, some days much deeper, had depleted his reserves, but he still had enough to keep the concentrated mana's effects at bay. The liquid was bitter, but the relief was instant. His silver rank 2 abyssal scorpion briefly manifested its claws, adjusting to the renewed energy flow. A movement in the shadows. A deep assassin emerged from a corner, probably attracted by the man's noisy steps. The beast had perfectly hidden its presence, but the hippogriff manifested its front claws through its tamer's arms, and the beast didn't even have time to extend its proboscis before being torn apart. Pathetic, he thought while continuing his ascent. These beasts were nothing compared to what he had faced in the depths. His employer had asked for a hydra core for his daughter. Any hydra, he had said, as if they were so easy to find. If he could turn it into an egg, he would multiply his payment by 10, but according to his employer's family secret technique, he needed a mana vein and a hydra alongside the core to transform it back. The records were ancient, most destroyed during the last war. No one, not even from Yano, had ventured so deep in this area in decades. Honestly, he wouldn't have survived the worst encounters either, but everything had changed since Yano discovered how to contract abyssals. Having two beasts was an advantage that the war against Yano couldn't ignore for long. Once the plan was complete, once the abyssal scorpions were his squad's second beast, his hand instinctively touched the bag where he kept the cores, dozens of them, each containing the potential of an abyssal scorpion. Unlike hydras, these abyss beasts could be revived with a new secret technique and didn't need a vein and the mother creature. But he had delayed too long searching for hydras. He thought it would be easier to search for an egg directly, but weeks of searching in the gold ring had been a waste of time. None had eggs. They weren't easy opponents either. But still he had to descend from those 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters more. The 2,000 meters had been hell. The platinum hydras were territorial and ruthless. And they weren't the only beasts. The superior assassins were a nightmare. He had almost died 3 times before deciding to risk everything. 3,000 meters. The diamond ring. His potions barely kept him conscious at that depth, and fighting was impossible, his whole life depending on stealth. The hippogriff and scorpion suffered from mana excess, but he had no choice. Luck finally smiled on him as he quickly found an 8-headed diamond hydra guarding eggs. The beast was monstrously powerful, but also predictable in its sleep routine. One moment of carelessness was all he needed to steal one. Or so he thought, but one head saw him. The escape had been frantic. He had to hide in many places, spent almost all his high-level potions staying alive while ascending, and in the end he had to return the egg. Chapter 92, Taming Investigation. Luck finally smiled upon him as he quickly found an 8-headed diamond hydra guarding eggs. The beast was monstrously powerful, but also predictable in its sleep routine. One moment of carelessness was all he needed to steal one. Or so he thought, but one head saw him. The escape had been frantic. He had to hide in countless crevices and abandoned tunnels. He spent almost all his high-level potions just staying alive while ascending, and in the end, he had to return the egg. When he finally escaped and was returning to the surface defeated, Having endured insane temperatures that only thanks to his gold beast he could withstand, and that could be called torture, his body still ached with the memory of that heat. Having suffered the constant stalking of powerful beasts, luck finally smiled upon him, this time for real. He found that small vein at 350 meters, perfect for his purposes. He couldn't believe it. Below he had found 3 others, as they were more common the further down, but all were guarded by beasts leagues above their real depth rank, impossible for him to defeat. He was sure not even the ridiculous Platinum King of Yano could defeat them. Small mana vein outlets were extremely rare at that height, but there it was. So he returned to the depth of 1,000 meters for 2 silver rank hydras, difficult to find without golden rank company, but much easier to find and defeat than stealing the egg. If he had known there would be a vein, he would have done this from the beginning. He eliminated the first to obtain its core and weakened the second. Worthy opponents even 1 rank below him, but manageable thanks to him being a double tamer. It was easy to drag the weakened one with his griffin to feed from the vein, and to keep it guarding and molding the core until it became an egg while he obtained more scorpion cores. Everything had been meticulously calculated. The core would need weeks to recover enough energy to become an egg next to the hydra. The hydra would guard until he returned with the rest of the cores. Taking it would be easy when it had low energy, even if it had reached gold rank. But now, the next stretch of tunnels showed signs of recent activity. Fused worms and living tunnels had been excavating new routes, expanding territory. But something wasn't right. The excavation patterns were erratic, as if the beasts had been fleeing. Claw marks and pulverized rock told a story of panic and hasty escape. His steps accelerated. No, he thought while running. It's too soon. His calculations had been precise. The silver hydra should barely have reached gold. The egg should have barely formed. It couldn't have hatched. Worry grew when he found the first signs of massive destruction. Demolished walls, collapsed tunnels, traces of energy discharged against rock. Beast bodies lay scattered, some partially consumed. The hydra had been hunting, spending energy it shouldn't have. Someone had interfered. Someone had provoked the hydra to spend energy it shouldn't have in a chase toward the surface. After observing them for so long, attempting the same thing, he knew there could only be one reason. Someone had stolen the egg. When he reached the geyser chamber, he stopped dead. Empty. The massive crystal was still there, pulsing with pure mana. But there was no sign of the hydra or the egg. He hated being right this time. Impossible. The hippogriff's wings manifested, reflecting their tamer's fury while examining the empty chamber. So much effort, so many resources spent, so many risks taken, all ruined because some idiot had stumbled upon his experiment before time. Who would have thought the mana vein would be so close to an exterior entrance? But there was no point in being angry. Fury was replaced by cold determination. He would find the responsible party. And when he did, the scorpion manifested its plates while he began the ascent. The work his king in Yano had given him was too important to allow interference. His princess would obtain that hydra, and the cores must reach their destination. Yano must not suspect anything until it was too late. But at least he could go out for a while to take in the sunlight and recover his egg. Stealthy. The girl in the tree decided to investigate. The entrance guard didn't even notice her pass. Shadows were her natural allies, though not in the way many would assume. As always, her beast could transport her to any point in her line of sight, a gift far more versatile than most beasts, though she wasn't the only one who could do it. Her 2 cousins in class could too. How funny it had been that it ended up like this for all 3. So much effort to keep ourselves hidden, she thought while descending through the first levels. Her group had carefully dispersed throughout the classroom, mixing with normal students, subtly exchanging handmaidens when forming teams. And yet, a sigh escaped her lips. All that precaution had been useless when the enemy kingdom's eyes had so easily identified 4 of their 6 main targets in one classroom. Though without doubt Klein's group were idiots bad at hiding it. The last 2 of them would probably be discovered soon too, at this rate. The mine's upper level was practically deserted. Students had exhausted the accessible veins. The few students who usually dug weren't here this early. The mushroom boy had caused quite a stir, but she wouldn't hear gossip because there was almost no one, unfortunately. At 100 meters, nothing changed. The mana wasn't bothering her yet either. Her beast, though technically iron rank, was an exceptional specimen, the type that only the most privileged families could afford. At 150 meters, she found the first signs of something extraordinary. The descent tunnel had been blocked, but the barrier showed signs of a devastating impact. Rock melted and crystallized. A beam attack, it seemed from a high-rank beast. A guard hidden behind the rocks, quite frightened. The slope was frozen. She had to look through the gap and appear far away so he wouldn't see her. Though he really wasn't paying much attention, the guard was more occupied trembling and hugging his beast with unintelligible murmurs. Had Rin really gone down so far? How could someone with a spore survive that? She wondered while silently advancing. She thought it would just be another case of juvenile stupidity, but maybe this hadn't had anything to do with him. Chapter 93. Taming Investigation 2. Had Rin really gone down so far? How could someone with a spore survive that? She wondered while silently advancing. She thought it would just be another case of juvenile stupidity, but maybe this hadn't had anything to do with him. The destruction became more evident as she descended. At 250 meters, the mana grew denser. Her beast was superior to most in its rank, but even it had limits. She could already feel the pressure building, and the fused worms at this depth were truly massive, their segmented bodies casting grotesque shadows in the dim yellow light. The tunnels here were wider, the work of greater worms and living tunnels. But it seemed the enormous beasts had hastily abandoned their galleries, half-built structures telling the story of a panicked flight. Something had scared even these territorial creatures from their domains. One suddenly emerged from a hole and nearly crushed her against a wall, forcing her to perform 2 consecutive blinks to evade its segmented body. The effort made her stop to catch her breath behind a rock formation, the mana pressing against her senses like a physical weight. When she was given her mission, she hadn't expected to do this kind of thing. The worst part was that no one would know. No one except her handmaidens, of course. The thought almost made her smile. The girls everyone believed were simple, noble followers were much more than they appeared. Cousins and handmaidens. 3 handmaidens for the 3 cousins, playing their parts perfectly in 2 teams. How had they already found the classroom, class, and school they were in? Was there a skilled spy in the school? Though the constant exchange of groups, pretending not to know each other, it was an entertaining game of actresses and also served as study for their future lives in high noble positions. Learning to act and be a spy was part of why she was here. After all, watching her cousin was her original mission. Though lately the headmaster, the only adult who knew the truth, seemed more interested in knowing about the mushroom boy than her cousin and the king's daughter. It was fine. She wouldn't have been able to fulfill the real mission anyway. She loved her cousins, besides. Her cousins had always been observant, even when pretending not to be. The mission would have failed. So the mission to watch Rin was better. She could take it more seriously and didn't have to lie in the reports. But this no longer had anything to do with Rin either. How could he have reached so far down with just a spore? Impossible. This couldn't have been his doing. My objective seemed to change too quickly. But I have to find out what happened here. At 275 meters, she found the first signs of deep assassins, proboscis marks on the walls and remains of consumed prey. But something had driven them away. The territorial beasts had abandoned their usual hunting grounds. At 300 meters, the trail of destruction reached its climax. The mana was a bit denser now. Each blink required more concentration, and the rest periods between each use grew longer. A deep assassin emerged from a corner, its proboscis extended. She remained completely still. Deep assassins didn't hunt by sight. They depended on detecting vibrations, and right now she wasn't generating any. The assassin moved slowly, its sensors sweeping the area. Her previous steps must have alerted it. When the beast came too close, she panicked, took a step back, and used her ability, appearing several meters beyond. The assassin advanced to the location of the last step and stopped, confused. Its prey's vibrations had completely disappeared. The beast began moving in a search pattern, its sensors working methodically. She waited, studying its behavior. The assassin approached again. This time, when she transported, she did it behind a rock formation she had been studying, but it wasn't perfect. The sound of her landing was muffled, but not far enough. The assassin felt it. She needed a more distant target to lose it. The beast turned instantly toward the new vibration, its proboscis cutting through the air where she had been a second before. Her next blink took her to a larger tunnel, and she ran. The assassin pursued her, guided by her footsteps' vibrations. The signs of destruction were more evident here, pulverized walls and marks of recent combat. The assassin kept chasing her, but something made it stop. Its sensors detected something else, something that made the beast instinctively back away. A roar shook the tunnels. The girl, not having to worry about the assassin now and confident in her skills, peered cautiously around a corner. A hydra, its two heads covered in recent wounds. Her mother had told her about them, but two heads meant gold rank. What was it doing so high up? Normal hydras only had one head and lived at around 1,000 meters underground in the zone beneath the school. That was all that appeared in modern records. Information about multi-headed ones were relics of an earlier age, mentioned in texts so ancient that no one in Yano had bothered to verify. Her uncles or her father could have done it. Her father definitely had the power to obtain a hydra egg, but their interests had led them down other paths, to beasts they considered better. No one had wanted the hard task or risk their life, if even a little, in an expedition beyond 2,000 or 3,000 meters of depth just for the possibility of finding a hydra egg. Its scales, beautiful as diamonds, gleamed weakly while it faced a figure she hadn't noticed before. The man, if it was a man, had two beasts. The hydra attacked with one of its heads while the other tried to charge a ray. The man blocked the attack with his claws, the impact making the rock beneath his feet crack. She remained hidden, observing. The hydra was weakened, its movements slower than they should be, and the ray in its second head barely managed to form sparks. The man, on the other hand, seemed furious. "Where is it, idiot?" His voice resonated in the chamber. "How did you let them steal the egg? Now you'll be my new egg, a plan B." The hydra responded with another attack, but it was obvious it was rapidly losing strength. The man dodged and counterattacked with a brutal combination of his two beasts. Then the golden hippogriff manifested completely outside his body, its 5-meter form filling the chamber. The abyssal scorpion remained fused with him, its influence evident, the mutations it caused different from anything she had seen in Yano. Yino, she thought while observing the mutation patterns. Father told me that only they have perfected fusion with abyssal beasts. He's like those from the attack with Professor Zhao. Chapter 94, Taming Investigation 3. The golden hippogriff manifested completely outside his body, its 5-meter form filling the chamber. The abyssal scorpion remained fused with him, its influence evident in the way his body had transformed. The mutations it caused were different from anything she had seen in Yano. They weren't subtle and stylized like their kingdom's methods. These were more bestial, as if he was becoming the beast rather than merely controlling its power. Yino, she thought while observing the mutation patterns. Father told me that only they have perfected fusion with abyssal beasts. He's like those from the attack with Professor Zhao. The hippogriff launched forward with impossible speed, its massive form moving with a grace that defied its size. The hydra tried to defend itself, but its movements were already too slow. In an instant of perfect violence, the griffin's claws cut cleanly through one of the hydra's diamond necks. The girl held her breath, watching in horrified fascination. A hydra's scales were legendary for their hardness, said to be impenetrable by normal weapons. That this man's beast could slice through them so easily. The head fell with a dull thud while blood fountained from the severed neck. The hydra roared with its remaining head, a sound of agony and fury that echoed through the chamber. It will die soon, the girl realized. What a waste, she thought while watching the magnificent beast stagger. She herself had been lucky. Her own beast was superior by current standards. But seeing this understudied creature, its beautiful gleam, even in its moment of defeat, it was time to leave. She had enough information. If the man was strong enough to kill a two-headed hydra, the girl began her own ascent, processing what she had witnessed. The headmaster needed to know about this. The presence of someone from Yino with beasts of that level the Hydra, the mentioned egg. In her last glance at the scene, she saw something that made her blood freeze. The man had slightly turned his head, his eyes focusing for an instant on the spot where she had been observing. She began blinking backward, using her ability to move between visual anchor points. One blink, then another, each taking her further from the battle. Her heart pounding. He had noticed her, perhaps not clearly, but he had sensed her presence. The light filtering through the infirmary window made Rin blink. His head throbbed, but the effect of the potion they had given him was making the pain fade gradually. Finally, Taro almost jumped from his chair. "Are you okay? I thought you had died." "What?" Rin tried to sit up, but the world spun momentarily. "Stay still." Taro gently pushed him back to the bed. "The nurse said mana poisoning is no joke." "What were you thinking? Why are you here, the classes? Did your brain melt? Wei isn't at school today, remember?" Taro resettled in his chair. "And Lin left me here to wait for you to wake up and wait for punishment too. When she found out I helped you escape training." "Lin already knows about." "Oh, yes." Taro grimaced. "I confessed everything when she started threatening to triple my training and fail me in the battle unit. We were on our way when we saw you being carried out of the cave by the guards. But by then they were already bringing you to the infirmary." Rin closed his eyes, processing the information. "How angry is she? Let's say when you return to training, you'll wish you had died from poisoning." "Fantastic. And speaking of that," Taro leaned forward. "What the hell happened down there?" The guard seemed really shaken up. "It's complicated." "Complicated?" Taro raised an eyebrow. "Rin, you were foaming at the mouth. Your veins were glowing brighter than your mushrooms. They carried you running to the infirmary. I need a favor." "Oh no." Taro crossed his arms. "You're not changing the subject that easily. It's important and urgent." Rin tried to sit up again, this time more slowly. "I need one of the processed crystals from my room for today's cultivation before Lin returns, and I lose the whole day suffering." Taro looked at him as if he had grown a second head. "You're joking, right?" "No, I'm serious. You just woke up from mana poisoning." "Exactly." Rin lowered his voice. "My body is more receptive now that the potion just finished its effect. It's the perfect moment. The perfect moment to do what? Die. Don't be dramatic." "Dramatic?" Taro stood up, his beetle briefly manifesting from agitation. "You almost died." "Shoo." Rin looked to one side. "The nurse will throw you out if you shout." "Good. Maybe she should throw your brains out too, since you're clearly not using them." "Taro." "No." His friend shook his head. "I'm not going to help you kill yourself. I've had enough with lying to Lin. Do you know how terrifying she is when she's angry?" "I do know." "I'll owe you one. You owe me like 50, and I'll take you to gold rank." Rin smiled weakly. "Please." Taro stared at him for a long moment, then looked aside, feigning disinterest. "I don't believe you. But fine. If you die, I get your stuff. Deal. And what you have in the bank. Now you're abusing." Taro sighed dramatically. "Fine. What do you need?" "The usual processed crystal." Rin lay back down. "And one more thing." "What?" Rin smiled mysteriously. "A hydra?" Lin frowned while the guard finished his story. "Are you sure?" "Completely," the supervisor nodded. "Two heads, transparent scales. I've never seen anything like it. And for it to be so close to the surface. And you say it was chasing Ren specifically?" "Followed him until it had to return from lack of energy." The boy must have really bad luck for a beast of that level to waste so much energy in a place without mana in a chase. Or maybe it was good luck, because he survived. He even got us out of the initial surprise and suggested how to stop it. An interesting kid. Shame about his beast. I guess he does have very bad luck, without doubt. Lin processed the information. Something didn't add up. Ren wasn't weak, but his beast was, even with all his training. How could he have found a hydra? How deep had he gone? And if that was the case, how had he survived so long at that depth? "Thank you for your time." She turned to leave, when something caught her attention. A presence in one of the nearby trees. This wasn't the kind of concealment a normal student would use. There was something semi-professional about it. Lin took off running to the guard's surprise. Chapter 95, Tamer Relay. The presence vanished suddenly, as if it had never been there. Except Lin knew that sensation. Her crane partially manifested its wings and slightly elongated her legs while following the trail, her beast's enhanced perception tracking the faintest disturbances in the air. A flash of movement to her right. Someone appeared for an instant before vanishing again. Interesting, Lin murmured. The jumps were becoming more abrupt now, almost clumsy in their haste. Whoever it was, they were more concerned with speed than subtlety. Another flash, this time to her left. Lin adjusted her course, her crane helping her maintain the pace while analyzing the pattern of movements. "Why the rush?" she whispered while following the flashes of movement, her experienced eyes noting how each jump seemed to cost the fleeing figure more effort than the last. The chase led them toward a more densely wooded section. Clever, Lin had to admit it. But not enough. The girl staggered upon appearing on the last branch before the administrative building. Her jumps had become clumsy, each transportation consuming more energy than the previous one. One last jump, she thought while focusing on the director's window. Her beast protested, too many jumps in too little time, especially after the strain in the depths. "Your jumps are terrible today. I didn't teach you to," the director began, having perceived her long before she arrived. When she appeared inside the office, her legs gave way beneath her. She held onto the edge of the desk to avoid falling. The director rose alarmed. "What happened?" "I saw." "Sit." The director quickly moved a chair toward her, his concern evident. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head while dropping into the chair. "Just tired. Too many jumps." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I was following the mushroom boy as you asked," she began, her breathing still agitated. "He entered the caves this morning." "The caves?" The director frowned, but then remembered. "Ah, Wei is out today," his expression becoming understanding. "Economic troubles. Wouldn't be the first student trying to recover their investment working extra in the mines. But I don't see how that's reason to." "It's not that." The girl shook her head. "They carried him out unconscious. Mana poisoning." "What? How far did he go?" "But that's not the important part either," she interrupted. "Yino," she managed between heavy breaths. "An agent in the caves, about 300 meters deep." The director straightened immediately. "What?" The boy went down to 300 meters. The director almost shouted, then visibly controlled himself. "And you followed him there?" The girl nodded. "Partly yes. I don't know how far down he fell. They carried him out unconscious. It must have been coincidence. Then ending in mana poisoning. But that's not the important thing." "Of course it's important." The director began pacing the office. "You were supposed to just watch a normal boy from a safe distance. If something had happened to you, your father would have." The Yino agent had two beasts, a gold-rank hippogriff and an abyssal scorpion. The director stopped dead. "Explain." "Two beasts, a double tamer. And the scorpion mutation was unmistakable. Only Yino has perfected that technique." "Did you discover what he was doing so close to the academy?" "He was fighting a hydra, with two heads." The director visibly paled. "A gold-rank hydra? At 300 meters depth? Now you will tell me you engaged in combat." "No," she quickly denied. "I stayed hidden." The agent cut off one of the hydra's heads. He was furious, looking for something, mentioned an egg. The director approached his territory map, his mind working rapidly. "Did he see you?" "Almost. At the end, I think he sensed my presence." "By all the dragons, how could you not?" The director stopped himself, remembering who he was talking to. "This goes beyond watching a suspicious student. I shouldn't have allowed." "With all respect," she straightened in her chair, "this is what I'm training for. Your father asked me to give you opportunities to improve your espionage skills." The director looked at her seriously. "Not to put you in the line of fire of a territorial conflict. You could be a noble house spy, or in the kingdom of Yino when your father gives your hand. Not in the deep caves at 10 years old. You put yourself in great danger and I've improved. Nothing is 100% safe. I managed to follow the boy, discovered the agent, and escaped without being detected." "Well, almost." The director sighed. She was kind of right, but the idea that something might have happened to her, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. "Go to Professor Yang," he finally said. "Tell him to start safeguarding the students of all years and alert the teacher's defense protocol. She stood up, her legs firmer now. Will you go alone first? If Yino is moving pieces of that rank so close to the academy, they must have a bigger plan. Go with Yang, then rest. You've done enough for today. The girl nodded and headed for the door. And the director stopped her, his tone softer. Good work. Though I'd prefer if next time you didn't risk so much. A small smile appeared on her lips as she left. She knew she would keep taking some risks. It was part of her training, and after all, she loved being a spy. The director waited for the door to close before taking out his special communicator. A Yino agent, a two-headed hydra, and always in the middle of everything. The mushroom boy had bad luck to always be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Outside, Lynn observed from her tree, remaining perfectly still while processing what she had heard. A student trained by the director, just as I train Rin, so it wasn't just my student doing foolishness, she thought while watching the director make his calls. An enemy agent in our territory. The question is, what did you really find down there, Rin? Here you go. Taro pulled out the crystal wrapped in black cloth and the tentacle from a bag. And the other things you asked for. Rin took only the tentacle and crystal with trembling hands. And did you find them too? Yes. Taro nodded, nervously watching the infirmary door. But I still think this is a terrible idea. If she arrives before you are done, just don't let them interrupt me for a few minutes. I'm faster at the process now and quieter. Rin turned to look at the busy nurse, unwrapped the crystal, and positioned the tentacle over his stomach. He breathed deeply before beginning the absorption. Chapter 96, Taming Thanks and Hugs. Rin took only the tentacle and crystal with trembling hands. And did you find them too? Yes. Taro nodded, nervously watching the infirmary door. But I still think this is a terrible idea. If she arrives before, just don't let them interrupt me for a few minutes. I'm faster at the process now and quieter. Rin turned to look at the busy nurse, unwrapped the crystal, and positioned the tentacle over his stomach. He breathed deeply before beginning the absorption. The pain was immediate and intense, burning through his system like liquid fire. His veins began to glow as mana flowed through his system, creating intricate patterns under his skin. The tentacle worked frantically, absorbing the excess where the veins threatened to burst, its movements precise despite the chaotic energy flow. But after a few minutes, Taro finally couldn't hide the glow in Ren's veins from the nurse with his body anymore. What are you doing? The nurse burst into their cubicle, her eyes widening with horror. Stop immediately. He can't. Taro interposed himself in her path, arms spread wide. He's cultivating. If you interrupt him, he could get hurt. He just suffered mana poisoning and his veins are glowing again. The nurse tried to get around Taro, her professional concern evident. He needs medicine now. He's perfectly fine. Taro moved to block her again, almost tripping over a small table in his enthusiasm. Just look. Step aside, young man. The nurse pulled out a potion. I need to give him this. No, no, no. Taro waved his arms dramatically. No potions. It would ruin the whole process. The nurse tried to push Taro's arm aside, who responded by hugging her tight, his face reddening at his own boldness. This is ridiculous. The nurse tried to remove Taro, who responded by spinning and hugging her from behind. I am his designated bodyguard. Taro continued hugging while the girl dragged him. Officially appointed like 5 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Rin struggled to maintain concentration. The crystal was almost completely absorbed, but each second was a battle against searing pain. The tentacle moved constantly, following the points where mana threatened to saturate his veins with deadly precision. Just a little more, he shouted through clenched teeth. See, Taro pointed dramatically toward Rin. Just a little more. He's a patient recovering from poisoning. Rin let out a final gasp as the crystal finally dissolved completely. The tentacle made one last pass over his veins before becoming completely saturated. Done, he sighed, falling back against the pillows. Taro and the nurse stopped mid-drag fight. See, Taro smiled triumphantly. Everything under control. The nurse quickly approached to check on Rin. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed his vitals were perfectly normal. Better than normal, in fact. This is impossible, she murmured while checking his pupils. A moment ago, he was on the verge of collapse from mana saturation. Cultivation can be like that. Run smiled weakly. Full of surprises. And reckless idiots, added Taro, but he was smiling too. The tension in the room finally broke. The nurse even let out a small laugh while storing her unused potion. It's been a great day, Rin stretched, satisfied. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with renewed energy. The best, Taro nodded. Escaped training, survived poisoning, and I hugged a pretty nurse, he proclaimed proudly. The nurse gave him a gentle tap on the nose. Very gallant, little one, but I'm a bit old for you. A shadow appeared in the doorway. The smile froze on Run and Taro's faces. Color drained from their cheeks so quickly that the nurse almost pulled out her potion again. Lynn stood in the threshold, her expression unreadable. So, her voice was dangerously soft. Who escaped from training? What were you thinking? Lynn paced in front of Ren's bed. How did you trick the guards? I didn't trick anyone. Ren tried his best innocent face. I just took a shortcut. Lynn pinched his cheek. Hard. Ow, ow. All right. Ren rubbed his sore cheek. I have a small secret tunnel. Sometimes I go down to 150 or 200 meters. To get crystals. A secret tunnel? Lynn's eyes narrowed. With all those minor and common worms around? With a beast that can barely process mana at that depth? It's not so dangerous if you know the worm's patterns and only stay there a while. Ren avoided her gaze. Besides, I was looking for something special for you. What thing? A crystal flower. Ren drew the shape in the air with his fingers. It's a very rare formation. The crystals grow in the shape of petals, but finding one is like finding a 5-leaf clover, completed Lynn, still skeptical. Exactly. But no luck again. I thought I'd have it in the new vein I found. Ren looked back. Taro, did you bring option B? Taro cautiously peeked his head in. The flowers? Yes, here. Lynn blushed slightly at seeing the small bouquet, but her expression hardened immediately. Her hand descended in a precise chop on Ren's head. Ow! The truth, she demanded. What did you really go looking for? It was for the flower. Ren rubbed his head. Why does no one believe me when I try to say thanks? Maybe because the last time you tried to say thanks, you also ended up trying to escape training. Lynn extended her hand. Show me what you found. I didn't find the flower, just the usual. Ren pointed to the shadow stalker skin bag that Taro had brought. Just some crystals and deep earth. You can check. Lynn examined the bag's contents. Indeed, there were only common crystals and some dark earth. All this risk for this? She shook the bag. Going so deep you ended up with mana poisoning? I need to gather a lot for my cultivation, Ren shrugged. And the crystals? Then, Lynn interrupted him, her voice dangerously soft. What was all that about the Hydra? The color drained from Ren's face. Taro, who had been listening from behind, almost dropped the small bouquet. The what? The Hydra lay motionless, its single remaining head lifeless. The man approached the body. At least it won't be a total waste, he murmured while beginning the extraction. A Hydra core could become an egg again. He just needed another silver rank Hydra, and wait. Keep living in the damn caves for at least 10 extra days, eating that garbage, defecating and sleeping in the caves. To hell with it. I'm going to recover that egg. The griffin's claws sank into the crystallized skin, searching for the exact point where the core rested. Chapter 97, Taming the Lurcher. To hell with it. I'm going to recover that egg. The griffin's claws sank into the crystallized skin, searching for the exact point where the core rested. It shouldn't be too difficult to recover it, but he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Not after sensing someone watching him, that subtle presence that had almost escaped his notice. The claws found their target. The Hydra's core pulsed weakly, its powers still active even after the beast's death. Its last breaths resonating with diminishing strength. Someone was there, he thought while working. The mana marks in the air were subtle, small distortions where someone had transported themselves, like ripples in an invisible pond. A will-o'-the-wisp spirit, a mineral light fairy, a shadow wolf. All three were possibilities, but they had something in common. They were very expensive beasts, the kind only the truly privileged could afford. Well, the wolf depended on luck but was still quite expensive. The core finally yielded to his expert touch. Even if for some reason he couldn't recover the egg, this would be his insurance. Transforming his mouth into the scorpion's, he took a large piece of the Hydra's mana-rich flesh and consumed it, feeling the power course through his mutated body. The pathetic monsters at this depth would feast on the wounds he'd left in the Hydra's body. Some would surely rank up. They didn't deserve it. Just like the idiot who stole the egg didn't deserve it either. He stored the core in his backpack and began his ascent. The trail of the person who had watched them was clearer now that he approached the spot where he'd sensed the presence, small points where space had been briefly distorted by mana. Though honestly, it wasn't necessary. Before him, the destruction the Hydra had caused in its pursuit also marked a quite clear path. Pulverized walls, tunnels violently widened, telling the story of a desperate chase. Could it have been the same person? He wondered while climbing. At 200 meters, he found the first signs of regular occupation, methodically worked tunnels, tool marks. He was entering mine territory. The frozen slope appeared before him at 150 meters. It seemed they had wanted the Hydra to give up the chase. An improvised but effective idea. The ice was thick enough to make ascending complicated even for a beast of his level. But the most interesting thing was what he sensed on the other side. A presence hidden among the rocks. Weak, barely perceptible from this distance, bronze rank probably. The scorpion stirred, eager to eliminate the witness. No, he thought while studying the situation. Could have information. He pulled out his map, calculated his position, and overlaid it with another that his employer had obtained from the city of Yano, studying his location carefully. The Central Academy, he realized with surprise. We're under one of Yano's most prestigious academies. A smile formed on his lips. If the egg had made it up here, maybe recovering it wouldn't be difficult. An institution full of weak students, with only a few professors dangerous to him. But then that presence could have been a rich student. It was particularly weak and didn't seem to be hiding its mana. The presence on the other side of the slope moved slightly. A miserable school guard, perhaps? Someone in charge of stopping students, dealing with wretched worms or delaying hordes. Surely, even better, someone who had probably seen everything that happened. His scorpion fully manifested its tail, abyssal venom dripping softly. Time to ask some questions. You see, Ren tried his best innocent expression. I was looking for the flower for you when I heard a roar and a strong vibration. I tried to return through my tunnel, but it had partially collapsed. Lin kept her eyes fixed on him, her expression skeptical. So, I had to take the long way, through the main slope, though I knew the guards would scold me. Ren continued, avoiding her gaze. And well, that's when the Hydra saw me. The Hydra saw you? Lin crossed her arms. But it was very tired, he added quickly. Could barely move. That's why I could escape. And if you only did that much, then why did you have such strong mana poisoning? Rin started sweating. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed nervously while he searched for another credible explanation. Stay tuned with Freeweb Novel. Well, you see, when I was... The sound of hurried footsteps in the hallway interrupted him. A group of students ran past the infirmary. Luna appeared in the doorway, her breathing agitated. Everyone to the shelters, she announced, her usual composure replaced by contained urgency. Master Yang is evacuating the students. Taro, who had been pretending to be invisible in a corner, straightened up. Evacuating? Why? Luna ignored him, her eyes fixed on Lin. Something silent passed between them. I suspected as much. Lin stood up, her expression becoming serious. It's time. Time for what? Rin got up, but Lin gently pushed him toward Luna along with Taro. You too, she pointed to Run and Taro. Go with Luna to the shelters. No detours, no secret tunnels. She looked meaningfully at Run, straight to the shelters. But, Rin began. This is not negotiable. Lin's tone left no room for discussion. I'm going with Yang. Luna, make sure they reach the shelter. Luna nodded while waiting at the door. Lin, Rin called before she left. What's happening? With luck, nothing, she responded without turning. With bad luck? Well, that's why we have shelters. Teacher Lin, Taro shouted. Yes. Do you still want the flowers? Lin disappeared down the hall without answering. Move, Luna ordered. And no walks like during the excursion, Mushroom. It's not time for your secret adventures. Rin and Taro exchanged looks while following Luna. More students ran through the hallways, some scared, others simply confused. Hey, Taro whispered while they walked. You think this has to do with your? Rin shook his head, silencing him. I don't know, but it shouldn't be if in the end it went back down. But lie about it, he whispered. Something was happening. Something serious enough for Lin to leave her interrogation unfinished. And somehow, he had the feeling it was related to the strange behaviors in the depths. The tunnels were too quiet. The agent advanced cautiously. The guard he had interrogated was left lying motionless on the frozen slope. He had resisted until the end, not releasing information even when the abyssal venom had begun to corrode his organs. Tougher than he looked. The hippogriff remained manifested, its senses alert. The scorpion pulsed restlessly under his skin, the abyssal mutations making it more sensitive to threats. Not a single guard, he thought while approaching the exit. The checkpoints were empty, the mana lamps still lit. As if everyone had suddenly disappeared, daylight filtered through the mine entrance. Too bright after so long in darkness, he didn't exit. His eyes would need time to adjust. He stopped several meters from the exit, keeping to the shadows. His beasts tensed, detecting something they couldn't fully identify. The silence was unnatural. Not even the wind seemed to dare blow. Chapter 98. Taming Suspicion. Daylight filtered through the mine entrance. Too bright after so long in darkness, he didn't exit. His eyes would need time to adjust to the harsh change. He stopped several meters from the exit, keeping to the shadows. His beasts tensed, detecting something they couldn't fully identify. The silence was unnatural. Not even the wind seemed to dare blow. Too easy, his training screamed warnings. An academy doesn't evacuate its mines without reason. Doesn't leave its entrances unguarded for students to do foolish things. The Hydra's core weighed next to many others in his bag, a constant reminder of his partial failure. The egg remained lost, stolen by some fortunate thief who had stumbled upon his experiment. Should go back, he considered while studying the entrance. The mission was clear. Find and secure specific beast cores. The egg was extra, and he could obtain it again. But pride. He had spent months preparing everything. Finding the right Hydra, manipulating it to this vein, waiting for the egg to form. All ruined because he grew overconfident, because he hadn't considered someone else might find such a small vein. The mission, he reminded himself. Focus on the mission. The core was enough. He could find another Hydra. The depths were full of them, with time and patience. But the thief is here, a voice whispered in his mind. Close. With my egg. His beast stirred restlessly, sensing his inner conflict. Return, his training insisted. Something is wrong. Go back and plan better. He took one step back, determined to retreat. Then another. It's the right thing, he thought. The sensible thing. He turned toward the protective darkness of the tunnels. And then, to hell with it, he muttered, turning sharply. Nobody steals from me. He took a step toward the light. The massive fireball consumed him instantly. The shelter was an impressive structure located behind the academy. Spacious chambers connected by well-lit tunnels now housed dozens of confused and nervous students. Min! Taro waved his arms upon seeing his friend. Over here. Min approached. Anyone know what's happening? Rin watched as Luna was immediately surrounded by the two noble girls who always accompanied her. A second group of nobles joined them, exchanging quick whispers before dispersing as if they had never spoken. It's obvious, isn't it? Taro began, his voice adopting a conspiratorial tone. All this is because of Ren's mad scientist experiments. What? Min blinked in confusion. Think about it. Taro raised an accusing finger toward Ren. Our room always smells like death and strange processing products. That's because of the cultivation. Ren began. The mushrooms in his hair glow unnaturally. They're naturally luminescent. And today he went down to the depths. Taro was on a roll. He must have activated some ancient device. The mine must be glowing right now, about to explode. Lou arrived just in time to hear the last part. What's going to explode? The mine. Taro grabbed Lou by the shoulders. Rin accidentally filled it with strange fungi. Soon we'll have giant mutant worms emerging everywhere. The worms are already quite big on their own. Rin murmured. Bigger, Taro insisted. With tentacles and light rays. Min tried to contain his laughter. Light rays. Read New Adventures at Freeweb Novel. It's the only explanation. Taro began walking in circles. Why else would they evacuate the entire academy? Rin searched for Luna with his gaze, but she and her companions had disappeared into the crowd. And that's not all. Taro continued his theory. The fungi will ally with the worms. They'll create an underground empire. Taro. Min tried to interrupt. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed, as if finding the idea entertaining. See, Taro pointed at the mushrooms. They're communicating, planning their revolution. If beasts were going to start a revolution, Min said thoughtfully, don't you think mushrooms and worms, such weak beasts, would be the last ones to do it? Lou pinched the bridge of his nose. How do we get to this? Taro, you don't need to invent ridiculous things to avoid telling them about the Hydra, because Lin already knows, and I didn't do anything to make them shelter us. Also, that's not what I meant by lying. But if it makes you feel better, Rin smiled. When the fungi take control, I'll name you Minister of Conspiracy Theories. Ha! Taro raised his fist triumphantly. Luna observed the crowd from an elevated corner of the shelter. A gold-rank Yino agent here in Yano territory. The news transmitted through her handmaidens had left the group of cousins unsettled. Have they discovered us? Her eyes moved among the students, evaluating. Her position at the academy was delicate, direct niece of the king, but pretending to be just another noble. Several meters away, Princess Larissa pretended to be absorbed in a book. Her handmaidens and other cousins surrounded her, maintaining the image of a young noble studying even during a crisis. But her mind worked furiously. The underground labyrinth. Larissa thought while turning a page she wasn't reading. The tunnels between Yino and Yano were an intricate system of passages and beasts. To enter from the other kingdom unseen, they would have to start very deep, gold or platinum rank depth. It was supposed to be impossible to navigate there without a precise map. And the maps were jealously guarded. Leora stayed close to Larissa while talking with a group of students. Her thoughts, however, were far from her current task. A gold rank resource, she calculated while smiling at the students. Yino wouldn't waste such a valuable asset on a simple mission. Agents of that level were scarce, precious. Sending one so deep into enemy territory, Luna noticed a subtle signal from one of her handmaidens. Her eyes moved briefly toward Larissa, who had received a similar signal from her own group. Leora, without turning, moved a finger in a practice pattern. What are they searching for? Luna returned to her thoughts. The agent had been in the depths, fighting a Hydra. Why risk so much for a beast that, though rare, wasn't particularly powerful? Larissa softly closed her book. How did they find a path? Did a traitor give them an accurate map? The question ate at her. The tunnels changed constantly. Beasts altered routes. New passages formed while others collapsed. Even with a map, it was an extremely difficult task. Leora finished talking with the students. Why now? She wondered while pretending to check a list. The tension between Yino and Yano had always been present, but this was a significant escalation. The three cousins maintained their positions, separated but connected by their similar thoughts. Their handmaidens moved between them, exchanging signals so subtle they seemed casual. A book changed hands, a handkerchief folded in a certain way, a brooch adjusted in a specific pattern. Luna thought about compromised security. Larissa considered the treaty implications. Leora evaluated the political consequences. None looked directly at the others. Their beasts remained semi-manifested, each synchronized with its tamer, but also alert to the other's signals. Luna's Shadow Wolf, Larissa's Will-o'-the-Wisp Spirit, and Leora's Mineral Light Fairy, all part of the silent communication network they had perfected. The final question resonated in all three minds, though none expressed it. What if the real target wasn't the Hydra at all? Chapter 99. Taming the Threat of War. Director Ignatius waited hidden in the trees facing the mine entrance, his royal phoenix manifesting a golden aura that made each strand of his white hair shimmer with power. The bronze rank guards maintained their encirclement at a greater distance. Their earth beasts would be useful for blocking retreat or providing support, but in direct combat against a gold-ranked tamer, they would be little more than a hindrance. The supervisor, his ice penguin partially manifested, positioned himself hidden on the other side of the entrance. Silver rank 2, not enough to fight directly against a gold opponent, but he could provide support to the director, who did have a gold rank creature. A presence moved inside the cave. The director sensed it immediately. Gold rank power was unmistakable, impossible to completely conceal. In Yino, where platinum rank was non-existent, that meant someone near the top of their hierarchy, which made their presence here very problematic. His fingers tensed as he prepared an attack. The phoenix concentrated power in his hands, and the temperature around the director began to rise. Enjoy news stories from Freeweb Novel. But the presence stopped, detected the trap, thought the director as he felt the intruder cautiously retreat. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Following them inside would be a terrible idea. Without a tamer of similar rank specialized in underground combat, the terrain advantages would be too great. Better to wait. To confront them, he had to let them come out into open terrain. The seconds crawled like hours. The presence moved occasionally, evaluating, perhaps thinking it wouldn't be worth it. Come out. The director maintained his position. Save us the trouble of sending someone to follow you. The situation required a permanent solution. A tamer of this level returning to Yino with information about the Academy's defenses would be too dangerous. Better to end this here, where the incident could be contained. As if responding to his thought, the presence moved forward. The director's attack was instantaneous, releasing a massive wave of golden fire that consumed the mine entrance. The heat was so intense that the guards had to retreat further. The supervisor fully manifested his penguin, preparing for whatever would emerge from the flames. When the fire began to dissipate, a mound of earth exploded from the ground. The figure that emerged was a nightmare of flesh and chitin, a human grotesquely fused with an abyssal scorpion, the characteristic mutations of Yino taken to the extreme. A golden hippogriff manifested instantly at his side, its majestic form contrasting with its tamer's monstrosity. The director observed the transformation with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. Yino's techniques for fusing with abyssal beasts had always seemed an abomination to him, an easy path to power that inevitably corrupted its users. The mercenary's eyes opened with recognition. The famous director Ignatius Aurelius of the Imperial Academy of Yano, his voice sounded distorted by the mutations. It's an honor. Ignatius studied his opponent. I can't say the same, Director Ignatius responded, expanding his wings in threat. Though clearly you're someone of importance in Yino. An asset too valuable to let escape. Me? The mercenary pointed to his mutations with a pincer. I'm just one more, just the result of embracing the true potential of abyssal beasts. Is your presence here a declaration of war? The director kept his voice calm, but his mind worked rapidly. An agent of this level, so deep in enemy territory, the implications were worrying. His right hand moved in a subtle pattern. The bronze rank guards understood the signal, and at the right moment, would seal the entrance. There would be no retreat. One wrong move, and this could become the first act of a new war between kingdoms. War? The mercenary laughed, a horrible sound through his mutated jaw. The war never really ended, did it? We've just been preparing. And I suppose, the director observed the mutations with disgust. Those abominations are part of that preparation. Abominations? The mercenary spat the word. You and your pretense of purity. At least we don't fear true power. True power. The director maintained his condescending smile, while taking a step forward. Yino has always been limited in that aspect. So many resources invested in barren experiments, so much forbidden research. And the result? Not a single platinum-ranked tamer. The mercenary's crystalline pincers opened and closed rhythmically, a nervous tick that betrayed how much those words had affected him. One platinum tamer. He spat the words like venom. Is that what gives you such confidence? A single double tamer holding up an entire kingdom. Isn't that precisely what you fear? Our king's capabilities. But let's return to the important point. I'm surprised to find an agent of your level, a single agent near the academy. Makes me wonder if Yino is really prepared for whatever it's planning. The guards sealed the entrance, their earth beasts manifesting to create interlocked barriers. Oh, I see you want me to extend my visit. We have plenty of hospitality for you, so make yourself comfortable. Director Ignatius maintained his casual tone, while golden flames danced between his fingers. So answer, what does Yino seek by sending one of their gold-ranked tamers? Alone? Alone! The mercenary's voice sounded distorted through his partially transformed jaw. Do you think I'm alone in this, Director? Oh, I know perfectly well that you're alone now. Ignatius let a condescending smile form on his lips. The real question is why send one of their precious experiments so deep into our territory? Precious? The mercenary laughed, a metallic and fleshless sound. Don't overestimate me, Director. I'm just one of the many gold-ranked tamers that Yino regularly produces now. Ah, so you admit they sent you? Ignatius stepped forward, his phoenix spreading its wings in all its majesty. Though you try to pass yourself off as one of many, your griffin betrays you. You're one of their best, aren't you? What a waste of potential, corrupted by those abyssal beasts. Waste. While Yino clings to its traditions, limiting itself to archaic beasts, Yino advances. Each year we produce more gold-ranked tamers. Each month more double tamers join our ranks. And soon. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Soon our first triple tamers will be ready. Chapter 100, Taming the Threat of War, 2. Waste? While Yino clings to its traditions, limiting itself to archaic beasts, Yino advances. Each year we produce more gold-ranked tamers. Each month more double-bearers join our ranks. And soon. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Soon our first triple bearers will be ready. The director maintained his neutral expression, but his golden feathers bristled slightly at the revelation. Triple tamers were theoretically possible, of course, but the cost, the risk of uncontrolled mutation. Triples? He recovered quickly, his voice laden with disdain. It doesn't matter if they can bear 3 beasts or 5, if they're all those abyssal corruptions you so love to create. A true tamer with a pure beast will always be superior. The mercenary's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that made several guards shudder. A true tamer? Like your precious king? I suppose it has merit that he's a double tamer too, but it must be lonely, Director, being so limited, so tied to the old traditions. But times change, old man. A single platinum rank warrior holding up an entire kingdom? Yino no longer depends on exceptional individuals. We have something better, numbers. And you think numbers compensate for quality? Ignatius allowed more power to flow into his flames. If you were facing our king right now, you'd already be dead. It doesn't matter if you bear 5 beasts or 10. They're all corruptions of simple silver rank. Nothing compared to a single one of his pure beasts of true power. The mercenary's smile widened, showing teeth altered by mutations. Oh, but the king isn't here, is he? In fact, his eyes gleamed with malice. We know perfectly well that he's not even in the kingdom. Ignatius maintained his neutral expression, but his mind worked rapidly. If Yino knew that, it must be lonely, Director, being so limited to a single beast. Not like your great absent king. It must be lonely, continued the mercenary theatrically, to depend so much on one single warrior. What will happen when our triple bearers are ready? When we have 3 gold tamers for every one of yours? I thought you would understand it better as the tamer of that griffin, but I see now that you don't. Let me show you. Ignatius let his power manifest fully, his majestic phoenix enveloping the area in golden flames. The difference between your imitations and a true bond with a pure beast. The supervisor extended his hand as his penguin fully materialized, covering the ground with a thick layer of ice that gleamed under the sunlight. No more tricks underground, murmured the supervisor, his eyes fixed on the mutated agent. The director released a powerful flow of fire toward the mercenary. The mercenary evaluated the situation in an instant. "Defend me," ordered to his hippogriff while he himself leaped to the side. The golden flames of Ignatius's phoenix met the hippogriff's wind flow. The resulting explosion shook nearby trees, creating a shockwave that made the guards stagger. The mercenary took advantage of the distraction to bury his legs in the ice. His mutations allowed him to break it enough to use the hole as a foothold and launch himself at dizzying speed toward the supervisor. The supervisor reacted on instinct. His penguin created a barrier of ice stalactites that emerged from the ground like spears. The mercenary twisted between them with unnatural grace, his body contorting in ways no normal human could imitate. Too slow. The mercenary appeared before the supervisor, his scorpion tail emerging from his back like lightning. The supervisor barely had time to create an ice shield. The stinger pierced through it like paper, stopping millimeters from his throat. He began to overpower him and push forward, the ice cracking. It seemed the mercenary's power boosts were far superior to the supervisor's. Pathetic, the mercenary smiled with his mutated teeth while advancing his pincers. "A silver rank 2, and yet your strength is—" A column of golden fire fell from the sky, forcing the mercenary to jump back. The ice beneath his feet evaporated instantly, creating a vapor curtain that momentarily obscured the battlefield. "Did you forget who you're fighting?" Ignatius's voice resonated as his phoenix descended, its wings extended creating a wall of golden flames. The mercenary landed beside his hippogriff, which alone had been forced to retreat. "I wanted to regain ground control, Director." The mercenary flexed his pincers as more plates sprouted from his skin. "A valid tactic against your fire powers, don't you think?" Ignatius's golden flames intensified until the air itself seemed to distort with heat. "Show me then, Yino experiment, if your tactics have a future while you ignore me." "Of course I will. My future and Yino's are bright after all." "The future," murmured Ignatius while his phoenix manifested its complete form, "belongs to those who respect the true bond between tamer and beast, not to those who debase themselves into monsters." Luna was concentrated on exchanging discreet signals with her cousins when she felt a light touch on her shoulder. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as she turned, startled at not having sensed him approach due to her distraction. "Do you know what's happening?" asked Ren with a casual smile, as if he hadn't just penetrated her entire surveillance system undetected. Luna quickly composed herself, her shadow twisting uncomfortably. "No, I don't know anything," she responded curtly. "Now leave." "Lie." Ren smiled more widely with what appeared to be amusement. "Also, what are you doing?" Luna's face tinged slightly red, remembering the last time Ren had discovered her ability to detect lies. The proximity in his room, the misunderstanding with his companions. "What I do or don't do is none of your business, fungus," she responded brusquely, crossing her arms. "And also, this has nothing to do with you." "Also a lie," Ren laughed, imitating the casual posture she usually used when interrogating him. "You're exchanging information with them." He discreetly pointed to the other nobles, using rather elaborate mana signals. "What do they mean?" Luna clenched her fists, irritated at having her own tactics used against her. "I don't care what you think you see. Leave, I don't want to see you, and I'm not interested in you." The mushrooms pulsed more intensely while Ron raised an eyebrow. "Wait, that's a lie. Triple lie. That must be some kind of record. And you're interested in me?" "Enough." Luna turned to her handmaidens, who had been watching the exchange with carefully neutral expressions. "Deal with him." The noble students moved with a grace that revealed training beyond mere noble posture. In seconds, they formed a perfect barrier between Luna and Ren. "We suggest you withdraw," one of them said in a soft but firm voice. "Oh." Ren studied them with genuine interest. "Ow!" Luna interrupted before he could talk again, her face now definitely flushed. "As you wish." Ren stepped away from the wall with a small mocking bow. "Though you know, I'll eventually discover what's happening. I'm quite good at finding secrets and lies lately." Luna watched his back as he walked away, her handmaidens maintaining their protective formation. Only when he was far enough away did she allow herself to release a sigh of frustration. "My lady." One of her handmaidens approached discreetly. Do you want us to keep him under surveillance? No. Luna massaged her temples. Watched he is. Just keep him away. He's too. She stopped, searching for the right word. Observant, suggested a handmaiden. Cute? Your type? Suggested another handmaiden with what seemed to be a hint of amusement. Irritating, corrected Luna, sending a murderous glare to her maid, though the blush on her cheeks contradicted her words. Her handmaidens exchanged knowing looks but maintained their professional posture. After all, part of their training included knowing when their lady was lying. And at that moment, all indicators suggested that irritating wasn't precisely the word Luna had wanted to use.